Yeah, but that doesn't.
So they're
that
actually
doesn't
not committing
justify-
a crime. So you're wrong.
But the person who is carrying the child is committing the crime.
Oh, so now the son is responsible for the father's crime? What are we doing? I guess that's the
I
same,
think
but
it's
in this
immoral.
instance, it's going to be the mother's.
I think it would be immoral to separate a parent from his child. Do you not?
No, I absolutely agree. It's immoral to separate a parent from his
So
child.
they should all go back to their country of origin, should they not?
No, therefore they should all have a pathway to residency or citizenship in this country.
I agree. But they can do that the legal route. They shouldn't cut in front of in the line in front of someone in China who's trying to get away from a communist regime, but they can't sneak over a border because they're across an ocean. Oh, okay. That's unfair.
Okay, well, guess what? So you're saying that they're cutting in line. Well, they're actually not cutting in line since they're not involved
Yes, they
in the
are.
line at all. They're not involved with the line at all because they entered into the country without documentation illegally. They're not interfering with the line whatsoever.
Yeah, actually they are, because we have the word just drifted from my mind. We have estimates of how many illegals are in this country, and if there's too many, one is too many, but if
Okay, so let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. One undocumented immigrant in the country is one too many, but one felon rapist in the White House is the best president in modern American history.
Can you prove he's a rapist?
Well, I mean, the court did in 2023. Unanimous ruling from 9 jurors.
From where?
A court did in 2023. It was a unanimous ruling from 9 jurors that Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll. So you're telling me a sitting president of the United States was charged with rape? Yeah, I'm telling you that a sitting president of the United States of America that you voted for, that you support today, was adjudicated to have raped a woman 2 years ago. Yes, right? And that should have been the end of his political career. And the reason why it wasn't, and the reason why it is still not today, is because Trump supporters don't care. No, I would say I do care. But
so does that change
your mind? Are you no longer a Trump supporter because of it?
No.
My point.
That doesn't
Obama wore a tan suit, and it was the biggest headline for 3 months. Donald Trump rapes a woman, and you still support him as president.
I never criticized Obama for wearing a tan suit. What do you mean?
I never said you did. I said that it was a headline for 3 months, which it was.
Yeah. What does that have to do with the argument at all?
I mean, I think it just demonstrates, right, how we're like sane washing Trump, and we're just saying, oh, well, the Trump is Trump. He just does crazy shit all the time. But in all reality, if it was anybody but Trump, right, it would be like the biggest political scandal of their lifetime. It would end their political career. Like, you understand that the Trump administration has like a controversy bigger than Watergate, like every single fucking week. Okay, like for instance, like raping E. Jean Carroll, significantly worse than Watergate.
Maybe that's
like demanding $230 million from the taxpayers, significantly worse than Watergate. Him promising that in building the ballroom onto the White House, he wouldn't like tear down or touch any of the pre-existing structures. And then today we're figuring out that he's actively tearing down the East Wing, significantly bigger than Watergate. Being a 34-count felon, significantly better than Watergate. Him like leaking his plans that he was supposed to be a private DM to Pam Bondi on Truth Social, posting it instead, telling her to target his political opponents, significantly bigger than Watergate. And I could go on and on and on all day.
Can you humor me for 1 second? Do you think that all of those accusations, like combined, are the reason why people still support him? Because people can't tell what's real and what's fake about his accusations anymore. There have been so many accusations that have been proven false. So many ways that the media has twisted stories about the man that a lot of American citizens just don't trust what they hear about him anymore, because they know that the political left has an agenda to make you fear that man, when there's absolutely nothing he's done in actuality to cause you to fear him.
There's nothing, quote unquote, there's nothing Donald Trump has ever done to cause you to fear him. If he boasted about sexually exploiting naked girls and or naked women by walking into their dressing rooms while they were naked and changing unconsensually just to look at them, would that make you fear him?
Me personally?
Yes.
Like I said, accusations need proof.
I never asked you about an accusation or proof. I said if you knew he had done this, if you knew that he had sexually exploited naked little girls and or naked women by walking into their dressing rooms unconsensually to look at them while they were naked, would that make you fear him?
Yes, absolutely. But I would need evidence.
Shit, would that make you stop being MAGA?
Yeah. But I would need to see evidence and believe
Well,
it.
couldn't that be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a
It
conflict.
could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what-
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so right before I played you this clip, you said if you knew what he did, which he admitted to in this clip, Howard Stern's radio show in 2005, it would A, make you fear him, and B, you would stop being one of his supporters. Sir, you are
That
now
was under
out of-
the you said naked women. You said walk into the dressing room, naked women into a dressing room full of naked women. He never said they were naked. He just said they were getting. No, he didn't. He said they were getting dressed. Doesn't mean they're naked.
Hey, I have a question. When you have no clothes on, are you naked?
Yeah, but they said they're getting dressed.
So if
That's
he said they had no
getting-
clothes on, then he would have said they were naked, right?
Yeah.
You're there.
Maybe I missed
Is
that.
everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're
I heard.
there.
I heard that.
Is everyone
part. I
okay?
heard that part.
They're standing there with no clothes.
Well, that one was really easy to prove.
Shit. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you got me. But
So do you still support Trump?
I'm gonna have to think about it. But at the same time, in terms of like the best interest for the country, I still think he's right now the. Sorry, my dogs are kind of going crazy.
No, finish that. thought.
I still think he's the best choice for the country right now.
Sir, let's listen to what you said before I played you that clip. This is going to be a replay of the live stream about a minute and a half ago. An accusation or proof.
Yeah,
I
you're
said
right,
if
you're right.
you knew
Yes,
he had
yeah.
done this, if you knew that he had sexually exploited naked little girls and or naked women by walking into their dressing rooms unconsensually
yes,
to look at them while they were
absolutely.
naked, would
I-
that make you fear him?
Yes, absolutely. But I would need evidence.
Shit, would that make you stop being MAGA?
Yeah. But I would need to see evidence and
Dude, okay, listen, this is cognitive dissonance in real time, okay? Like right before you knew that was something that Donald Trump had actually done, you didn't have a second thought about it. You like told us all, right, with like no thought that this would make you stop being MAGA, that this would make you stop being a Trump supporter, that you would no longer support him as president if you knew he had done this, okay? Then it's like 30 seconds later, like literally that point in the live was 42 seconds ago, right? You then completely turn around after you learn this is something he's actually done. And now you're back to saying, well, I have to think about it, but I still think he's the best president for the country right now. Like, can you admit to your own cognitive dissonance? Because this is crazy. Like, it's just like blatant hypocrisy. It's like literally undeniable hypocrisy.
Trump has said so many things, man. How do you know that what he's saying isn't just him trying to sound cool?
Okay, do people typically
Not
admit to
cool.
being like sexual exploiters, sexual predators to sound cool? Is that cool to you?
I know. I think people think it's cool to have power.
Oh, people think it's cool to have power over vulnerable naked women and girls and sexually exploit
Not
them.
what I said.
Well, that's what he said, okay? And you're saying that he was saying it to maybe sound cool.
Okay, cool is not the word that should be used. You're right. But what I'm saying is,
Yeah, what the hell are you saying? Because what you're not addressing is the fact that before I played you that clip, you said if he did that, then you would stop being a Trump supporter. I prove you the
But
clip
there's
of him
no-
admitting
that's
to
not-
doing that, and then all of a sudden you're still a Trump supporter.
Trump has said a lot of things that he also hasn't done.
Oh, okay.
Like-
So I have a question. Why would he say that he has sexually exploited women and girls if he hasn't actually sexually exploited women and girls? Because I could agree with you. Donald Trump lies a lot, okay? But he lies when it is in his own self-interest, okay? Like everybody who ever lies will only lie when it is in their own self-interest or, like maybe serving in the better interest of like somebody that they love, right? But in this circumstance, obviously, when he says that he's sexually exploited little girls and women, that is serving against his own self-interest and is not serving in the betterment or of the interests of anybody else on earth. Right, there'd be no incentive or no reason to lie whatsoever in that clip. Okay, what we heard was an admission from a man that had his guard down in 2005, right, talking about sexual exploitation as if it was a cool thing because he was surrounded by other shitty people that thought it was too. Okay, so stop trying to spin this. Stop trying to twist this. Okay, you're doing that thing. Remember that clip where Donald Trump was like, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and I'd still have supporters? Well, you're proving it right now. You just listened to him admit to being a sexual exploiter when it was just merely hypothetical and wasn't something that you knew was actually true, right? Without a doubt in your head, you were like, oh, yeah, I'd stop being a Trump supporter. You were just simply LARPing as a reasonable person. But now that we've, proven that he's done that, you take the mask off, you expose who you really are to all of our faces. You don't care that he sexually exploited little girls. Just admit it.
Wait, hold on. Little girls?
Yeah, little girls and women. Yes.
Okay, I'd have to do way more research on that
Because
topic
him
in
admitting
itself.
it isn't enough.
Well, no, because I know how clips are. Like that clip in 2016 where every left wing media source left out the fact whenever he talked about grabbing women by the he said he didn't say that he did it. He just went up and did it. He said they'll let you, which is consensual, right?
He said they'll let you do it. You don't even have to ask first. So how would it be consensual if he doesn't know it's consensual because he didn't ask first? Thank you. All right. Now back on this clip. He didn't say that he could do this. He actually said it is something that he has done. And you said that you think that you need more context of the clip. One moment, sir. You said that you think that you need more context of the clip. Do you want me to play you like more of the clip? I have it.
Yeah, sure. Here's the thing. I'm not here to defend
listen, let me just
I want to be educated.
Let me just play you more of this clip. It only gets worse. Here's like a full. We're gonna do a minute this time.
Go over here. Look, you're meeting the girls. One of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
Well, I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So here's what we're actually going to do, okay? And I think that this is going to be beneficial to yourself. I'm going to quickly recap over your comments that you made before that clip, and I'm just going to catch you up to speed. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to thank a couple donors. I'm going to give you maybe like 45 seconds to like sit and think about how you want to respond. So the fact of the matter is, okay, I asked you like 5 minutes ago at this point if you would still support Trump as president if you knew he had openly like boasted about walking into the dressing rooms of naked teens and or naked women and looked at them unconsensually when they had no clothes on. And you said, no, Dean, I would not be a Trump supporter. I would not be MAGA if I knew he had done this and had proof. I then gave you the proof by playing you the clip that we all just listened to of him admitting to it. And your first response was to say that I'm actually still MAGA and I actually still think he's a good president. And maybe he was lying to seem cool. And then I was like, well, who is like, is it cool to you to like sexually exploit like naked women and girls? And then you were like, no, it's not cool to me. I didn't mean to use that word. Maybe another word would have been better. And then you just pressed in on the point of it all being a big lie. Then I was like, well, people only lie when it, serves to their own interest or maybe the interest of somebody else. This serves to against his interest and serves to the better interest of no one. so he would have no incentive to lie here, and you didn't really respond to that. Then you said, well, maybe it's taken out of context, so I just gave you more context, and it looks like it only gets worse. So go ahead, take a little bit, take literally 30 seconds, think about how you want to respond to that. Remember, I'm kind of hinging on that point of you being a fucking hypocrite, pretending as if you would care about these things when it was merely hypothetical, then just telling us all, taking the mask off, exposing yourself as somebody that doesn't care when you learn it's not a hypothetical, but rather something he's actually done. I'm going to thank 5 people. Think about that to start. Victoria, thank you so much for another 50 big ones over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Victoria. Victoria says Trump supporters are low-key dumb. Like he gave proof. Be a man of your word, dude. They'll never be. They'll never be men of their words, right? Appreciate you for the 50, dude. Let's get 500 big Victoria W's. That is so incredibly kind and generous of you. Seriously, that is so much goddamn money. As well as Cornell, thank you for the 10 over on Super Chat as well, saying they pick and choose what's true and not based upon their unfounded biases. It's literally constructing reality based upon their emotions. It's insane. As well as Rodney, thank you for the 10 as well. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Rodney. And then one other one over here on YT Super Chat, coming in from, drumroll please, Transmission, thank you for the 20. Transmission with the 20 big ones. Thank you so much for the love. Says, loving the streams as always, Dean. Nothing beats watching you debate over coffee and sandwich. Be well and keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for your kind words in the 20. As well as Mary, thank you for the 25 on the VENMO. Mary with the 25 big one says, just finished watching your live from yesterday and I just love you. You're an amazing person, Dean. Mary, you're literally hanging out with us like every day. Show some goddamn love to Mary in that chat. Thank you for your kindness. As well as Jamie, thank you for the 10, and Naughty with the 10. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. And then Nelson, thank you so much for the 15 over on Vidmo as well. Thank you so much, Nelson, who says, hey, Dean, local mailman again. You and Bernie Sanders are my absolute favorite. You're fucking awesome, Nelson. Nelson, thank you for your kindness. As well as Heidi, thank you for the 5 on PP. Darian with the 5 as well. And then Claire, thank you for the 25, who says, love the lives. Take care of yourself. All the love to you. Thank you so much for the love. 25, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Claire. Thank you for your kind words as well. As well as Kirsten, thank you for the 15, and I hope your mom gets out of surgery soon. And Veronica with the 10, who says, love that you're using your platform to continue to fight what's right. Thank you guys so much for the love. Please show some big love to Kirsten, Veronica, Heidi, Darian, and all the other incredibly kind donors down below in that chat. And if you want to support me, you can actually find my VENMO and the PAYPAL, I can't say it out loud because of TikTok TOS, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, and as well as in that pin message over on the YouTube stream. And now that we've given the guests maybe a minute or so to kind of think about his response here, take it away. Please don't disappoint.
So from the second, actually the second clip is exactly what I'm talking about. Because you cut out the part where they came up to him and started flirting with him. Started saying all these things, and whoa, I forget, Howard Stern, was that the show? Howard Stern?
Okay. First and foremost,
I didn't finish my point.
16-year-old girl hits
He never said it was 16-year-olds.
That's
never
great
said 16-year-olds. What are you talking about?
One moment. Second of all, those were two distinct, separate things. Okay, so Howard Stern started the conversation about like Donald Trump like sleeping with the beauty pageants, and then Donald Trump being like, well, maybe it's a conflict of interest. You know, I'm the owner, they're the pageant girl, but like I still do it anyways. And then Donald Trump, on a separate note, was like, well, what I also do, right, is I'll walk backstage before the show and I'll look at them while they're naked. You
never said while they were naked, man.
We already went over that point. We already went over that point. You agreed that he did say that because he expressly said that they had no clothes on.
Yeah, but my point still stands. It was the initial conversation, the initial like point by Howard Stern led into that.
So you're saying that Howard Stern led Donald Trump into admitting that.
Under the pretenses that
you're saying
it was consensual.
So you're saying that, dude, it's obviously not consensual. It's obviously unconsensual if he's barging in there, right, with like no heads up under the guise of doing an inspection in a place where no men are allowed. Okay, right? There's absolutely nothing.
He said he's allowed to do it. He said he was allowed to do it.
And who allows him? Himself, because he's the owner, as he pointed out.
Wait, when did he point out that he allowed himself to do it?
He said as the owner. Also, right, the only individual that could allow him to look at them while they were naked would be the grown adult women themselves. Okay?
Yeah.
right? But even in the clip, right, let's just go ahead and listen to it one last time. Let's listen to that last little bit. That's not what he says.
Of the pageant, it's your obligation.
Foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore
I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner. He allowed himself. The owner allowed the owner. Thank you.
inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Also, honing in on the last comment there, quote unquote, I kind of get away with things like that. If this was perfectly consensual, if this was agreed to, then it wouldn't be bad. Okay? So why would he be getting away with something that's not bad? Okay? The only time you get away with doing things is when you do a bad thing.
It would still be bad if it's consensual. Because like he said, it's a conflict of interest of the competition, is it not?
You know what? Then maybe it could be bad, right? Maybe there would be some implications there because of the power dynamic that would exist as him as the owner of the pageants in coercing, right, members of the pageant. Wow, that's actually, right, like a fairly nuanced take, right, to add on a layer to define some level of wrongness, even if the adult women had agreed to it, because of the power dynamic that would exist as him as the owner of the pageant over them as the contestants of the pageant. That's actually a really good point. You are correct. That's what you're defending. That's fucking crazy. You actually have a big enough brain to examine the nuance, right, of consent, to examine the nuance of sexual behaviors and sexual engagements, but still yet, when you listen to Donald Trump admitting to unconsensually looking at the bodies of naked women and or girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, you walk away seeing no issue with it, even though you're capable of examining the nuance insofar as exactly why that's wrong on multiple levels. That honestly makes this conversation even more insidious.
He actually wasn't talking about Miss USA either. He was talking about Miss Universe because he was talking about
Miss USA and Miss Universe, they're two different pageants, but they have the same demographic of contestants.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. But you're talking about also teen,
yes. He also did this at Miss Teen USA. Yes, and we know that because we've had a 17-year-old that competed at Miss Teen USA come out and say that this happened to her and other beauty pageant contestants as young as 14, as well as we have another one of the contestants that was a teen at Miss Teen USA in the 90s. Her name's Veronica, and she'll actually come up onto this live every so often, and she'll tell you how Donald Trump did this to her. Right? It's like a well-known repeated dialogue that we hear from a lot of the contestants, with some being literal teenagers, that this is something that Donald Trump did to them. And the fact that, he admitted to this on air while Howard Stern's talking about girls, he's talking about women. I think what that tells us is that he do this to the girls and women at Miss Teen USA, at Miss USA, at Miss Universe too. Right? But matter of fact here is...
Genuine question, though. I just have a genuine question. Genuinely. So why do you think? Because, I'm under the impression I will do my due diligence. I'll go look into this as far because I think that's fair. I think it's fair.
What more due diligence do you need to do beyond his own admission of guilt?
Because the context matters, dude. That
context. What context was missing?
What I'm saying is one, you're saying he barged in there. Never once did Donald Trump say he barged in there. He could have knocked, said his name, and was allowed in by those women. Is it not? Is that not a possibility?
Oh no, it's actually not a possibility. Hold on. It's not a possibility at all.
How? How is that not a possibility?
Because of what he said, right? You're literally just making, dude, this is literally, imagine that you're hearing a woman speak on live, right? About how she slept with a man when she was super drunk and she was coerced and raped, right? And then you're oh, well maybe there's just this context where maybe she wasn't actually drunk and that it wasn't coercement or rape, and it was consensual because she said that she wanted to engage in intercourse with that man. Oh, and then they sat down and they had an hour-long conversation about what consent is to make sure they both understand exactly what it is. And then they signed a contract with one another, right? Just to like, not just like verbal, but explicit and contractual consent to make sure that they knew that that engagement was consensual. Like, you're just making up a fairy tale surrounding the line of events in which we all just heard Donald Trump admit to, which absolutely amount to sexual exploitation, which we've also seen teens and women, right, repeat that this is something that happened to them on multiple different accounts, right, separated from one another at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, right, to try to make it something that it isn't, right? And matter of fact, right, the one line in here that we like use, right, and that we know to definitively dispute all of the MAGA bullshit that's spewing out of your putrid little mouth is at the end when he said that he gets away with it. Okay, if it was consensual, if it was agreed to, if he didn't do it to teens, if everyone's lying, once again, for the billionth time, it's everybody's fault but his own, right, then he wouldn't have said that he gets away with it.
But you agreed that that last part, he gets away with it, is because it could be a conflict of interest. You agreed to that. That could be a possibility.
So
is that
he
not?
said that he gets away with what he described.
The one thing you said.
He said he gets away with what he described. What he described was unconsensually perving on the naked bodies of women and girls. Just listen one last time.
How do you know it was unconsensual?
So
Because he said it's unconsensual by implying here that he'd just walk in there under the guise of doing an inspection to look at them when there's no men around in this space, and then he'd see the naked bodies of them. Do you think that typically when women and girls go into a space when there's no men around, only other women, only other girls, and then they feel as if they're in a position of vulnerable enough to take their clothes off because they're in a goddamn women's private space, that they're just byproduct consenting to a man going into that space to look at them? Oh, and then the other layer of like the accounts of the women and the girls at these shows saying that this was something that would happen to them and it was unconsensual. Like, bro, get a fucking grip. You're gross as shit. You should be ashamed. Literally, like, this is like saying, well, how do you know she didn't want it? This is like saying, well, how do you know she didn't consent before? This is like saying to a great victim, well, how do you know she's not lying? This is just the same age-old victim-blaming rhetoric that we hear spewed out of the putrid little mouths of tiny men with tiny brains such as yourself on a day-by-day basis that ensure this problem of harm towards women and harm towards victims will never go away, as it is perpetually upheld by people like you. And I understand that I'm getting angry with you. I understand that I'm getting assertive with you, but I think it is completely needed because we need to move forward as a society. We need to reduce harm against women, and we need to stop sexual exploitation, sexual harassment, and rape. And the only way to do that is to ensure that there's not an active, ongoing societal mechanism to reward the people that do it and dismiss it as consensual.
First of all, I just want to let you know, I'm not upset at you for getting angry, because if I thought someone was defending a rapist, I would be mad too. But the thing is, I just think there needs to be proof that it wasn't consensual.
Yeah, proof that it wasn't consensual. I don't know. What about the testimony of the women and girls that I already told you about? What about the fact that he has this track record, dude? Like, you're literally talking about somebody that had a court determine he raped a woman in this same time frame. Like in the 90s, when he was running Miss Teen USA, when he was running Miss USA, when he was running Miss Universe, the literal pageants that he was talking about in this clip where he said he'd just barge into the women's only space where there's women with no clothes on, and he'd just look at them while they were naked and they looked so good. That same time he raped Eugene Carroll, and then they had a court determine it 20 years later. This was the same time on the Access Hollywood tapes that he was referring to and saying they could just grab women by the pussy and you don't even have to ask them first. Like, dude, think about what you're saying before it leaves your mouth, bro.
This guy, man.
No, it's not this guy. Why are you more mad at me than the rapist sexual exploiter? That's insane.
No, it's not. It's because you keep putting words and twisting stories, and you put words in my mouth and you're twisting the story. Because he said they'll let you grab him by the pussy, let you.
Oh, yeah, the same way Eugene Carroll let him grab her by the P word and stick his fingers in her vagina too, right? Because guess what? She didn't say no. She didn't say no, therefore it's consensual. Is that what it is? She doesn't say no, therefore it's consensual? Get a fucking grip, bro. Like, super embarrassing.
Also, like I'm genuinely curious. Like I'm actually curious.
Yeah, he tried that one on E. Jean Carroll. He literally walked up to her.
How do you prove?
He grabbed her by her female member and he inserted his fingers into the female member without asking her first, just like he said in the Access Hollywood tapes. It was goddamn grape, and a court proved it.
How do you prove a rape 20 years after it happened?
God, oh my God, you're asking how we do this thing that happens every day. Maybe you should get educated.
I'm asking you to educate me. Do it.
So you're asking how she proved it? Sure. Okay.
How do you prove that approve a rape that happened 20 years ago?
Thank you so much for the gold medal. Okay. Well, the way that E. Jean Carroll proved it was by A, demonstrating therapist notes from the 90s that indicated she told a therapist she was raped by Donald Trump, and then B, demonstrating her own testimony alongside the testimony of 7 others that aligned with the therapist notes, and C, offering to actually provide the dress that she was raped in to the court that she claimed had Donald Trump's DNA on it, which then the court took and to a lab, tested it, found male DNA on it, and then asked Trump if he would submit his DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress, right? And then he refused to do so, even though if he was innocent, it would have proved his innocence. Oh, and then on top of that, the inconsistency with Donald Trump's own testimony, like him saying that he's never met E. Jean Carroll a day in his life, which then E. Jean Carroll and her attorney responded to by a picture of them together, or when he said that he would never rape E. Jean Carroll because, she wasn't his type, and which was then met with him under deposition being presented with a picture of his ex-wife, which he confused for E. Jean Carroll. Obviously, his ex-wife was his type, and if he thought that was E. Jean Carroll, so was she, so on and so forth, right? You prove this with evidence.
But none of that is hard evidence that actually proved the scenario.
Yeah, of course. So yeah,
dude,
him admitting
that's the same as saying Bill Clinton. It's the same as saying Bill Clinton was a child predator because he took a picture with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, same shit.
Actually, one of the victims of Epstein spoke out and said that she was taken to Africa with Bill Clinton and Epstein. So I don't really know if that's too good of an example.
No, but is testimony proof? Is testimony proof?
Yes.
No, that's not.
Wait, so you're telling me that
testimony
you don't believe?
Not proof.
So you're telling me that you don't believe, like the victim of Epstein that spoke out in front of that spoke out in front of the Capitol?
I'm not saying I don't. But I'm saying you need more. You need evidence to prove it.
Jesus Christ.
You need evidence to prove it.
Right, but it wasn't merely her own testimony. It was a consistency of her testimony with the therapist notes from the 90s, alongside the testimony of 7 other people, and how that and the account of the dress that she submitted to the court, and the inconsistencies within Donald Trump's own testimony. Right. Matter of fact is that was enough proof to convince a court, and the only reason why it's not enough proof to convince you is because you don't really care about the evidence or proof. You just want to continue to prop up this view that you're right, I'm wrong, Trump against the world, yeehaw, completely fucking delusional. I mean, dude, literally get a grip, right? And it's funny because I believe you when you say that testimony is not proof, because you didn't even accept Donald Trump's own testimony when he admitted to sexually exploiting women and girls. At least you're consistent, right? Consistently supporting, right, the worst president of your goddamn lifetime and upholding systems that perpetuate harm on a day-by-day basis. So embarrassing for you and so damaging to the future of this country.
Is that it? You gonna keep going?
I could keep going all day with you.
Is this fun for you? Like, actually?
You think it's fun for me to sit across the table and fucking, like, have a conversation with somebody that just denies reality, rejects evidence, and in support of a 34-count felon that fulfills all 14 tenets of fascism? Absolutely not. But you know why I do it? It's because I want you to be a better person. I want other people to change the way they think. And the only way that I can do that within my own ability, skills, and aptitudes is to have these hard conversations.
Uh-huh. You really only do it because you want to improve the country. It's not because
no, that's
you
not
make
the only.
money off of
Oh well, I mean, wanting to improve the country. That's not the only reason why I do it, because I also want to improve the world. But now it's getting around to the money, huh? Wait, sir.
No, I'm just saying. No. I believe
I actually have a question.
You want to do that.
Wait, how do you? Sir. Earlier you said testimony's not proof. The only evidence you have that I get donations is my own testimony when I thank my donors. Oh, but now you're telling me that I do get those donations. Why? Because I said so? Wait, that's testimony that according to you is not proof. All of a sudden, you're accepting testimony as proof. That's a contradiction.
You're right. That would, if you took it to a court of law, that wouldn't be proof that you got donations. What would be proof is all your super chats that I don't exactly know how TikTok works with donations, but
Oh, so now you're saying
I'm
that
sure
this
it's
wouldn't,
trapped
now
in
you're,
some
now
way,
you're
is it
saying
not?
now you're saying that this actually wouldn't be enough evidence that I'm getting donations to prove it in a court of law, yet you still believe it. So when something is proved in a court of law, you don't believe it, but when something can't be proved in a court of law, you do believe it.
When it comes to Trump, there's a lot of things that he went to court for that he was convicted of, but not there wasn't enough proof for them to impeach him and get him out of office. Because, well,
I think that you're just
'cause, like-
talking. You're just talking. You're not making sense. So you're telling us that he's been convicted of something in the court that then therefore didn't have enough proof to impeach him. What? Can you give me an example?
like the Russia collusion, like they impeached him for Russia collusion, which was actually ended up to be.
Wait. What court convicted him of colluding with Russia?
Didn't they take it to the Senate? If I'm correct.
No, the Senate's not a court. What are you talking about? You don't even
Well,
know,
no, I
you
didn't say.
don't even know what the hell you're
No,
saying.
did I?
You were talking about. You were talking
I
about.
may have misspoke,
listen,
but I didn't mean to say
listen.
court if I did.
You were talking about money. I'm actually going to go and thank my donors. Nike, thank you for the 20 big ones over on that super chat. Nike says, continue to do the good work. That being said, what scares me is Trump assigning his lawyer to quote unquote prove he got stolen during the 2020 election. I know the lawyer will lie, but it's still scary. It is scary, but guess what? They're not going to be able to prove shit. You know, he actually handpicked 34 of his own appointed judges to prove that same thing, and they rejected the case because it had no merit. As well as Kiri, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat as well, saying I get so angry I decided to pay for $10 because screw this guy dancing around the bush. There's no goddamn line in the sand. They won't defend him. It makes me sick first thing in the morning here. 110%. Thank you so much for the 10 Australian dollars. As well as I'd like to thank Kiana for the 5 over on VENMO. Kiana with 5 says, this guess is literally why women like myself will not come out and testify. Yeah, actually, yes. Lars, thank you for the 25, who says, thank you for trying to help those with one brain cell left and defending the rest of us. Thank you for the 25 big ones, Lars. Let's go to get 250 Lars W's. As well as Sammy, thank you so much for the 20 big ones on VENMO as well, who says, you nailed it with this guy. Thank you, Sammy. Let's show some love to Sammy. As well as Lauren, thank you so much for the 20 as well. Lauren with a 20 says, it's genuinely heartbreaking to see how many men make excuses for Donald Trump's predatory behavior. And you know that the buck doesn't stop at Trump. They do this every day with many more people besides him, which is absolutely fucking heartbreaking. As well as Patience, thank you so much for the 30 over on the V. Appreciate you, Patience. Let's get 300 big Patience W's in that chat. Patience says, hey Dean, I'm a huge fan. Thank you, Patience. Show some love to Patience. As well as Martina with a 25 who says, still annoyed by those two guys yesterday. Love you, Dean. Hashtag keep winning. Thank you so much, Martina. Show some love to all of the love coming in over on Venmo, as well as, oh my God, one big one here. Holy shit. Peter with the 100 over on the VENMO. Holy fuck, Peter. That is so kind of you. I do not deserve that. That is so incredibly generous of you. I want to see 1,000 Peter W's. PETERW's down below in that chat. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and read off Peter's message really loudly, and we're going to break it down syllable by syllable. Peter, with the 100 big ones, says, it's so sad and pathetic, quote unquote, men like this jerk still exist. Thank you for putting him in his place. Peter, you've been watching for months, man. Thank you for the love. I seriously, I really appreciate you for the 100. Thank you so much, Peter. Please show some goddamn love to Peter, as well as Heather. Thank you for the 10. And Ashley, thank you for the 5. Thank you guys so much. And then one more here. Carol, thank you so much for the 25 on PAYPAL. Thank you so much, Carol. Carol says, Dean, you're doing important work. Thank you so much, Carol. Then Iris with a 5 saying, wow, this guy's disgusting. I appreciate you for that love, Iris. And Molly with a 10 and Christian with a 10. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Thank you, everyone, so much for your kindness. Would you thank the donors real quick? Can I get a big W out of you for all the donors, sir?
You know I can't do that.
You can't give a W to Matthew for the $5, who said, wow, I can't read that one, Matthew. Or like Heather with the $5 or Andrew with the $10. Thank you, Andrew, Heather, and Matthew. You can't like say W, Andrew, Heather, and Matthew. Or like even Wesley, thank you for the 20 big ones over on Super Chat, who says, again, Maga has 2 brain cells. One controls her mouth and the other controls something else. Neither and then the other controls another hole. Neither one can decide who gets to speak first. I appreciate you for the 20, Wesley. Show some love to Wesley in the chat. I appreciate you guys for the love.
Oh, the good one.
Okay. All right. So do you want to respond to like the set of facts that you're like belligerently denying, or should I just move on to the next guess?
What do you mean? None of what you said is facts. It's all speculation. You're speculating off of what he said.
So I have a question. If the outcome of court is speculation, right? If one's own admission of guilt is a speculation, then earlier when you told me that Kamala Harris, right, had not let people out past their sentences, what supporting evidence did you have for that claim that was stronger than the outcome of a court or her own admission, making it not speculation but rather fact?
The fact that we have evidence that prisoners were fighting the 2014 wildfires.
So I want you to provide me with a hard, damning, non-speculatory evidence that prisoners were kept past their sentences, and I want you to provide me with a hard, damning, non-speculatory evidence that Kamala Harris was the one that made it happen. Okay? And in providing me evidence for those two claims, that evidence, as I already suggested, must be stronger than the outcome of a court and must be stronger than her own admission. Let's see it, okay? Because those are the two standards of evidence that you wrote off for Trump. Let's see what you can produce for Kamala Harris. You're going to be so fucking pitifully embarrassed when you come back with nothing, and somehow nothing is better than the outcome of a court or one's own admission. And that's going to be something that puts a big smile on my face. So then I could kick you, write you off as a hypocrite, and move on to the next guest. But let's see it happen in real time first. While he's looking for that evidence, I'm going to thank 3 more people. And in fact, we'll get another Trump supporter up here to debate in his place while he's looking for that evidence. Iona, thank you so much for the 20 big ones over on PP. Appreciate you for that love, Iona. Iona says, thank you so much from watching you. My debate skills have improved so much. Dude, let's fucking go, Iona. I hear that a lot. It literally makes me so happy. Thank you for the 20, dude. Let's get 200 Iona W's. Thank you so much. As well as Gio, thank you for the 10, who says, keep up the good job. Thank you, Gio. Thank you so much. As well as Laura with a 10 on VE and MO. Says, third time thanking you, Dean, for keeping MAGA accountable. Thank you so much. And shout out to Laura. Shout out to your children, Jalen and Alyssa. Huge shout out to Jalen and Alyssa. Thank you for the $10. And shout out to your mom. She's great. As well as Chandler. Thank you for the $5 on 5 big ones on Venmo. VENMO, who says, stay strong, Dean. Appreciate you for that love. As well as Michael, thank you for the 10, who says, hey, Dean, just recently found out about you, and I wanted to thank you for all the knowledge that you've given me. Well, thank you, Michael. You're awesome. And the Jennifer, the $5 as well. And I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you, Jennifer. Thank you guys so much for your kindness. Let's go and get another Trump supporter up in here to fill up the blank of time while this guy's looking for the damning evidence. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump, and please show some love to all of our donors. All right, we got Storm Chaser joining into the stream right now. While Storm Chaser is loading up, Salem, thank you so much for the 20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Salem. You are awesome. Salem says, I think it would be meaningful to have a day where you speak to leftists.
Dean! Hi, Dean!
4-year-old, goodbye. Like I was saying, Salem said, I think it'd be meaningful to have you have a day to speak to leftists who refuse to vote. Well, yeah, I'm not going to lie. I've had those conversations before, and I'm down to have them again. But, it usually, ends at odds. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh!
Yeah, hit that vape. Hit that vape.
Vape. Child, quite frankly, not a vape. Still waiting on AF1 Studios to come back, to give us that evidence. Chat, what are the odds that you think he comes back and provides us with that evidence? Let me know in that chat what you think the odds are while we're looking to get that next guest up here to fill in the blank time. Let me know, seriously. Out of 1 to 100% likelihood that he comes back and gives us that evidence. All right, everybody in the chat right now is saying 0. I'm inclined to agree. I'm highly inclined to agree. Very much so. Very much so. Jennifer, thank you for the $5 on the V. Saying just thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you for your kindness. What's going on? Fashion. Are you MAGA? Fashion Queen? Fashion Queen is not here. Goodbye and banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Right now, quite frankly. Keep in mind, if you want to support me, you want to support the stream, and you want to support what we do here and or get a shout out, you can find my VENMO and my PAYPL in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pin message over on YouTube. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. What's going on, Ray and Maddie? Are you guys MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, which one just said yes? Was that Maddie or Ray?
Jay.
We both said it at the same time.
Still speaking at the same time, guys. Let's get it together.
You go first, boy.
Thank you. Yeah, I support Trump all the way.
Okay, then what about you, Maddie?
I do. I just have to say something to AF1 Studio, though, to what he has for his what he's saying about being held accountable and everything. Does he think that Bill Cosby and Jeffrey Epstein was guilty?
Real quick, Maddie.
He's a brother in Trump, so I need to know exactly what he's thinking.
Maddie, can you disconnect any Bluetooth device from your phone? We will be able to hear you significantly better.
All right, give me one moment, please.
And just to corroborate what he just said, Bill Cosby, who raped 60 women, was freed by a Democrat-controlled Pennsylvania Supreme Court. So don't act like it's just Trump who's freeing rapists or who is pro-rape or pro-grape, excuse me.
Okay, so I think that you're making equivocation here. Just because Donald Trump is a rapist doesn't mean he's the only rapist.
I never said that he was, but you're making the case that people who support him are terrible because they support rapists. I mean, look at the chat. And yet your party is really the party who's kind of freeing these people. Democrat-controlled...
Whoa. Okay, so I'm actually just going to assume that everything that you're saying is true. Okay, I'm not going to ask for evidence. I'm not going to ask for the full story.
I'll give you it.
No. Just listen to what I have to say here. I'm just going to assume here that everything that you're saying is true. I'm not going to ask for the evidence. I'm not going to ask for anything. Oh, by the way, both Maddie and that other guy left. They both left. Yeah. That's great.
They know I got this.
I'm not going to ask you for evidence. I'm not going to ask you for anything. We're just going to assume everything that you're saying here is true, and that a judge let Cosby go free even though he's a rapist with no reason at all. Okay? So what I would say about that judge is that is a person that I would never support in about 1 billion years ever. What about you as it relates to Donald Trump being held civilly liable for rape in a court of law?
Yeah, well, the difference is we know Cosby's guilty. And I listened to what Trump said. He did the town hall with CNN, and he was asked, and he said that he swore on his children's lives. Now, you can say what you want about Trump, but you know how much he loves his children. And I just don't believe it. I don't believe that on the one hand, he's saying, I'll be dating her when she in 10 years, talking about 10-year-olds. And then he's also raping 60-year-old women. I don't believe that both can be true.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Is he raping 60-year-old women, or is he raping 20-year-olds, 15-year-olds? Get your story straight, left-wingers. I think that this story E. Jean Carroll made up.
Wait. So I just want to clarify here that you don't think that both, from your perspective, you don't think that a rapist could rape somebody young and somebody old?
No, they certainly could. I just don't think that E. Jean Carroll is credible. I'm
right. So but I just don't understand why you'd provide me with that dichotomy. If that were to be the case,
well, it
right?
is
Because what you're telling me here is is he raping girls, or is he raping adult women? Well, fact of the matter is, right, the reason why a lot of rapists rape, right, isn't because of an attraction, but rather because of wanting to control a power dynamic. We literally have men raping the dead carcasses of animals. You understand? No, listen to what I say here. Listen to what I say here. We have literally see men that will rape the dead carcasses of literal fucking animals, right? And matter of a fact here is, I think it would make total sense for me to believe that a rapist would rape old people, young people, any individuals that he would be able to express a power dynamic over.
Okay.
So this dichotomy that you're providing me of, is he just raping young people or old people, makes absolutely no sense at all.
And since when did you become an expert on psychopathology?
I think I have a little bit of knowledge about rapists and the states of minds of rapists.
Why would that be?
Because I was raped.
All right, never mind. Let's change the subject then. I don't want to get into that.
Why not?
We can talk about
why don't you want to
because
talk
it's
about
obviously
that?
a soft spot for you. I don't want to. I'm here to have a good faith debate.
Let's have a good faith conversation about it.
I didn't realize that, and I don't want to go there if that's a sensitive subject. Let's talk about it.
Well, it just doesn't make sense now, because you're trying to be kind of me, saying it's a sensitive subject. You don't want to go there with me. So then why did you go there with millions of Americans that are victims of rape when you voted for Trump in the 2024 election?
Because I don't believe that he is that, and I listened to him very carefully. I listened to what he said. He said he swore on his children he never did this to E. Jean Carroll. And I believe that. I'm sorry. And I don't believe him. 80 million Americans believe him. So that's why they voted for him in 2024.
Okay, so you're just saying that a lot of people, right, don't believe in the outcome of that court. Therefore, the outcome of that court is invalid and false. All right. So matter of fact, for most of human history, over 90% of people on this earth thought that the earth was flat. Did that mean, when that was an incredibly popular opinion held on to by the majority, that therefore the earth was actually flat?
A jury of 12 once unanimously found O.J. Simpson not guilty. So does that make it fact? I mean, what is your point about juries?
Oh, okay. Right. So now you're just saying that juries are unreliable. Do you support Donald Trump's mass deportation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, if juries are unreliable, if judges are unreliable, if the criminal justice system is unreliable as a whole and we can never trust it, then how can
I
you
did not
trust,
say any of
then
that.
how can you trust this? Well, that's exactly what you implied when you said, well, a jury found him innocent even though he was guilty. Therefore, courts are unreliable. Therefore, we wouldn't be able to trust.
I
the
didn't
courts in
say
the
any of
circumstance
that.
Donald Trump.
I said juries
Oh,
are
Jesus
certainly
Christ!
capable of making a
so
mistake.
then make your point. So then make your point. So
Okay.
then make the argument.
Juries are not infallible. That's my point.
Okay, well, you're right. Juries are not infallible. Okay, juries are not always right. But what you're doing here is you're hinging on a possibility and attempting to conflate that possibility to the probability. Okay, like for instance, can we agree that the government is not infallible and is not always accurate?
Of course.
Can we agree that the government isn't always honest and sometimes lies?
Of course.
Okay, so therefore, because it is a possibility that the government is lying when they make a statement, because the government has lied before when making a statement, therefore, are you telling me that I could just basically assume that the government was lying when they said that Osama bin Laden did 9/11 and it was actually Bush the whole time?
You're asking me if I believe that or if that's a possibility. I am not on that side of it. I'm not on the Tucker Carlson side.
Right,
of it,
exactly.
right?
You can't just baselessly assume, right, that like the government is lying about one specific thing because the government has lied in circumstances before, as you'd actually have to like provide evidence that the government would be lying in one specific.
Well, I don't see how
circumstance.
this relates to the government.
Well, I'll tell
actually.
you. The same way, you can't baselessly assume that the court that adjudicated Donald Trump to have raped E. Jean Carroll was wrong because another court had been wrong before. You'd have to provide specific, compelling evidence insofar as attempting to justify that the court was wrong in this one specific circumstance of having a unanimous jury of 9 adjudicating Donald Trump as to be a rapist.
Well, the reason is actually that he declined to testify in that case. Had he testified, I think they probably would have believed his story, but he didn't want to do it because it was a perjury trap. And
because every time he opened his mouth in testifying in that case, right, it ended up being a lie. Like, oh, he opened his mouth. When he said
that wasn't what
E.
it
Jean
was.
Carroll.
During the
that was met
deposition,
with a
he
picture
called
of him and E. Jean Carroll. During the deposition,
during
he
the-
said that E. Jean Carroll was never his type, but then
No,
he
he said
confused the
that
picture
the
of his ex-wife to
attorney
be
was
a
ugly.
picture of E. Jean Carroll.
Yes, I know, and he said the attorney was ugly, representing E. Jean Carroll. I know about that. That it wouldn't be his first choice. So that's why they didn't want to put him on the witness stand. But had he testified, then perhaps there would have been a different outcome. But you know how it works in civil cases, right? It's preponderance of the evidence. Trump didn't offer any counter evidence, so the conclusion was foregone. He couldn't provide any counter evidence other than his own testimony, but he declined to testify. But anyway, instead of focusing on that one case, we don't have to talk about it. Let's talk about mass deportations because you seem to take an issue with that. Let's talk about that. You're wrong. To the extent you oppose it.
I do.
You're wrong.
I do oppose mass deportation. That is a fact.
Okay, so you believe that that a house that has a fence around it should have more protection than a country.
A house with a fence around it should have more protection than a country. No,
Around its borders, yeah. That's what you just said.
that's not true. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
So do you believe in borders or not? That's a simple question.
Yeah, I believe in borders.
And so, well, do you? If somebody crosses the borders illegally, you said you don't support their deportation. Is that not correct?
So like for the undocumented immigrants that are in America today, I do not support their removal from the country unless they have like prior violent offenses, pretty insane criminal offenses, outstanding warrants from other countries.
Okay, so
for
then you don't
pretty insane
believe in
criminal
borders.
offenses too. No, that does not equate to not believing in borders. Now, if that does equate to not believing in
It does
borders,
logically.
Okay, well, no, it doesn't. I could explain how.
Please.
Right? Because like my like ideal system of entry into the country is to have borders, right, with as many legal means of entry into the country as possible, and having those legal means of entry into the country attainable to as many people as possible without, as I already like told you, prior violent offenses, insane non-violent criminal offenses, so on and so forth, right? And then in that circumstance, I would believe, right, that we should like keep out everybody else I would want to enter in with the use of undocumented means, because they'd no longer be like hardworking mothers and fathers that want to create a better life for them and their children, like actually individuals that wouldn't qualify for the legal means of entry and would like actually have prior violent offenses, so on and so forth. And the reason why I don't support mass deportation as it stands today is because I believe that mass deportation only hurts this country, only hurts the immigrants, and only hurts the citizens. There's no like clear positive outcome of mass deportation on this country, making it an American last policy. So listen, man, if like not wanting to like implement America last policy that only hurts this country and everybody in it means that I don't believe in borders, then call me a goddamn communist.
No, I just part of the legal migration process is vetting. Okay, now when someone's come here illegally, they haven't been vetted. We don't know who they are, what they're doing, what they're affiliated with, and so they represent a serious risk. Now they might be completely innocuous, they might not represent a risk, but most of these people well, don't have the exact numbers, but are associated with MS-13. You talked about Abrego Garcia. I'm glad you brought him up.
Wait.
You know what was tattooed
Oh
on
my
his
God.
on his knuckles? Did you see the picture of the knuckle tattoos for Abrego Garcia?
Oh yeah, no, totally. MS-13. You know.
Okay, you right?
Paint
And
on
you
the knuckles.
you disagree?
I need to respond to the first part of that claim. So you said most undocumented immigrants have gang affiliations. If most undocumented immigrants have
Comparatively more.
One moment.
Comparatively.
No, you said most.
Comparatively most, yes.
Comparatively most. That's not like a.
Compared to legal, yes. Legal immigrants.
What does comparatively most mean?
Meaning illegal immigrants compared to legal immigrants, not in a vacuum.
Have like the most gang affiliation. So then why are they 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes?
Yeah, I don't believe that data.
Okay, why not?
Because it's just palpably false. The people coming across the Mexican border
could you give a defense for that?
with cartel.
Could you give a defense that's palpably false? Because it sounds like you just have words.
Yes,
words
the border patrol. The border patrol. No, well, anecdotes can be. Personal observations can be.
Well, I get
And
what you see with your eyes
across-
doesn't like directly refute macro statistics of the country at large. That's like an anti-intellectualist way of thinking.
So repeat the data again, just so we all.
Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes while in America, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes while in America, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes while in America when compared to American citizens.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Why a cartel would commit a petty crime? That makes sense. They don't commit petty crimes, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, I just gave you 3 categories: petty,
also very
property,
hard to track.
and violent.
Okay, so if you have identified, let's say, every illegal immigrant, and you had the choice of either sending them back or keeping them here, you want to keep them.
You're changing the topic of conversation because you said that that statistic, those 3 statistics that I just gave you from PNAS were palpably false. I want you to give a counter argument to those statistics with representation of evidence and reason, not just your own emotions. Can you do that?
No, the data may be right, but it doesn't change my outlook.
Wait,
and
so how did you go? How did you go from palpably false to maybe right in like 30 seconds?
Okay, well, I'll tell you why. Because in my view, illegally immigrating somewhere is a crime in and of itself. So all of them are criminals automatically.
Okay. So are you saying that because undocumented entry on its own, right, is a crime, that's the reason why it's palpably false that they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes? That doesn't follow.
It does, because
how does it follow that because undocumented
you use the word
is a
petty
misdemeanor,
crimes,
that
you didn't
therefore
just limit it
undocumented
to-
immigrants are
How about
2.5
any
times
crime?
less likely, are 2.5 times less likely to commit a
How
violent
about
crime?
we not qualify the word crime? Just crime, period. Because you want to qualify it with violent
So the statistic that I gave you was like crimes committed like on American soil, right, with the exclusion of undocumented entry on its own, which is like a federal misdemeanor, right? The reason why that data would exclude undocumented entry on its own was because the context of the conversation that we're having is that you said that they have gang affiliations, and when they come onto American soil, they do really bad things. So obviously, right, when you're saying they're coming onto American soil and doing bad things, you're not talking about undocumented entry on its own. You're talking about crimes that they commit when they're already in the country, and that's why I gave you those statistics, and those are the statistics that you said were palpably false. And by the way, I actually already made sure to be clear about that by saying crimes committed on American soil directed towards other American citizens. So I'd actually like you to describe to me why you think that claim is palpably false, because that's what you said. Oh, and then you went on to say that it might be true. But then you went on to say that it's definitely false because undocumented entry on its own is a crime. And then I was like, whoa, what the fuck? So you're saying because they entered into the country with the use of undocumented means that therefore you think that it's false, that they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes when they're already on American soil? And then you said yes, and I was like, sir, that argument doesn't track. And then you were like, Dean, we need to ignore that prefix of violent. It sounds like you've got yourself in a logical trap because you don't track reality and you base what you believe in not based on fact, reason, or logic, but rather based on your own emotions and the word of mouths of a wannabe dictator, sir. Very embarrassing.
All right, am I allowed to speak now?
Yeah, you're allowed to respond and give a cogent rebuttal to my claim that undocumented immigrants are
my view is we can
less likely to commit any and all
I will
crimes once they're
respond.
already on American soil with the exclusion
I
of
will
undocumented
respond. We can continue down this semantical rabbit hole, but frankly, I don't really care about that data you just described because, as I said, suppose none of these illegal immigrants committed a crime ever once they came over. The fact that they've already came here illegally shows they have no regard for our laws. That's my view. Now, you can throw all this data at me that you want, but illegal immigration in and of itself is a violation of. What do you do? Is that a pause? Is that your timeout button?
No, continue. I'm just super excited for my next point. I'm like putting my hand up. Holy shit. Go ahead.
Okay, please.
Okay, so you're saying
ahead.
because they committed a misdemeanor, that proves that they have no regard for laws. So when Donald Trump committed 34 felonies and has infringed on the Constitution 4 times in the last 8 months, that definitively proves even more so that he has no regard for our laws, right?
Well, now I'm getting excited. You want to talk about that New York case with Alvin Bragg? Now that I'd love to talk about, because that was the according to I won't. Let's just say that was the fakest case ever brought. That was the most ridiculous prosecution in the history of the world. Seriously. Okay. No.
Check this out. Check this out. I completely disagree with you. I think that there's about 1,000,000,001 reasons why the outcome of that court case was incredibly reputable and definitively proved that he committed the crimes that he did. But look at this, okay? Imagine that we're just playing fucking chess right now. We're just going to take that chess piece and throw it off the board because guess what? I can make an argument, even if I, for the intents and purposes of this discussion, accept and reject the outcome of that outcome of that criminal court. Because what you said is because of the singular misdemeanor that undocumented immigrants committed when coming into the country that proves that they do not have, right, like any respect for the laws of the country, right? That's what you said, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, because of like the one singular infringement that Donald Trump made onto the 14th Amendment, his first day in office with Executive Order number 14160, when he infringed on the 14th Amendment and tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on the soil, this definitively proves beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that Donald Trump has no regard for the law or order of this country whatsoever.
No, those are two different things. He's trying to change the law. These people who came here illegally are not interested in. Are they interested in changing the law? No, they just broke it. They just you understand. Trump is not interested.
I have a question. Can the president change the Constitution? Let's see what your civics knowledge is.
He can't change the Constitution.
Wait, so then why do you say that he's trying to change the Constitution by infringing on it when he can't change the Constitution?
He's not trying to change the Constitution. He believes that the prevailing interpretation of the Constitution is incorrect. And the prevailing interpretation says that all people, regardless of whether they came illegally or legally, their parents, are citizens. Okay, well, and
no. So what you're doing is just complete fucking sophistry. No, breaking a law doesn't mean that you think the law is incorrect and we need to change the interpretation of the law. Like, holy fuck, dude. Like, that's insane, right? I could just say this about undocumented immigrants. Oh, when they came into this country, broke the federal law and committed a misdemeanor of undocumented entry, they're just saying that the prevailing interpretation of 8 U.S.C. Code 1135 is incorrect, which actually would allow for their entry. Therefore, they weren't breaking the law; they were trying to change it. Do you see how that sophistry makes no goddamn sense?
So where's their?
Then even if we accept the line of logic here, right? When Donald Trump infringed on the 14th Amendment, when he signed that executive order into law that completely violated all merits of the first section of the 14th, right? Oh, he was just saying that the prevailing interpretation was incorrect. Okay, so give me the true interpretation. I want you to go ahead and interpret the first section of the 14th Amendment that says anybody that's born on American soil and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a citizen, does not include undocumented immigrants. Give it to me, please.
Well, okay. As a non-lawyer, I can still tell you I think that the intendment of that provision was to apply to citizens who came here and who have children, let's say overseas, but this idea that they intended.
Wait, we had SCOTUS. We literally had SCOTUS rule that the 14th Amendment isn't just for citizens in 1898. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, and you do. By the way, do you realize that the Supreme Court actively is reviewing Trump's case, and that we may see this birthright citizenship rule change? You understand that, right?
Okay. Oh, so wait. Oh, so you just said change. You're saying if SCOTUS were to make a ruling on the 14th Amendment, right, to exclude undocumented immigrants and their children having a right to birthright citizenship, that therefore the Constitution would change per that new addressment, meaning that as it is today, the 14th Amendment does give birthright citizenship to the children of undocumented immigrants because we'd have to change it to refuse them that right.
It never did.
Oh, okay. Listen. So then why did you say change? Okay, if it doesn't give birthright citizenship to the children of undocumented immigrants as is, if SCOTUS were to agree with Trump, then nothing would change. So why did you say change?
What's changing is the prevailing interpretation. The text is the same today as it will ever be. It'll read the same as it did in 10,000. It'll mean the same thing as it did in the year 10,000. The only thing that's going to change is that right now the prevailing Supreme Court opinion on the subject said that everybody gets this.
Wait 1 second. The idea that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil have a right to birthright citizenship isn't prevailing. That has been the interpretation of the amendment since, once again, 1898.
Well, and that's about to change. Oh, so what are you going to say?
Okay, okay. So now you're actually accepting that no, right? Like the
I
matter of fact.
I do not agree with that.
Oh, you don't agree with that?
I don't think that's true.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and prove it is true. So in 1898, right, we had U.S. versus Wong-Mark make it all the way up to SCOTUS, right? Then Justice Gray, the Chief Justice of SCOTUS at the time, said that we'll be like being subject to the jurisdiction thereof in America, right, is not more or less comprehensive than just being within the jurisdiction of America. And being within the jurisdiction of America just means that you live here, right? And then they set the three categories of individuals that are not within and or subject to the jurisdiction of America, being indigenous Americans, being foreign diplomats, and being members of invading foreign like militant forces of other countries, right? Meaning that in 1898, the interpretation was set forth, the president was clear, undocumented immigrants and their children born on American soil have a right to birthright citizenship, right? And that's a matter of fact, that is a fact. And now you're telling me that like over 130 years nearly 130 years later, all of a sudden now we're having Trump pass an executive order to attempt to change it and take that right away from them, even though that has been what the Constitution has said, and that has been the interpretation of the Constitution by SCOTUS for 130 years. Obviously, this is going to be an example of Donald Trump infringing on the 14th Amendment, very similarly to like Biden passed an executive order trying to ban any and all Americans' right to own any and all guns, right? And if you're
that's
rejecting
infringement of the 14th Amendment,
then if you're rejecting that, well, then you're just rejecting the Constitution, you're rejecting the checks and balances, and you're basically telling us that the president could try to do whatever he wants and you don't really care.
No, I'm not rejecting the Constitution. I'm rejecting the 1898 interpretation of it that you just described. But the actual changing of the Constitution.
So point number one, you're just telling us that you disagree with SCOTUS. You don't determine what the law of the land is. You don't determine what the interpretation of the law of the land is. That's
You're
what
right.
SCOTUS does.
Neither do you.
So meaning because that is law, that is case law, that is how the Constitution is to be interpreted, that when Donald Trump signed that executive order into law, he fucking infringed on that, right?
No.
Okay, what does infringe mean?
He's allowed to. You don't understand how the legal system works.
Answer my question. What does infringe mean?
I mean, to violate, I guess. I
don't know what. So obviously, when the Constitution says the children born to undocumented immigrants have a right to birthright citizenship, and then Donald Trump signs an executive order into law trying to act as law, saying that they don't, which one is right and which one is wrong, legally speaking, in America, it would be the Constitution, not his executive order, right?
The Supreme Court's decision, yes, is what is prevailing.
Okay.
But Donald Trump
so therefore, because the Constitution was right and Donald Trump was wrong, right? He actually didn't have a right to sign the executive order into law because it was unconstitutional and disagreed with the Constitution, right? And it's because he didn't have a right to sign that executive order into law that the EO was shot down by like 1 billion federal judges all around America in the first 3 months after he signed it into law. Right? And if you were saying that Donald Trump had the right to sign that EO into law, then you were saying that Donald Trump has the right to try to pass unconstitutional legislation and unconstitutional executive orders. Sir, I just want to clarify. Let me just be clear. Are you saying that the president has the right to attempt to pass unconstitutional law?
If he believes that the Supreme Court's decision on the matter is incorrect and he wants it overruled, then yes. And that's what's about to happen.
So what you're telling me, just to be clear, let's make sure that you're applying your logic here consistently. If when Biden was president, he somehow interpreted the Second Amendment to not mean that you could buy and own guns, and he passed an executive order that said no American has a right to buy or own guns, do you think he'd have a right to do that?
Absolutely. If it was his belief, well, let me finish. No, don't just laugh. Hear me out. If it was his belief that Heller versus District of Columbia was decided incorrectly, and he had a team of lawyers in the Supreme Court trying to get them to overrule that precedent, and as part of that, he issued an executive order, that's a lot different from just violating something in the criminal code.
Oh my God! Yes, you're.
But I guess you're not able to understand.
So fucking Biden has the right to sign an executive order to take away your right to own any and all guns. I just made you do 180, dude. Completely insane. Oh, imagine this. Imagine this. Oh yeah. And Biden would also have the right to like sign an executive order into law that says we need to lock up all like straight white men that support Republicans, right? Oh, because he just like interprets the First Amendment differently, right? He just interprets due process differently, right?
No, that would be at that point. That's bad faith. If you're just signing something that says,
what's the difference? What's the fucking difference? Like legally speaking,
Heller
what's the
versus
difference?
DC, the case Heller versus DC regarding the Second Amendment was a 5-4 decision. It was a close call. It's up for discussion. That is a fair thing.
You're saying that has to be up to discussion, and there has to be like a seemingly viable argument to be made in order for them to have the right to do so. So I want you to go ahead. One moment. I want you to articulate the viable argument to be made that undocumented immigrants and their children born in American soil do not have a claim to birthright citizenship per the protections of the 14th. Make it right now.
Yes, that's an originalist theory, and my theory is that the writers, not the Supreme Court who was interpreting it, but the actual writers of that provision in the 14th Amendment did not intend the provision to allow for people coming across the southern border illegally, for their children to become citizens and then be used as anchors that keep them in the country as well. That was not the provision's intention.
Wait, fuck! Oh my God! All of a sudden, Biden actually would have a right to say that we should just throw like all like straight men that support Trump in jail because under the First Amendment, it was not the framers' intention to prevent straight men that support Trump from being thrown in jail for their speech.
That's not true. What if that's exactly what was their intention?
So you're telling me that the intention of the framers of the First Amendment had something to do with a man that was to be born 200 years in the future?
No, that's not what originalism is. What are you talking about?
Oh, got it. So then go ahead and explain to me
that's
what you
not what
even mean by-
originalism is.
Well, that's not what intention means, okay? Because intention would mean an intentional mental state, right?
Yeah.
Like they are thinking this thing. They know this thing. And obviously they didn't possess the intention of protecting people from having their speech ingressed upon when they're actively supporting a random dude by the name of Donald Trump because Donald Trump wasn't alive at that time.
No, but they certainly imagined future politicians, and they certainly imagined that future politicians and their supporters should have the right to speak freely. You don't need, that's not what originalism is, that whether they actually knew of the specific example. Like you said, social media is incompatible with originalism. That's not true. Because they didn't know what it was, therefore you have no First Amendment right to speak on social media? Well, that's not what originalism would hold.
Because they didn't know what it was, therefore like they couldn't possibly possess the intention to protect it.
They couldn't have had the specific intention to think, oh yeah, on TikTok, people should be able to express themselves.
And aren't you saying it's the specific intention of undocumented immigrants?
No. You have to extrapolate out their logic.
Okay.
They believe.
I have a question. The framers of the 14th, right? Did they have the specific intention to like protect it for undocumented immigrants?
Yeah. Now my view is no, they did not.
Okay, and that's why you think that like there's a viable argument to be made that it doesn't, correct?
I think that originalism is a hornbook form of constitutional theory, yes.
Okay, so you just affirmed that the reason you don't think the 14th Amendment protects birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil is because the framers of the 14th Amendment didn't possess the specific intention to protect it specifically for them, but then 10 seconds ago you affirmed that the framers of the First Amendment didn't possess the specific intention to protect speech ingressed upon for specifically supporting Donald Trump. Therefore, there's a viable argument. They possess the specific intention to protect the speech of people supporting somebody by the name of Donald Trump. That's flat out wrong.
No, I never said that.
You just affirmed that.
Their intention was to protect the speech of both people alive then and in the future from speaking in support of their preferred political candidate.
Okay, so it's
you're
more
right.
Like
they didn't
vague
know the name
general.
Donald Trump.
So
that's not the point.
So it's a more general intention that would include speech surrounding Donald Trump. The
Well,
same
it would
way
have
I
to
would
be.
say
You
the
can't-
framers of the
obviously, they
14th
didn't know
Amendment
Donald
would
Trump.
possess like the general intention to protect birthright citizenship for any person that's born on American soil and subject to our laws.
You can make that case, and we'll see where the Supreme Court.
Well, it's
comes
actually
out.
not me making that case. I just read you off the clear text of the 14th.
Okay, and let's see how the Supreme Court interprets that, shall we? And if it's a 6-3 decision,
the last two times they interpreted it, what we saw in U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark is that it protected undocumented immigrants. What we saw in Plyer v. Doe is that they reaffirmed the interpretation from Wong Kim Ark and gave 14th Amendment protections to undocumented immigrants again. What I'm going to ask you for is to read the clear text of the 14th Amendment and tell me exactly how you think that the clear text wouldn't apply to undocumented immigrants. Because, by the way, that's what a legal argument would look like here. This whole time you've been talking about the intention of the framers.
No, because
the
I'm not a
intention of the
text-
framers
I'm not a
is
strict
completely
constructionist.
irrelevant to a legal argument to demonstrate that an amendment would or would not apply in any given circumstance. Okay, if you go on Google, if you type in arguments to prove that undocumented immigrants don't have birthright citizenship if they're born on the soil, right, you will only find arguments surrounding. I know this stuff better than you, buddy. You will only find arguments surrounding the notion that it includes the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and the children born to undocumented immigrants born on American soil are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. You will not be able to find a legal argument to draw that conclusion, predicated off what the framers of what the framers of the amendment wanted. You're going to find an interpretation predicated on the actual words of the amendment.
Yes, that's called textualism. That's called strict constructionism, what you're talking about. I can't make a strict constructionist argument that's just based on the plain words themselves. But guess what? You don't support strict constructionism.
Because you can't make an argument, therefore you agree that the plain words themselves and any articulatable interpretation of the plain words themselves do include undocumented immigrants.
But that is not what controls.
Oh, that actually is what controls. Yes. It is the plain words of the Constitution, and it's the interpretation of the plain words of the Constitution, right? In which we draw out what the Constitution means and how it applies.
Okay, so then how did we get Roe versus Wade? What were the plain words that were interpreted?
I'm unaware. I'm unaware.
Right.
I haven't read the 14th Amendment in its entirety.
The answer is textualism, as you describe it, is something that no Democrat on the Supreme Court favors. Now, suddenly and conveniently, you support this idea of strict constructionism, of taking the words literally in the document. Now, all of a sudden, you support that. But I promise, in all these other cases, like in Obergefell and in Roe versus Wade, you would not have taken that position. You would have taken the view of the 5 liberal justices who didn't care about the plain text and who cared about what the actual pragmatic outcome would be. So you can say whatever you want about this textualist.
Wait. So you're saying that from like your perspective on how you think the Constitution should be interpreted, right? That it is like totally possible and even like legally viable to have a court rule that nobody in America has a right to own a gun because of some interpretation of the Second Amendment that does not include the text of the Second Amendment.
Are you familiar with the Heller case? We were 1 vote away from that happening. It was 5-4. 4 justices.
So you actually think that? So you actually think that it could be true in America that there's perfectly legally viable arguments to conclude that nobody has a right to free speech, that nobody has a right to own a gun, that nobody has a right to due process, that nobody has a right to birthright citizenship, including citizens, right? Because we could just ignore because we could just ignore the text of the Constitution and interpret it to mean something completely different. No, I completely reject that. Right? Like assuming like your notion here that we could interpret the Constitution to be something other than a fair interpretation of what the text of the Constitution says, then like you're just saying that it's legally viable to possibly just overturn the Constitution. That's the conclusion of the argument, is that we could just literally ignore it. Right? All of a sudden, according to you, there's perfectly viable legal arguments that not just undocumented immigrants, but everybody in this country, including citizens, do not have a right to birthright citizenship. It doesn't matter that from your perspective, it doesn't matter that the Constitution says if you're a person, you're born in this country, and you're subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That doesn't matter because that's what the Constitution says, and you don't think what the Constitution says matters at all, and we can interpret the Constitution based upon something other than the Constitution. In fact, I think that's the point that I make at this point in time, okay? Because you agree, in the Supreme Court, it all bubbles down to interpretation. Sir, what are they interpreting when they're making their ruling?
You start with the text.
Concession.
But you don't end with the text.
Oh, so you agree you start with it? So go ahead and start with the text of the first section of the 14th Amendment and draft me an argument predicated on starting with the text, how undocumented immigrants and their children born on the soil would not have a right to birthright citizenship.
No, because my argument is not predicated on a textualist view.
But I thought you just said that you start with the text. So
you start with it. You don't have to end with it.
Okay, start with the text. Start with the text and begin your argument. Explaining how
I've read the text.
Okay, I've read the text. Have a right to birthright citizenship. Yeah. Start with the text and give me it.
Okay, so sure, I will concede this. Based on a purely strict construction of that provision, I will concede that, birthright citizenship can be...
So now that you've agreed that you necessarily must start with the text, and you don't have any argument rooted in the text that they don't have this right, therefore your argument is already over, since it's a non-starter.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I'll go ahead and break it down. I'll make it super simple. I just asked you, right, when we're trying to interpret the Constitution, what do? The first thing that came out of your mouth was, we start with the text. So then I was like, okay, begin your argument, start with the text, explain to me how the children of undocumented immigrants born on the soil don't have birthright citizenship, and then you said, Dean, I concede, I actually can't start with the text. Meaning, your argument is a non-starter.
No,
literally.
You gotta let me talk. You start with the text. You look at what the text says. After you've done that, you think, all right, should I just adopt that what that says on its face, or should I look into the intentions of the people who wrote this? That's where we disagree. And so, but I believe in looking at the specific intentions, and I think that the intention certainly was not to give this unalloyed, unabated, free-for-all birthright citizenship to anyone or anyone's child who's come here illegally. I think that this is a sort of anarchy. I mean, that is not what was intended, and I think the Supreme Court's going to hold the very same thing.
But we've already... Point number one, the Supreme Court's disagreed with you twice. Point number two, we've already went over how like the framers of the First Amendment didn't have the strict intention to protect individuals' access to free speech on social media. Point number three, when we actually look at the text, you said we start with the text, right? There's no possible argument that you can make to say that the children born to undocumented immigrants would not have that right. And point number four, right? I think that we could actually learn about the intentions of the framers of the amendment by reading the amendment. Like for instance, if the framers of the 14th Amendment exclusively wanted to limit those of like that would have a right to birthright citizenship, right? Then they wouldn't have said all people born in this country. They'd say all people born to citizens in this country.
They didn't include that language because they didn't have the problem that we're having today. There was no such thing as Mexican drug cartels 130 years ago.
Wait. So first of all, Mexican drug cartels do not equal non-citizens. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Second of all, yes, there was a shit ton of non-citizens in this country having children in the 19th century. Literally, once again, U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark, adjudicated in 1898, was about exactly that, so you're wrong.
Okay, am I allowed to talk or not?
Yeah, I'm just saying that you're wrong.
So then, supposing, for the sake of argument, I was wrong on the constitutional interpretation side, which I'm not conceding, but just suppose I am.
So then give a counter argument. You said, we didn't have like non-citizens having kids on American soil.
Suppose I am.
No. Why would we suppose that if you're not willing to concede it? You said, we didn't have any non-citizens having kids on American soil. It wasn't a problem, right? There were so many non-citizens having kids on American soil that a circumstance of it made it all the way up to SCOTUS, like not even 40 years later.
So suppose you're completely right on the constitutional side.
Suppose you concede.
Can we talk about the policy side of it?
I'm supposing that you're conceding. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, so we can actually address the policy because all we've done so far is just address the procedural arguments.
Just to clarify, do you have any counter argument to the fact that yes, there was non-citizens having children on American soil in the 19th century, right? And yes, there was a legal precedent set forth in that same century, not even 40 years later, by SCOTUS in U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark, that according to the framers of the 14th Amendment, they have birthright citizenship. And by the way, I want it to be known, when SCOTUS ruled that non-citizens have a right to birthright citizenship in this country, the drafters of the 14th Amendment were still alive and still in power.
Okay, that may be, and they would have been powerless to overrule the Supreme Court, you understand.
Can you please show me an objection from anybody that drafted the 14th Amendment to U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark that was still alive at that time? I mean, it was literally only 40 years later.
You can't interpose an objection to a Supreme Court decision. That's the supreme law of the land.
I'm not talking about a legal objection. I'm talking about a social one. Just saying, hey, man, that's not what I meant.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if anyone wrote like an op-ed in a newspaper at the time saying this was not what we meant. I don't know.
Right,
but that's not relevant.
So then you're just saying that, well, you don't know what their intentions were.
I do know what their intentions were. I think it's pretty clear. But again, I don't care, frankly. That's the point. As a matter of policy, I don't think someone who comes here illegally should be able to have a child and then be anchored here as well as their child because their child is now automatically a citizen. I don't think that's a good policy.
Then what you're saying is you just disagree with the 14th Amendment. You're not saying that the 14th Amendment doesn't mean
certainly
this.
I disagree.
That you disagree with what the 14th Amendment means.
No.
Yes.
I disagree with
that is what
the
you're
Supreme
saying.
Court's interpretation.
This is categorically something different. You are shifting the goalpost now and revising your argument away from the 14th Amendment means something other than this to saying, well, I understand this is what the 14th Amendment says, but I just care about my feelings more. No.
I think as a matter of policy, it's clear and unequivocal. On the constitutional question, it's far less clear because the Supreme Court, I will bet you anything, the Supreme Court, in 1 year from now, the rule will be different. The 1898 precedent will be overruled, just like Roe v. Wade was overruled, just like affirmative action was overruled. You wait and see, and then we'll see who's left.
Okay, well then point number one, all that you're saying is SCOTUS can reinterpret things differently. I think that's common sense. We all know that. Point number two, you're saying that the current legal interpretation of the 14th Amendment would be to include giving a right to birthright citizenship to the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil, which entails the conclusion that when Donald Trump signed that executive order into law saying otherwise, he violated that.
That's how Supreme Court cases come up. How do you think Supreme Court cases come up?
Wait, I have a question. What executive order did Donald Trump sign into law to get SCOTUS to consider taking Alex Jones' civil suit? What executive order did Donald Trump sign into law to get the Supreme Court to consider taking gay marriage into consideration? What executive order?
Gay marriage? I'll tell you.
What executive order? Listen to this. What executive order did Biden sign into law that led to the Supreme Court making the Dobbs decision on Roe v. Wade?
I never said every single case that involves constitutional or statutory construction involves an executive order from a president. Most of them involve state statutes. So in the case of Roe v. Wade and in the case, in the case of Roe v. Wade and in the case of was it Dobbs? Yeah, they both involved a state statute, and that was what was being challenged. And the Supreme Court issued a decision in Roe striking down a Texas statute, and then in Dobbs.
Actually, can you give me like the Trump administration's like legal argument here that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil don't have birthright citizenship? What was like their legal argument that's inevitably going to be challenged in schools?
I don't have their brief in front of me, but I would imagine that it was a largely originalist argument that the writers of this never.
I'll tell you what it is, because I do, because I've read it.
Go ahead, please.
Right,
that would be helpful.
It was just saying that undocumented immigrants aren't subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Yeah, and that's a compelling argument too.
Make it.
Okay, so in order to be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, you have personal jurisdiction, you have subject matter jurisdiction. Now, in order to establish personal jurisdiction, yes, there has to be some sort of personal involvement between the government and this person. If this person is not a citizen, they're just here because they crossed a border illegally, there's a serious jurisdictional issue there. So I think it's a fair argument. But what I don't want to do is
words, nice words, man.
What we're doing is now we're turning this into a class.
Listen. By the way, everything that you just said there about what like being subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the eyes of law means is complete total bullshit. By the way, okay. So
what's bullshit? What's bullshit?
Yeah, what you're like a half-assed like description of what being subject to the jurisdiction thereof means in a legal sense. So what I'll tell you. Okay, so once again, I know I've referenced it a handful of times now, but it's just so increasingly important. If you want to know what being subject to the jurisdiction thereof in a legal sense means, you need to go back to your U.S. versus Wonka-Mark in 1898, and then you need to go read Chief Justice Gray's footnotes, right, inside of the decision, okay? Because in the footnotes of the U.S. versus Wonka-Mark decision, he tells you what it means, okay, right? And he says, right, that being subject to the jurisdiction thereof is not more or less exhaustive than being within the jurisdiction thereof. And then he goes on, right, to explicitly say, right, that members of other states, right, immigrants, right, if domiciled in America are within the within the jurisdiction thereof, and therefore subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and that's what led to Wonka-Mark, gaining birthright citizenship. And this is even the interpretation of what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof that SCOTUS pointed towards in 1989 when they gave the Plyer v. Doe decision, once again for the Equal Protections Clause of the 14th Amendment, just treating it identical to being within the subject to the jurisdiction, within the jurisdiction thereof. So it's like, the quote-unquote interpretation that you just gave me of what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof in a legal sense means was just made up by you in the moment of, and then have the case law precedent or surrounding statements from justices, including the justices sitting on SCOTUS, to reputably justify as being the case.
I certainly do not agree with the majority opinion that you refer to, and I tell you,
a year from now, it's a legal opinion.
The opinion you just cited was either the majority opinion in that case or maybe a concurring opinion. That I disagree with. I disagree with the footnote. Okay, so
but guess what? The way that you feel isn't what the law is, right? And remember, when Donald Trump's drafting that executive order saying they don't have this right because they're not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that isn't supposed to be representative of Trump's feelings. Of course it is. It's supposed to be a representation of the law, right?
Yeah, but you mentioned domicile.
So you just agreed.
Let's talk about.
No. 1 second. Because I'm cooking here. So you just agreed that Donald Trump's EO there was supposed to be a representation of the law, but you just conceded that it wasn't a representation of the law insofar as what legally speaking being subject to the jurisdiction thereof means because of Plyer v. Doe and Wonka-Mark.
No, you're allowed to disagree with any Supreme Court opinion and ask that it be overruled. You're not bound by that.
But in disagreeing with the law, you are then just giving your opinion. But you just conceded that an EO is not supposed to be an opinion of the law. It's supposed to be a representation of what the law actually is.
And it is. This jurisdictional argument I can make, but I think
it
it's
isn't. I already gave you.
I think it's too dense for you.
I already gave you an argument to prove that it's not. Right? You just said that it is a representation of what subject to the jurisdiction thereof means legally speaking. So then I asked you what you think it means legally speaking, and then you told me something that it isn't legally speaking. Right? The only precedent that we have set forth to demonstrate what it actually means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof legally speaking even means is from U.S. versus Wonka-Mark and is from Plyer v. Doe. Can you point me towards any case law to demonstrate that your fucking like word mush of what you think being subject to the jurisdiction thereof means legally speaking?
Yeah, I can speak. I can point to the rules of federal procedure, federal civil procedure, which explain personal jurisdiction and how the United States and/or parties have jurisdiction over each other, and how courts have jurisdiction over individual litigants.
No,
and
we're asking
the
what it
way-
means for a person to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof, denoting the state, right? In the sense of the framing of the 14th and Section 1 and Section 4, right? And you
Right.
failed to do that because now you're talking about
What do you
other
mean I failed to do it?
concepts like
I'm doing
personal
it and you're
jurisdiction
interrupting.
or jurisdiction of courts, right? Which are separate,
Well, what kind
decoupled,
of jurisdiction are we
from what it
dealing-
means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof legally.
What kind of jurisdiction? What kind of jurisdiction are we talking about then?
Okay.
If you said not personal jurisdiction.
Okay, so jurisdiction in the sense as defined by Chief Justice Gray just means to be subject to laws and domiciled in the country, living in the country.
Okay, so
Right? But once again, what I want you to give me, right, is once again case law to demonstrate that when we're looking at the 14th Amendment and we're reading subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that it means something other than what I've described legally speaking. And by the way, have you been up here before?
no, I have not.
All right. So yeah, go ahead and give me case law that demonstrates that being subject to the jurisdiction thereof, right, inside of the 14th Amendment means something other than just being within the jurisdiction thereof or domiciled in the country.
So you're asking me to now go through the annals of Supreme Court decisions and find you one that supports my position.
Yes.
Well, again, I can't
you
do
do
that
that?
because the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court ruled in your favor 130 years ago.
Well, not just 130 years ago, also 40 years ago in Playa Vido. Seems like I've been on the right side of history for 130 years now, man.
Are you ready? Are you ready for that to change this term? Do you disagree that this
buddy.
term?
Nice coat, my friend. Look, so all that you're saying here is that maybe you'll be right in the future. That means I'm right now, which means you're wrong right now, which means you conceded.
No, I'm not.
Oh, so you're right now. Well, I mean, I thought you just told me that, well, you're going to be right in the future when ultimately SCOTUS rules in Trump's favor.
The Supreme Court's opinions are what the law of the land is. Okay, I mean, I don't know what's so
then
funny.
you agree the law of the land is that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil have birthright citizenship. So when Donald Trump said otherwise in an executive order, he was infringing on the Constitution and the law of the land.
He was infringing upon it permissibly because you're allowed to challenge it.
Boom! I finally got you to say it. 30
You don't
minutes
understand how
in.
this works.
30 minutes in. Let's go, buddy. I finally got you to admit that Donald Trump has infringed on the Constitution. Let's fucking go.
You don't understand how the constitutional
You got to
system works.
infringe on the Constitution. He must. Now you're just defending him
How do
infringing on
you
the
think
Constitution.
cases arise in the Supreme Court?
Well, I mean, there's
How do you?
through
You know
challenges.
how yeah. How do you think you challenge it? You challenge the prior precedent by doing something against it, such as
no. That's not true. So a challenge arises because somebody does something that they think is legal, right? And then they have a court rule that it's illegal, and then they're like, "No, the court's wrong." So then they get bumped up to an appeals court, and then in some circumstances, it gets bumped all the way up to SCOTUS, and then they make their legal argument in accordance with what the law is and what it says, that what they're doing is right and what the other person accuses them as doing is wrong. And a matter of the fact is, you just conceded, right, that this is not what Trump is doing, since you agreed that that executive order was illegal and it was an infringement on the Constitution.
No, it was unprecedented. It was not illegal.
It was not unprecedented per U.S. versus Juan Camargue and Playa Vido. Quit the cap.
It violated precedent. It departed from precedent, and
so which one is it? Was it unprecedented or did it violate precedent? Because now you're even confusing yourself.
That's what I meant. I meant when I said unprecedented. That's what I meant. It wasn't unconstitutional. It was unprecedented.
Okay, and what was that precedent of?
The precedent holding that you've referred to a million times.
Of the Constitution, right?
Yes.
So you violated the precedent of the Constitution. I would actually
the precedent of the Constitution.
I apologize for mispronouncing the word. So we have now agreed that Donald Trump violated the precedent of the Constitution. Am I wrong for assuming here that the statement Trump violated the precedent of the Constitution is no different than the statement Donald Trump infringed on the Constitution?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. I mean, if you want me to say yes, so you can do your celebration. I mean, I don't think you understand what you're
Answer
saying.
my question. Are those two statements any different at all?
Sure. I'll give it to you because you apparently want my concession there.
Right.
But
40 minutes in, I finally got this guy to fucking concede that Donald Trump violated the Constitution. We finally got there. All right, so then here's where we're at. Because earlier you said because undocumented immigrants committed a misdemeanor, that proves they have no respect for the law of this country. So because Donald Trump infringed on the Constitution, and we just agreed to that, that proves Donald Trump has no respect for the law and order of this country.
Okay, but here's the difference. One of those people was elected by a majority of the American citizens to represent them in the executive branch. The other is just, well, I don't know. You can laugh.
The difference is that one of the people that has no respect for the law of this country is the president. In my mind, it kind of makes it a little bit worse.
He has no respect for the law. He is the president of the United States. He is the law.
Oh, now you're saying that the president's a dictator. Nice.
No, you're the one who've been calling him a king, haven't you?
And seemingly you just agreed. Good to know. I'm not the one supporting him. That makes you the problematic one. See, typically the good response to calling the president a dictator is to say that you should stop.
I never said he was a dictator. What do you think?
You said he's the law.
He is the president of the United States.
You said you said that he's the president is not the law, sir. No.
No. Okay. Yeah, you're right. He's not the technical statute book. You're right.
Not technical, not colloquial. To say the president is the law.
He is the commander in chief.
The president is a dictator.
Okay, well, I disagree. But I think as president, it's kind of spurious to say that he is anti-American or anti-constitution. I mean, he's the president of the United States elected duly 3 times. So
right, in the fact that we've had a duly elected. Wait, you said 3?
As you agreed, yep. We want to talk about 2020? We can talk about that.
Oh, no.
You're afraid. You're afraid. You're afraid.
Why would I be afraid to be on the side of history that has 62 hand-picked courts by Trump that agrees with me and disagrees with you?
Ever heard of an election counting going for 3 days? I haven't. Well, actually, I have. 2020 was the only time it ever happened.
Yeah, because we had more mail-in votes. Because of COVID?
Right. Well, that
dude, do you see how, dude, think about it. Think about it this way. My explanation that the voting for the count of 2020 took longer than usual is because we had more mail-in votes because of COVID. Your explanation that the count of the vote in 2020 took longer than usual is to say that, well, Biden stole it from Trump, and I don't have any evidence.
No.
And I know that I've had 62 hand-picked courts by Trump prove that I have no evidence, including 34 of them that were directly appointed by Trump. And then I know that whenever the citizens of the country have tried to find evidence, they came up empty-handed. Like
you haven't heard my argument. Do you want to hear my argument?
Sure.
Do you want to hear my argument?
Why not? Why not?
Certainly, that was the reason. COVID was the reason why it took 3 days. In my opinion, an election you can't just keep counting and counting and counting until your preferred candidate is in the lead.
And that's what the count on the night of.
I think that there should be a deadline. Absolutely, you can't just count. You can't just count endlessly until finally your guy's ahead. That was
I think that we should count until the vote of every citizen is accounted for. Do you disagree?
Yeah, because some are not submitted on time. Some are not submitted in compliance with the law.
The ones that are submitted on time. We should count every single vote that is submitted on time.
Yes, and that's why the states need to get it together. They can't take 3 days to count the votes.
Wait, and if you want to talk about time to count the votes is different from those votes being submitted on time prior to the counting.
This is what the Supreme Court said in Bush v. Gore. You can't count.
You mean the year where the election took months?
Well, no, the counting took months. I mean, the election was done. It was clear.
Right. Wait. I thought you said that it took 3 days to count in 2020. We've never seen an election take that long to count. But now you're saying the counting took months in 2000. So which one is it?
No, the counting didn't take months. They had stopped the count, and Gore was seeking for the count to continue until he was ahead, and then he was gonna claim victory as soon as the vote swapped. And the Supreme Court said, no, you can't. You can't just keep counting for 3 days.
Let me think a couple.
Do you deny that Trump was leading on election night in 2020, and that Biden had this remarkable comeback.
I don't deny. So I don't deny that he was leading on the night of the election, and I also don't deny that he knew a month ahead of time that he knew he'd be leading on the night of the election because Republicans told people not to vote by mail-ins, and Democrats were like, do whatever you want, whatever's better for your safety. Do you deny that Donald Trump told Steve Bannon even before the night of the election that he wanted to call the count on the night of the election when he was in the lead so he could claim victory? Do you deny that?
I won't deny that because that's how it's supposed to work. I mean, the election doesn't. What day is the election?
What?
It's a Tuesday, right?
Dude, you're literally saying I support Donald Trump's coup. Let's go. No, dude, this is what Trump said before the fucking election. This was a leaked audio clip where Trump was talking to Steve Bannon like 3 days before the election happened. And he was like, I want to call it on the night of when I'm in the lead because the silly little Democrats, like they're mail-in votes. And that audio was leaked before the election of him fucking saying that, of Steve Bannon talking about it. And then here you are being like, yes, perfect. I love it. Let me guess. You love the alternate slates of electors too? You like the fake?
No, I don't. I don't like it. I don't like January 6th. I don't like any of the way he approached it. And I don't think his lawsuits had merit. But what I do think is that it was conducted unfairly. When I think it's perfectly reasonable for a president to say, I want the election to actually occur on the election day, not 3 days later. And then just frankly, endlessly until Biden finally has a lead, and then we'll call the states for him as soon as he finally makes these remarkable comebacks. He's down 800,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
This line of logic just doesn't make sense to me because you're like, you want to stop the vote before all votes are accounted for. All legally casted votes before the deadline of the election.
It is the job of each state to get it together. They can't take 3 days to count votes. If it takes them that long, that's on them.
So you agree, like by the votes, Biden won both popularly and in the Electoral College. You agree?
If we remove all legal restrictions like deadlines and things of that sort, then sure, I'll concede to you that he won. If you remove all of the legal requirements that had been in place at the time of the vote, sure.
Okay, so I don't know like where that last part of your sentence came from. If we remove legal restrictions,
I'll tell you.
No, one moment. But what I will say is that you just conceded by the votes that were legally casted before election day was over, either in person or mailed in. Biden had won. Okay, so in arguing that Trump should have been president, that Trump should have won, that Trump did win, you're basically saying that we should have ignored the voice and the vote of the people. Well, I'm going to ignore your voice. And you can't take an issue with it. Because we're going to go and move on to the next guest. Go ahead and hop in that queue if and only if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Woo! Chat! That was one of the Titan cult members right there. God damn it. That's where you get so far down the rabbit hole. Woo! Yeah, man, we went into the trenches there, dude. Holy cow. Oh my goodness gracious. We were in the fucking trenches there, man. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live. I have a shit ton of you guys to thank for all the love over on the PP and the VENMO. Seriously, guys, thank you so much for all the fucking crazy love. I'm going to go ahead and start off here by thanking two of you. Camp, thank you for the 50 big ones on Super Chat. And Victoria, thank you for the 50 big ones on Super Chat. Let's get 500 Camp W's and 500 Victoria W's. Camp with the 50 says, you perform an invaluable service outing idiots who think themselves as geniuses. Yeah, the last guy was a prime example. I mean, I'll say he came significantly better equipped than most people, but his equipment was faulty. Thank you for the $50, Camp. Show some goddamn love to Camp. I really appreciate you. As well as Victoria with a 50 says, glad I'm in Canada, not the USA. All right, Victoria's boasting. She's boasting over there. I wish I could be you, Victoria. Thank you for the 50 big ones. Again, please show some love to Camp and Victoria. That is so incredibly kind of the both of you. As well as Blake, thank you for the 20 on the VENMO. Blake with the 20 says, we're back. Haven't been on in a few days, but I'm glad to see you on my screen, man. Blake, it's been a while, man. Hope you're good. Thank you for the 20. Let's get 200 Blake W's and 100 Sandra W's, who says, Dean, you're inspirational. Please never stop kicking out the truth. Thank you, Sandra. And as well as another Kate, thank you for the 10. That is incredibly kind of you. Patsy, thank you so much for the 20, who says, keep schooling these uneducated orange man lovers. I support you. I love listening to your debates. Thank you so much, Patsy. Show some love to Patsy for the 20. And show some love to CD for the 10. Thank you so much, CD. And then Faith, thank you for the 35. Holy shit, Faith. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Faith. Faith with the 35 big ones says, listening to you while doing my homework from 3 weeks ago. Lol, you're good motivation. Listen, Faith, lock in. You got it done. I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate you for tuning in. And I really appreciate you for the 35 bucks. As well as Fiona, thank you for the 15. You are awesome, Fiona. Thank you so much. Oh, and then Peter. Oh my God. Actually, let me make sure. Let me make sure that this is not a new one. Let me make sure. Yep, I don't think that is a new one. Peter, thank you so. Oh, actually, no, I already thank you for that. Patty, thank you so much for the 50 bucks over on the VENMO. Thank you so much, Patty. Patty says, thank you for educating the world, including myself, Dean. I am 46 and I've never been into politics and until I started following you. Please keep on doing what you're doing by providing evidence for your claims. Peace and love, Dean. Let's make this world a better place, starting with America. Appreciate you for that love, Patty. That is seriously so kind of you. I appreciate you and everybody else that has been showing such an immense and high level of love today. Thank you for the 50 big ones, Patty. You are awesome. Thank you so much. As well as Teresa. Thank you so much for the 50 over on the VENMO. Again, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Teresa. Show some love to Teresa in that chat. Teresa says, the lack of compassion, empathy, and common sense from people you talk to breaks my heart. Keep fighting the good fight and make the change and tell the truth. Thank you. Dude, all the love to you, Teresa. And yeah, I know it can be a little bit hard listening to some of these guests sometimes. They are like really fucking insufferable. As well as Fiona, thank you for the 15. And then looking over here on PayPal, thank you so much, Bree, for the 10 bucks, saying, hey, heard from a rumor that Donald Trump was going to try to take antidepressants. Interesting. I'll have to look into that, Bree. I haven't heard that one. Thank you for the 10 bucks. I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard that one myself. As well as Cara, that is C-A-R-A. Thank you for the 20 big ones over on PayPal. Cara says, thank you from Australia. Well, all the love to Australia. Appreciate you for being here. And I just read through the rest of your message. Yeah, the global impact of Trump is immense. As well as Adrian, thank you for the 10 over on the PP as well, saying, my girlfriend is the reason why I started to watch you, and Trump's decisions are the reason I'm getting into politics. Thank you for teaching the brain-dead MAGA cultists actual politics. Thank you, Adrian. That is so incredibly kind of you. As well as Terrence, Jose, and Danielle, thank you all for the 5. Sadie with the 10, who says, keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Sadie. Thank you guys. You guys are so awesome. And then as well as Miss Banshee, thank you for the 10 over on Super Chat. Didn't leave a message, only a love. Zodiac, thank you for the 5, as well as I just read your message there. That is so incredibly kind of you. Oh, and this was another one, Peter. Holy fucking shit. I really hope that you're still in here, man. Thank you so much for the second $100 donation over on the Venmo. Thank you, Peter. Dude, just insane. Thank you so much, man. You are so incredibly kind. You are so incredibly generous. You've been hanging out for us, as I already said, for a very long time. Thank you so much for the 100. Peter says, and I think that this was in reference to the last guest, that annoying little shit that was defending Trump intruding upon naked women and girls in their dressing rooms. Peter says, beyond furious hearing the putrid man say, quote unquote, I'm going to trust the man who spent his entire life lying and cheating with over 30,000 documented lies over the women who could prove that he raped her in court. What the fuck? You know what, Peter? That is a damn good point, bro. Thank you for another $100. Like I said this last time, I'm going to say it again. That is way too much money. You are so incredibly generous. I do not deserve that. And just thank you. Thank you so much for the love. And I'm going to try to stay on top of the donations a little bit better, folks. If there's anybody that I missed, which I don't think there was, just know that I'm sorry. And that I really appreciate your love, but I think we got around to anybody. And I'm going to try to stay on top of them a little bit better to make sure that everybody that supports is able to get a shout out and able to have some love shown from myself to you because of all the love that you guys have shown to me today and in the past. Like seriously, I really appreciate you guys so much for your kindness. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Hey, first off, appreciate you having me up here. It's nice to meet you, Dean. I just want to say appreciate the chat. You know, I want to give my thanks to the chat as well for all the donations. I know you asked the last guest or the previous guest before this one if he could thank the chat. And
I was just rage baiting him because he was being an asshole. But are you MAGA?
I'm on the fence. I'm starting to get off the fence of not supporting MAGA. I've been debating you, Parker, and this guy named Joey that's also against MAGA. All you guys do this educational debates, and it's getting me closer and closer to where it's like,
Nice. Well,
I probably shouldn't
Well,
support him.
let's just see this. Like, knowing everything that you do now, everything that you've learned, if you were like teleported back in time to November of last year, would you still vote for Trump?
No, probably not. And
Good to hear, man.
I don't want to get kicked real quick. I know you want to do your debates with Maga.
I am. Listen, I'm really proud of you, bro. I am gonna kick you. I really hope that you don't take that as like a symbol of disrespect, but like more so a token of being fucking based. I'm really proud of you. I think that's awesome, and thank you for tuning in and having your mind changed. Like, you were literally so fucking cool. Fuck yes. As well as Carrie Ann. Thank you for the $3 over on that VENMO. Appreciate you for that love, Carrie Ann. As well as Miss Banshee. Thank you for the 20 big ones over on that super chat. Thank you, Banshee. Let's get 200 Banshee W's. Banshee says, I forgot to send a message. I'm a preschool teacher, tiny 3-year-olds. I need this world to be better for them. Much love, Dean. Listen, man, what we're doing here is we're not only fighting for the world as is, maybe thank you for the galaxy, but we're also fighting for the future generations. 110%. You know, the fact there's women and girls in this country today that have less rights than their grandmother did 50 years ago is fucking appalling. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, Ethan, how old are you?
I do.
And
20.
why?
We've talked before.
Oh, all right, Ethan. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. I guess we're only looking to talk to people that we haven't already spoken before. Just to go over the rules again, if you're in that queue over on the Tickety Talk, make sure that 1, you are an American adult, 2, you're at least 18 years old, and 3, you support Trump as president. Super duper simple theory. A little bit difficult in application. What is going on? Are you MAGA? Hello? Nope, Danielle, I don't know why I always want to pronounce that name like Danielle, is not here. Quite frankly, yo, Ben, thank you for the 25 big ones over on the VENMO. Thank you for the love, Ben. Fuck yeah, dude, appreciate that. While we're trying to get that next Trump supporter up in here, let me go ahead and read Ben's message. Ben says, let's go and load it up here while we're also getting Jin P loaded in. Ben says, a MAGA dude gave me money to buy my backpack off me. Felt right splitting that money between you and Graham Plattner campaign donations. Keep fighting the good fight, brother. Much love. Well, listen, Ben, I appreciate you for the $25, man. You're awesome. Show some love to Ben. Thank you so much, man. What's up? Are you MAGA? Hello? Jin, you got 5 seconds here. And Jin is gone. Goodbye, Jin. Make sure that we're following the rules, everyone. Come on, guys. Make sure that we're following those rules. I don't want to say it too many times. I know that I repeat myself many times throughout the day. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Hey, listen. How has your day been? If you're watching right now, let me know your day's been down below in that comment section. I hope it's been well. While we are still trying to get that next guest loaded up in. All right. Still looking for the MAGA. They're going extinct, chat. They're going away, quite frankly. Yo, Elizabeth. Dude, thank you so much for the 50 over on the PAYPAL. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Let's get 500 Elizabeth W's. Elizabeth says, I appreciate everything that you do. I watch almost daily, fighting for women's rights and government assistance. Government assistance raised me due to my dad having cancer. Much love, Dean. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that your dad had cancer. I hope that he's doing better now. And yeah, man, I get it. I mean, I was raised in part on a lot of government assistance myself and my family. It is vitally important. It keeps people alive, and in my mind, it's the best place that our tax dollars go to, because I value human life. Thank you for the 50. Thank you for the 50, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. What's up? Do you support Trump? Chris? Dude, everybody's just AFK in the queue. Unreal. Unfucking real. Like, literally everyone is AF fucking K in the queue. What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? Moving on to the next guest. Holy. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA? Fucking real. Like, literally everyone is AF fucking K in the queue. What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? Moving on. Guess not. Moving on to the next guest. We got Colden Murphy loading up in. Holy cow. Still looking for the next Trump supporter. Jeez Louise.
How's it going, Dean?
Hey, what's up, man? Are you MAGA?
Indeed, I am.
Cool. Caitlin, thank you for the 10 over on the PIYPL, who says, hey, Dean, thank you so much for advocating for basic human empathy. I can't believe that it's rare nowadays. It's not cool to be ignorant. I agree. Thank you for the 10, Caitlin. Show some love to Caitlin in that chat. Thank you so much. Go ahead and take it away. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
The reason why I support him is because I think he is literally the best president in the world.
Okay. Is this like a troll?
No, it's not Trump.
That little laugh tells me it is.
No, the main reason why I support him is because he's getting tax refunds and all that stuff.
So what makes him the best president ever?
The best president ever is the freaking tax recut, and then he's sending all the immigrants out because the illegal immigrants are not supposed to be in the world.
So what makes him the best president ever is the big beautiful bill?
Yes.
Okay. Well, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the big beautiful bill is reducing the purchasing power of 156 million Americans, making at or under $51,000 per year, taking health insurance away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, as well as the fact that it is the most expensive bill our Congress has ever passed, clocking in at $4.5 trillion worth of debt-related spending over the next 10 years. But he is gone. Okay, super fast debate. Sometimes they're hit with the facts and they can't handle it. So then they run off. Kind of like he did. Wee-hee-hee-hee. What's up? Are you MAGA?
I just wanted to see if you had seen anything about the AI video about him shitting on the No Kings protest.
Yes, I have. Are you MAGA?
No, absolutely not. I wanted to see.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get my thoughts on that. I mean, doesn't surprise me. I don't know. I mean, it's like really bad, right? It's just the president, like obviously like voicing his disdain for like American citizens executing on their First Amendment right. But I feel like a lot of people have been like more shocked at like him posting that video than like him like raping a woman, for instance. But I agree. Like, hey, dude, it's fucking insane. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, wait, pause. I don't even know why I'm in here. I didn't mean to join the queue.
No worries, man. You have a good one. Moving on to Ben. Here we go. Hop in that queue if and only if you are MAGA. All righty. Sarah, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo who says thank you. I appreciate you for that love, Sarah. You are awesome. As well as Jessica, thank you for the 10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Sarah and Jessica down below. Go ahead and load up their messages here while we're looking to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box, guys. Only hop in the queue if and only if you are MAGA. Come on, y'all. Make sure that we're following those rules. We got Leo connecting right now. Let's see. Yeah, Jessica with a 5 says, hey, Dean, I just wanted to say as a mother, thank you for standing up for women's rights. Listen, Jessica, it's fucking common sense. It's goddamn common sense. And I wish it was more common to more people because it needs to be. I appreciate you for the 10, as well as Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the 15 over on the PP as well, saying, oh, also, I just wanted to add on here that I think we need universal health care. My dad and my mom both passed from cancer. It took my stepmom 8 years with a hefty discount from the hospital she worked at to pay it all off. I know I said it before, but thank you so much and all the love again. I'm really sorry to hear that, Elizabeth. I mean, one of the scariest thoughts is like my parents passing away, but to have like both of your parents pass away from cancer is just like something I don't think like I could deal with. You were so much stronger than me, so much stronger than most people. Thank you so much for the message, and I appreciate you for the 15. Once again, really sorry to hear that. Like literally, like just hard to read. All right, we're gonna go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here, guys. Make sure that we're following the rules. Still can't find anyone. Holy cow. Why it's not loaded in? Daniel, what's up? Are you MAGA? Daniel, hi. Are you MAGA? Hello? No, Daniel's not here. Where'd they go? Where'd they all go? Dude, they're gone. The motherfuckers are gone, dude. They're all gone. Hi. Are you MAGA? 5 seconds to speak, Wyatt.
Anxiety pin.
14 and a half. No Trump supporters. They're all gone. Listen, if you're watching, if you're one of the 13.4 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok and you are a Trump supporter with a spine, hop in that queue. We'll have a discussion. Hello. Are you MAGA?
Yes, Dean, I am MAGA.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Cool. Rocky, I appreciate you for the 5 gifted over on YouTube. I didn't even know that you could do that. Appreciate you for the love, Rocky. As well as Amanda. Thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. My thoughts on demolishing part of the White House are pretty terrible. I mean, he promised he wouldn't touch pre-existing structures and building the ballroom, and here he is tearing it all down. I think that the pictures and the videos that have come out about it are a great representation of the Trump administration as a whole. So what year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
March.
Okay. And you said that you're MAGA. How do you feel about your money that you pay in taxes potentially going towards paying Trump $230 million to keep in his bank account?
Oh, dude, I think that's so great, dude. It's fantastic.
Okay, are you trolling?
Nah, man, I'm serious. I think it's great.
Okay, why?
Dude, I love that my money's going towards that.
Okay, why is that?
I agree with it. Man, I'm just so happy, man.
Okay, I think that's trolling. Moving on to the next guest, we got Into the M loading up in the box. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, not connecting. Into the Yims, not connecting. Moving on to the next guest, we got Bray loading up. Hey, Bray, age, please. Got 5 seconds?
Skibbity.
4-year-old. Actually 4. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, what are we doing? Philip, thank you for the 10 on Super Chat, who says the work that you do, Dean, is so important. Thank you for the love, Philip. You were fucking awesome. Just a love to Philip. Thank you, man. What's up? Do you support Trump, Peter?
No, actually, I'm 100% against.
Base, bro. Unfortunately, I am going to remove you. We're kind of like speed running guests right now just because I am looking specifically for Trump supporters and we're just not finding any. What phenomena do you think causes this, you guys? I think what causes this phenomena is just like people like A, like there being a dwindling amount of support for Trump, and B, like those that do support him just want to stay in their echo chambers. What's up? Are you MAGA?
I'm MAGA.
Okay, Eric, how old are you?
I'm 31.
Okay, awesome. As well as Victoria. Thank you for the 20 Canadian big ones on that super chat. Thank you, Victoria, as well as I just read your message there. I'm happy that the streams can help make your day better. Thank you for being here, as always. Huge shout out to Victoria down below. Thank you so much. And yeah, go ahead and take it away, Eric. Why the hell do you support Trump?
I support Trump for many reasons. You know, his business mentality. He just loves America a lot, man, and I feel it more than any other president has done.
Ooh.
I think you know, he's done some great things. You know, you highlight a lot of the things he hasn't done, but I think he's done some good things.
Okay, like what? Let's start there.
The crackdown on cartels.
I mean, like, what has he really done to crack down on cartels? He's just labeled them as terrorists, right? But he also labeled citizens that are anti-fascist as terrorists too. So I don't really know if that label means too much anymore.
Like who?
Like I just told you, people that are anti-fascist, Antifa.
He labeled them as how?
Domestic terrorists, like the cartels. Meaning, I think that label kind of lost all its meaning.
Well, yeah, because some of them burn flags and stuff. I mean, I've been to Antifa
so you think
rallies.
So you think that exercising your constitutional rights makes you a terrorist?
If it's in a violent way, yes. It's aggressive. You know, us Republicans, we're calm. We're level-headed.
Wait. So, exercising your constitutional right to burn a piece of fabric makes you a terrorist. Perving on the naked
It's not
bodies of
just
kids.
Dean. Come on, man. It's
One
not
moment.
just a piece of fabric, bro.
One moment.
It's
So exercising your constitutional right to burn a piece of fabric makes you a terrorist. But perving on the naked bodies of kids and admitting to it, being held civilly liable for rape, committing 34 felonies, saying that your daughter's hot, saying you'd be dating her if she wasn't your daughter, being best buddies with Jeffrey Epstein, sending him letters depicting the outline of a naked woman in the statement, may every new day be a new wonderful secret, makes you president. I think that you have your interests a little aligned here.
Well, I'm just going based off,
or even better. So,
I mean,
do you think that Antifa would be even worse if like they?
Better?
Do you think that like Antifa would be even worse if they declared war on America?
I mean, they are claiming war on America.
And do you think that's what makes them a terrorist?
No. I mean, no.
Wait. Declaring war on America, that doesn't make you a terrorist?
Yeah, no, it does. It does. I'm
Really?
saying I don't think I don't think they're Antifa's necessarily
I have a question.
war on people.
Would you ever support a terrorist as president?
No.
Okay, so declaring war on America makes you a terrorist, and you would never support a terrorist as president. Let's go to listen to this clip of Trump.
And I think we're getting great marks for it. People feel safe. Washington, D.C. is just the beginning. We brought the numbers down in Chicago a little bit by having the FBI in there for the last 5 months. We brought the numbers down in Memphis a little bit, but now we're going for the big one. Now we're going to go for the big one. But we set ourselves up very well in Chicago, Memphis, New Orleans a little bit, going in early just to see what was happening. We study it. We're studying the site. It's sort of like war. I mean, I hate to tell you, it's like war. Some of these people are really bad.
So there's one of his statements where he's saying that what he is doing with deploying the National Guard, right, in American cities is war, not to mention that when he was giving a press conference to his top generals at the Pentagon, he said it was a war from within. And then he also told Pete Hegseth that he should use some of these cities as training grounds for a military. So you said that declaring war in America makes you a terrorist. Donald Trump said the real enemy is the enemy from within. This is like a war. In fact, it is a war from within, and that we should use American cities as training grounds for the military, which means, according to you, Donald Trump is a terrorist.
No, I didn't say Donald Trump's a terrorist. Come on now.
Yes, you just said the things that Donald Trump has said would make him a terrorist because he declared war in American cities and said that we should use our military to go into these cities.
Oh,
and
okay.
use these
I
cities
see
as
what you're
training
doing. You're
grounds.
just twisting my words. You're just twisting my words. That's all you're doing. I get it.
So I'm not twisting your words. You said if somebody declares war in America, then they're a terrorist, right? Donald Trump said that this is a war from within. He declared war in American cities.
No, he's declaring that people from within our country are declaring war on America, not him. He's just trying to fight back.
Yes, he said that this is a war from within. That's what he said. That is a quote from his speech to his top generals at the Pentagon. Okay? And like matter of fact, everybody in that chat is spamming second video. It's fucking stupid. It says POV of Kamala Harris became president and then everything's on fire. Okay, matter of fact, this is what many of the streets in some of our cities look like in America right now, with like ICE and the National Guard shooting like guns with like pellets in them and hitting like priests in the heads, arresting goddamn dancing frogs, or like taking naked children, forcing them out of their houses and throwing them into the backs of U-Haul vans.
Well, what's crazy is it was when Biden was president when I recorded that. So,
I mean, what are you even?
And that's really how it felt. I mean, I know I recorded it. I was there. I recorded the fire. That's it didn't feel so much different. With our politics.
So there's some like some random fire. Biden was president, therefore it's Biden's fault.
No, I'm saying it was just a figure of speech. This is how our country feels. It felt that way with Biden. I felt a lot better since Trump has came into office. He was good in his first term. He's not doing as good this second term, but it hasn't even been a year since he's been president. No one's even right now he inherited what Biden did in his presidency. That's all that happened. That's what people don't talk about.
Do you think that he's made it better?
He's fixing it. He hasn't made it better or worse, Dean.
Oh, no, actually, every single macroeconomic variable in this country, including but not limited to business investment, GDP growth, unemployment, inflation, long-term unemployment, quarterly profits of S&P 500 companies, et cetera, so on and so forth, have all gotten worse in the last year. Okay, matter of fact,
well, yeah, because
there's not one numerical way that you could point towards that clearly describes how Donald Trump has made this country better. So why?
Well, there's less employment because a lot of immigrants have been deported. And a lot of them took up a lot of the jobs. Well, that's the whole purpose of deporting them, because how are we supposed to, move forward and have good lives without having easy access to job? I've been unemployed forever now.
How do you think unemployment is calculated?
Well, why is it so hard for me to get a job then?
Answer my question. How do you think unemployment is calculated?
I assume through many means of statistic. People, I don't know.
No. So the unemployment rate is calculated by taking the total amount of people that are able to work and then dividing it by the total amount of people that are working. So you said that the unemployment rate has gone up because we've been deporting undocumented immigrants. Obviously, when you deport them, you remove them from the market, meaning they're no longer able to work in the market, meaning they're actually not included within the unemployment statistic.
What? Okay, but what about the job they held?
Is then opened up, apparently, according to Trump supporters, right? Which means we should actually expect a lower level of unemployment in the last 9 months, but we haven't, which means maybe that theory is wrong and maybe mass deportation is economically destructive to this country.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think it's kind of weird that I had a good job, and it's not weird. It's just common sense. We had a businessman, a billionaire in the office. I had a job. I had money. Biden came in the office. I've been broke and haven't had a job since. Okay. And it can't be politics because I haven't changed.
Well, dude,
or it can't be me because I haven't changed. It's politics. It's policy.
So what did
it's
Biden
the president.
do to make
I know I'm not as educated as other people that come on here, but maybe we'll do a round two some other time.
Did you just say that you've been unemployed for like the last 4 years? Well, 5 actually.
Yes.
And how is that Biden's fault?
Okay, so I was self-employed. Okay.
How's that Biden's fault?
Yeah.
There wasn't a yes or no question.
Yeah, it was Biden's fault. I had to pay way more.
How was it Biden's fault?
Okay, it's been 5 years, so I don't remember that well.
Okay, and then you just said I had to pay way more. Were you gonna say that you had to pay like way more in taxes under Biden?
I know more came out of my 1099 under Biden.
Would you say that Biden's tax code was like terrible?
I could care less for Biden. We're talking about Trump here.
You're the one that brought up Biden like 5 times in the last 10 minutes.
Okay, Dean, I know you're trying to make me look dumb. Look, I'm highly intelligent. I'm just nervous. I feel like I'm like
We're good.
I am on the stage right now. There's 12,000 people. So if I take a little bit to respond or think, just
You're good, bro. You're good. You're fuego. You're solid, dude. Yo, real quick.
I'm fuego.
Take your time to think while I thank somebody. Randy, thank you so much for the 100 over on Super Chat. Randy, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much. I want to see 1,000 Randy W's down below in those live chats. That is RANDI. Randy, it is so good to see you again. Thank you so much for the 100 fucking dude. That is insane. That is so insane. That is so generous. Thank you, Randy. Thank you so much. Show some love to Randy, as well as Julene. That is Juleen. Thank you for the 20 who says, Julene here. Thanks again. I struggle at times with some of the guests, but having you standing up for you and all of us survivors gives me so much strength. Thank you, Dean. Julene, you've also been watching for a very long time. I see your name very often hanging out with us in the stream. Just know that I really appreciate you for being here, and just know that I really think it's awesome that you enjoy what we do here. As well as Emily, thank you so much for the 10 over on the Venmo. Emily, I am going to keep your message to myself, just so like I'm not like triggering anybody in the audience. But
I could handle it. I know it was about me.
No, it's not about you. Just Emily, I'm really sorry to hear that. That's terrible. But I love you too. Thank you so much for the 10. As well as Sarah, thank you for the 10 over on Venmo 14 minutes ago saying thank you. I appreciate you for that love, Sarah. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. As well as Jessica, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. As well as I just read your message there. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then Lindsay with a 5 saying, Dean, I'm a special needs teacher in Texas. We just got notified yesterday that 10 Commandments posters are going to start going up in all the classrooms. Oh, God, they're following Oklahoma. Next thing you know, they're going to be ranked 49th in education, right in front of Oklahoma, who's, of course, 50th. As well as Jennifer, thank you for the 10 as well over on PayPal, saying, really enjoy your content. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Thank you. As well as Elizabeth, thank you for the 5. And then Marcha, that is Marcha. Thank you so much for the 20. Thank you so much, Marcha. Marcha says, you are awesome. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you so much. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the $20 as well as the incredibly kind message. And then Danielle with the 25 who says, sending you all the love for what you do and all that you are. Danielle, good to see you again. You are also one of the many people who hang out with us on like a damn near day-by-day basis. It's good to see you. Thank you for the 25. That is so incredibly kind of you. Show some love to
Okay,
Marcia,
I remember, Dean.
Danielle, Elizabeth, Jessica, so on and so forth. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead.
Okay, I remember why I was better off with Trump in his first term and worse off with Biden because I was what's it called? Okay, I forgot. But anyways, his tariffs are good. His tariffs have helped. Okay, his tariffs has helped.
Listen,
I gave up on the business I used to do. I'm thinking about going back in because tariffs have made it lucrative again.
Eric, I appreciate you for coming up, man. I'm going to move on to that next guest. You take care, bro. You take care. We're going to go to get that next guest, Kenny, loaded up into the box. Everyone just give us a minute. Just give us a minute, guys. All right. Jared, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I just read your message. Really sorry to hear that, man. But thank you for the 5. I appreciate that, Jared. Hey, what's up, man? Are you MAGA?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you MAGA?
Oh, yeah. So I support Trump.
Okay. All right, let's talk about it.
I'll tell you the reason why I support Trump. I'm a working guy, and I do road construction.
Roads.
And yeah, so under Trump, he's about drilling and stuff like that, and so when they're drilling, the oil prices are going to be lower because there's a quality amount of oil that's being produced. When they're not drilling, the the oil prices go up. So, I mean,
not
as far as
necessarily,
like,
but whatever. Like, go ahead and continue.
well, I mean, it's just like like if they're not drilling, then they're tapping into the reserves, right?
It
So
just
anytime you're
it gets a little bit more complicated than that, but for the intents and purposes of the conversation, I'll accept it. Go ahead and continue.
so anytime you're tapping into reserves or anything like that, of course the prices are going to go up. Um, but what I really wanted to ask you about, I've been listening to what you're saying, and you were talking about the mass deportation and stuff like that. But under my understanding that when like Obama when he was president, they deported a lot more people than Trump's administration has. So I'm kind of confused why nobody talks about that.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I will criticize anybody that deports an undocumented immigrant that doesn't have prior violent offenses, outstanding criminal warrants, so on and so forth, including a Democrat like Obama. But second of all, Obama focused specifically on the removal of undocumented immigrants with those prior violent offenses. This wasn't just something that he said, but it's also something that he acted on, right, by creating like the Dreamers and DACA program to actively give undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency, or citizenship if they're into this country at a young age, or to give undocumented immigrants a work permit so they could go work, economically contribute, and hold a job to provide for them and their family. And Obama didn't deport people without due process like Trump. Obama wasn't illegally deporting undocumented immigrants to centers for terrorists and torture in El Salvador. And Obama wasn't lying about undocumented immigrants to scare all Democrats into hating them by saying that they've escaped mental asylums and prisons and that they're here to grape your wife, kidnap your children, and eat your pets and dogs.
Okay, so but I mean, do you honestly think that they were making sure, okay, like these are all criminals? Because I mean, like what I see, like matter of fact, in my hometown, like ICE is here now, and I mean, it's kind of like you getting pulled over by a police officer. Like you're really at the discretion of like the officer. Same thing with like an ICE agent. You think that they're really like paying attention. Oh, like they're deporting. We're gonna make sure this guy has criminal records before we deport him. Like no, because they get money
Well, listen,
anytime they
like I
document.
said,
Anytime
like
they
I said,
document anybody.
I want to make this so fucking clear, right? So we could like just stop talking about Obama, who was president like how many years ago, and like focus on why you support Trump today. I do not support the removal of anybody, right, that does not have a prior violent offense or outstanding like warrants in other countries or pretty insane like non-violent criminal offenses. Okay. Right? Like, if Obama deported anybody of the likes, then I disagree with that thing that Obama did. 110%. I support mass amnesty, right? I support offering undocumented immigrants without these prior violent offenses a pathway to residency or citizenship. And I think that my position is even a little bit further left-leaning than the Democratic Party. But exactly that, the Democratic Party is closer in proxy to my goal than MAGA today.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, I mean.
So I'm asking you here why you support Trump.
Because okay, I'll just tell you, I am a worker. So I mean, as far as like how his views are and how he goes about things, like if you're a working man, like let's just say this, like if you're an oil field worker, you're gonna vote for Trump, because that provides you a job,
Dude,
like they're
I have
gonna
a
be
question.
drilling.
Under what administration do you think we drilled the most oil we ever have as a country?
Under what administration?
Under what administration do you think we have drilled the most oil we have ever as a country?
Okay, let me ask you this.
No, I asked a question. I would appreciate a response, Kenny.
I know, but okay, but let me just ask you this. I'm not trying to deflect your question.
I'll happily allow
I'm
you to
just
ask me anything after you answer my question.
Under what administration?
Yes.
To answer that, I would have to know, like, okay, do you believe in the switching of the parties?
Dude, what the fuck does the party switch have to do with under what administration did we drill the most oil we ever have as a country?
I don't know exactly what you're asking. Like you asking like is this like okay like under like a Democrats Democrats being the president or Republicans being the president?
I'll just answer the question myself. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the United States of America drilled the most oil we have ever as a country, okay? Beating out the Trump administration, beating out the Obama administration, the Bush, the Clinton, the Nixon administration. We like seriously, if you were concerned about oil drilling, well then Biden and Kamala Harris would have been your goddamn champions because nobody has ever done it better than them. But I have Parker up here. I'm just going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in like 45 seconds. Parker, I really appreciate you for joining, for covering me while I use the restroom. Thank you so much.
Of course, I'm guessing as you're talking about energy production, Trump has also stifled and gotten reduced energy production in the context of renewable energy production, which we put a huge investments into through the renewable energy with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is an incredibly good policy, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. And that serves as a substitute for fossil fuel usage, which would bring down energy prices. And if it is the case that he's cut this, that would put upward pressure on energy prices.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. If you could find a substance that could replace, cut down the oil use and stuff like that, yeah, then prices would, like gas prices, for instance, would, they wouldn't have to be so high. They would go down because they're not using that. But I mean, there's so much stuff that we use day-to-day basis that oil is used to create.
Sure, of course, but again, that level of production existed under the Biden-Harris administration. Plus, they also invested in renewable energy production, which would be better than just doing fossil fuels, if that makes sense.
Okay, let me ask you about this. What about the bill that Biden had passed about? I'd read it. I can't quite remember the name of it, but it was something had to do with they stopped getting metal from Mexico.
I don't know what one you're referencing. I don't know one where you're talking about where you're saying we didn't get metal from Mexico anymore.
Yeah, there was a bill that was passed. I was reading it online. I can't quite remember.
I want to talk about energy production too. Trump also signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production. Right, that's another thing that Trump did under his administration, like in his first term, which put upward pressure on energy prices as well.
Okay.
So I'm like, why do you think that Trump's better for energy in the country?
I'm not saying that Trump is better for energy necessarily. I mean, I've never heard of him doing anything like as far as like, okay, let's build more windmills or like anything like that. I mean, you're talking about energy, and I was more talking about like oil prices.
Your argument was that you think he's better for oil production.
Yeah, like what would be the relevance of oil production? Is it for energy prices, or what's the basis for that?
I mean, fuel. Okay, well, I mean, technically, yeah, fuel would be an energy cost, yeah. So I mean, yeah, I think, I mean, just from like, so I have buddies that are in the oil field. I no longer work in the oil field, and I just noticed that there was more jobs out there when Trump was president than what Biden was, and that's just what I'm seeing.
You're actually right. You're actually right. But that had nothing to do with Trump or nothing to do with Biden. That's had a lot to do with actually like fracking, for instance, and other forms of oil production that require less labor. We've had a decreasing level of available jobs inside of the oil market in this country since the 80s because the means of its production have become more efficient. But that has nothing to do with Trump. That has nothing to do with Biden. And if you care about jobs, if you care about oil, Biden was better for jobs and Biden was better for oil, leaving you with absolutely no reason to support Mr. 34 count felon today.
Okay, so let me say this. All right, so as far as like jobs wise, right? You have like all these corporations.
1 second, Kenny.
Don't get me wrong.
I was just gonna say I'll be on later. I appreciate you, Dean, man.
Thanks for covering me, man.
Of course, of course.
Also, real quick, one second, man. Scott, thank you so much for the 20 on Super Chat. Scott says, keep up the wonderful work. Keep doing what you're doing, buddy. Thank you, man. Huge shout out to Scott down below. I just saw that. I wanted to thank you real quick. Thank you so much. As well as Jocelyn, I just saw your message as well. Thank you so much for your kindness. You are awesome, Jocelyn. And Kelly, thank you so much for the $10 over on the Venmo, who says, when is MAGA going to realize that 95% of us are working class? Love you, Dean. I appreciate you for that love, Kelly. All the same love to you. Yeah, the working class is being fucked over by Trump. As well as Morgan, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. And Peyton, I appreciate you for the 20 over on the PAYPAL, who says, I finally got my brother to stop supporting Trump after I started watching your lives and learning. Love you, Dean, and thank you. Bro, Peyton, you've been hanging out with us for like the last couple of weeks, and you've already been able to come in here, learn enough to turn around and convince your brother to stop being MAGA. I'm really fucking proud of you, dude. Let's show some extra special love to Peyton down below in the chat. 200 W's? No, like fucking 2,000. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for the kind words, and good fucking job. I'm goddamn, I'm proud of you. Okay? All right, so here's where we stand today. Kenny, can you identify any reason why Donald Trump is a good president?
Can I identify one good reason?
Yes.
Well, I would say, you know what I like about him, honestly? I mean, is that he has, guts. He has guts.
The guts to lie is straight to the face of all Americans, to rape women and perv on girls. That's not a good thing.
Oh, well, okay. Let me ask you this. All right. Did you like Bill Clinton?
I'm not a fan of Bill Clinton at all.
That's what you do
Okay.
too. You don't even respond.
Did you like Martin Luther King?
Martin Luther King Jr.? Yeah, he was a civil rights icon. Of course, I liked MLK Jr.
Okay, so do you not believe in the documents that got released about him?
Which ones? What do they say?
So they had taps on him. He was cheating on his wife. Have you read this stuff? I mean, I'm just asking.
Wow. So MLK Jr. bad because he cheated on his wife, possibly. Donald Trump good, regardless of the fact that he's cheated on 3 wives, but also raped a woman.
Well, I'm not saying like, okay, yeah, like Martin Luther King is such a just a bad guy. I'm not saying that. I mean, I respect the man because of what it takes a lot for what he did and what he stood up for. Like, but I'm just saying like the same thing. Like you have all these people that are what do you call it?
Have you heard me mention the fact that wait? Have you heard me mention the fact that you shouldn't support Trump because he's cheated on like 3 of his wives? Like I think that's one of like the many like downsides of his character, right? And like a very like viable argument. I mean, that's literally what got Bill Clinton impeached, right? But like when I'm talking about why you shouldn't support Trump, the first place my mind goes isn't like him cheating. It's him like sexually abusing. It's him raping. It's him right. It's him doing significantly right like worse things. Right? And then like somehow now we're talking about MLK Jr. potentially cheated on his wife. Like, come on, dude. What the fuck are you doing? By the way, if MLK Jr. was alive today, you know what he would be doing? He would be leading the goddamn charge against Donald Trump as president. So I don't think you should have his name in your mouth considering your current political affiliation.
No, I listen. What I'm saying is that I don't know. I wasn't there exactly. It's like same thing with MLK. I wasn't there. I didn't see the stuff happen and stuff. It's just on, it's documentation of it. Just
so
like
you weren't there, therefore you don't care. Hey, were you there when Hitler genocided 12 million people?
No, I wasn't there.
Therefore you don't care?
Do I? I mean, it didn't affect me. No, like in remembrance, you were...
All right, we're going to move on to the next guys. Go and hop in that queue of and only if you are a Trump supporter. We will happily get you loaded up into the live. Victoria, I appreciate you so much for another 20 over on that super chat. Thank you, Victoria. Victoria with the 20 says, just wanted to say my grandpa doesn't support Trump and he's like 70-ish, even though he's conservative. Dean, please use this money for Momo treats. I'll have to buy Momo some treats with that. Dude, there's a lot of Republicans. There's a lot of conservatives that do not support Trump, okay? And you know what Trump thinks of them? He calls them rhinos. He calls them the worst thing ever. And he fucking hates them. And they fucking hate him too. Yeah. Like MAGA is not identical to Republican. What's up? Are you MAGA? Hello. All right. We're going to go to kick them and move on to the next guest, guys. Please only join in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Abby, thank you for the 5. Abby says, you're amazing, Dean. I've been struggling a lot with my mental health and watching your lives helps a lot. Dude, I'm not going to lie. For some people, including myself at points, these lives absolutely help. It's a great outlet. It's a great distraction. I'm happy to hear that. And I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling with your mental health, but thank you for the 5. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Aaron, thank you for the 5. And Morgan, thank you for the 5. Thank you guys so much for your kindness. As well as Tara, thank you for the $10 over on the PAYPAL, who says, my mom called me a communist for protesting. Yes, exercising your First Amendment right makes you a communist, Tara. Never forget. Thank you for the 10. Owen, thank you so much for the 5 as well. Thank you so much, Owen. Show some love to Owen, Tara, and all the individuals showing some love. What is going on? I know you're MAGA because we've already debated.
So I was grifting. Can I have 20 seconds to ask for about 5 to 10 minutes of your time to ask something very specific?
Wait, you were grifting when you came up and you had that conversation? You weren't actually a Trump supporter?
No, and I'm sorry, but there is a specific...
Boo, no, get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. All right, we're going to go to get our next guest, Tay, loaded up into the box. Here we go, guys. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
I lean towards MAGA more than the Biden administration.
Okay, so knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, who do you vote for?
Neither. But
all right. So I actually just read a really intelligent and true message in my YouTube chat. So you remember that last guest that came up here talking about how MLK Jr. had his phones tapped, and apparently they found out that he was cheating on his wife or something. Somebody in the YouTube chat just said MLK phone tap should be the end of the conversation. That's actually a really good point. Why was our government phone tapping MLK? Huh. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am.
Age, please?
I'm 19 years old.
What year were you born in?
2005.
What month?
October.
What day?
20th.
You'd be 20 years old. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Drake connecting. Here we go. All right, folks. By the way, if you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you like the stream, you like the debates, you can find my VENMO and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over there. You can even attach a message and I could give you a shout out on live. What's up? Are you MAGA? I think I could say Venmo and PayPal. I'm going to test that theory. What's up, Drake? Are you MAGA?
Hey.
Hey, what's up, Drake?
Nothing much, dude. I was just trying to come on here and explain why I support Trump.
Okay, well, let's have that conversation. Real quick, I have to reprimand somebody. Banana, you're breaking my rules. You're breaking Parker's rules. You already know that both me and Parker only talk to one individual one time.
I know, you fruit cups won't debate me.
Well, I mean, you say that you're a part of the party of Law and Order, but yet you just endorse such lawlessness.
2v1 bodied you. You don't know how to push your button right, dude. You'll figure you can't please a woman how to know how to hit the button right.
If you're gonna let me finish my sentence here. So if you're or co-sign yourself to the party of Law and Order, then why do you endorse such lawlessness?
I can mute. You can go then.
You're interrupting me. What are you doing?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, awesome. So if you're such a big part of the party of Law and Order, then why do you endorse such lawlessness and rule breaking when you attempt to join my live and Parker's live, even though one of the rules of the live is that we typically will only talk to one guest one time, and both me and Parker have had multiple conversations with you over the course of the last year and a half.
No, you haven't. You kicked me every time but once when I 2v1 bodied both of you at the same time.
I'm just going to ignore the comments about you saying that you won. That's something all Trump supporters say after.
And I can't request your live and get access to it. You pushed the button wrong.
I would appreciate you if you could respond to the first part of the question that I'd asked you.
Okay. I respond with, can I access your live without permission? Can I be a guest on my own admission?
Can you be a guest on your own admission? Or do you have to be let up? Yeah, I have to let you up.
Okay, so I didn't break any rules. You broke your own rules, dipshit.
No, the rule that you
That's
broke
L
is
number
that
one.
I only ask individuals to request if like they haven't already been up before. So that's a rule that you broke.
Oh, I saw how do you still support? So still means you continue.
Right.
It didn't say anything about like one time.
So still means that you still support Donald Trump today after the last 8 months.
Correct, yeah, and I still do. There's
Okay.
no disclaimer that
Well,
says
there's like
only one time.
So I know I don't have the rules on the screen right now, but I know that you know the rules because I watched you have the same conversation with Parker like a week ago.
A week ago, that was like 3 weeks, dude.
Well, yeah, I guess
And he did
temporally
have in his
speaking, we're a little bit out of
background.
the loop.
Hey, why are you lying about Donald Trump on verdict form question number 1 about grape?
Okay. Well, I thought I told you.
Why are you lying
I
about
only talked to-
EIA.gov, but Joe Biden exporting our oil to OPEC governed countries and importing from Canada at double the price the cost per barrel?
All right, you know what? You've done it. Let's just go ahead and hop into those 2 points. I'm going to kick you and move on to the next point, onto the next guest, right? Because I only talked to one person.
You already said you're gonna kick me. Was that like a Freudian slip?
Yes. No, I did say that I'm going to kick you, but I'm going to answer to those 2 things just because I want to dunk on you real quick. So first and foremost, you said that I lied about the outcome of the. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm stuttering so bad today. That I'm lying about the outcome. Of the
Got your ass on tilt, boy.
No, I just literally have a stutter. it's more apparent when I'm tired, and today I'm pretty tired.
It's not an anxiety pen.
Oh yeah, that is an anxiety pen. No, I just like actually have a speech impediment. I did a speech therapy for it when I was younger, and it's pretty good today. But still sometimes it's really apparent. But anyways, to attempt to respond to what you said without interruption this time. So you said, why am I lying about the outcome of the civil proceedings? You're saying it's because I called Donald Trump a rapist. I say that the court determined that he raped E.G. Carroll, even though on the verdict sheet, if you read it, right, the jury specifically selected no on question 1 that said no, he didn't rape Miss Carroll, but did select yes on the question 2 where he did sexually abuse Miss Carroll. So the reason why I say that what he did to her is grape is not only because the judge said it was, but it's also because the action that the jury ruled on is something that we colloquially understand as grape and is something that 35 states also do. I mean, the specific action that they determined that he did was forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers without consent. All right? If that's not included under your definition of grape, well, then I just simply ask you how you define grape.
Well, the same way that the judiciary system did when they put question 1, did Donald Trump
Which
grape
would be what?
Eugene Carroll? And
So
they
which
put
would be what?
No.
So what's your definition of grape?
It's literally what the court said. Why are you saying something different?
Okay.
They marked it as no. Why are you lying?
Okay, so what's the definition? You're just saying it's the same definition of the court.
It
So
said
what is
that
it?
he essayed Eugene Carroll.
Well,
It
you're
doesn't
not-
include
so-
grape because
so you're not
that
answering my
question wouldn't be there, dude.
So you're not answering my question.
I know
I'll ask it
because
again. How do you
it's
define
a
grape?
non-colloquial.
So how do you define grape? I don't
How do I
understand why
define
this
it?
is a hard question. Yeah.
It's different states define it differently, apparently.
Well, then I ask you how a state legally defines it. I ask you how you define it.
How do I define it?
Yes, that's the goddamn question.
Shit.
How many times do I need to ask?
I don't know. I'm not a Democrat. I haven't thought about graping people. So
Okay, so you don't know
really
how
need a
grape is
definition.
defined?
I know legally how it was defined in Manhattan lower court or
Okay,
whatever the hell it
but
was.
see, the thing is
District
I'm
court.
not asking you how the state of New York defined grape during the time of the civil suit. I'm asking you how you define grape. Like, what do you mean when you say grape? What does that word mean?
Why are you pivoting, dude?
I'm not pivoting. I'm
On the
asking you a
verdict
question
form.
that will
Question
follow
number 1,
from
yes
the argument
or-
that I gave you. It's not a pivot to ask you to clarify on something. In fact,
There's no
I'm
need
so
to follow,
sick and
dude.
tired of like the blatant anti-intellectualism and intellectual laziness.
Illiteracy is big on your side. I know.
Stupidity
Reading is hard.
is big in your brain because you can't tell me what your definition of grape is.
Oh, I don't need to because we were arguing based off the assumption. Actually, the definition is based off the lower court. I know you failed. You failed, Junior.
Okay. No, the only person that's failed here is you because I'm asking you a question that you can't answer. Literally 5 seconds into the debate and you've already lost.
I don't need to answer it. My definition, it doesn't matter because I'm not in the jury.
Okay.
I'm
well,
not a judge.
So, I mean, I intend to demonstrate to you how your definition matters, but I won't be able to do so until you answer.
Well, you can't define yes or no on verdict question form number 1. So what the fuck does your interpretation have to do with how I define a word?
Yeah, that sentence
You can't
made
even
no
accurately
sense.
define that.
So are you going to be able to answer the question?
I
so
know,
I can
you got a
further construct
potato
an
brain.
argument?
No, you don't need to construct an argument. It's all subjective.
Okay,
I'm
so
not a court.
So if I don't need to construct an argument, then that means that you don't have a position to begin with, right? Because you're telling me that I don't need to construct a counter argument to your position, right? But like all positions could
You didn't
require
sup-
counter arguments, meaning that you don't even have a position to start
You
with.
didn't
So, like, quite frankly, I'll just go ahead and catch you up to where we are. You came on the live. You're like, Dean, you are a liar because you called Trump a rapist. But if you look at the verdict form from the jury inside of a civil court, the jury said, no, he didn't rape Eugene Carroll. But they did select that, he did essay her. And then my
Okay, so we
response
can leave
to
it at that. We don't have to move on. We can leave it at that.
Oh,
You
no
just
more.
answer the question in front of the chat honestly for once.
So no nuance?
The jury said he didn't rape Eugene Carroll.
So no nuance.
No.
What?
No,
So
no white privilege there, blonde hair, blue-eyed Nazi.
So why do you hate nuance so much? Maybe that's a similarity between you and many other Trump supporters and Trump
Because
himself,
nuance
someone
doesn't
mentioned it.
enforce law, dipshit.
So nuance doesn't enforce law. So what nuance does is it proves you wrong, right? Because when you ask me why I still
Question
call him
number
a
one.
rapist, I understand you're being impatient. Put the binky in your mouth, sir.
I understand you're a grape supporter.
The only grape supporter here is you. I mean, you're actively defending a rapist. What like a,
No, you're
a, what,
defining
like
it
a
for your own
silly,
white
like
privilege.
ironic statement to make. Now,
For your drink, ladies, he interprets grape.
well, I mean, cover your drinks when you're around this guy because he doesn't even know what grape is.
No, I followed the verdict form. You followed your own feelings.
Okay, so
that's
you
kind of
think-
dangerous, dude.
So you think grape is whatever the law says it is?
Isn't that what it is?
No, actually not. So I'll ask you a question to prove it. I would
Oh,
not
we as
say,
a civil society
hey,
can condemn somebody without a court
Hey, sir.
or legal definition.
I have
in
a
Black's
question.
law.
Sir, am I speaking?
Ooh, that's a fucking schnauzy attitude right there.
The only schnauzy
Ooh.
attitude here is you, because if we accept your position that the law
Ooh, the
tells
br-
us, sorry, sir, I'm going to have to be able to speak for a debate, unless you just want to come up here and crash out, get angry, and prove that you're a dumbass to, I don't know, like what? The 17,000 viewers? See, I'm like very used to dealing with like emotional old men with 0 brain cells. So what I'm going to ask you to do at this point is just calm down and allow me to finish speaking. You know, the interruptions, they're a tactic of an unprepared debater. I get it. I used to do it too. But it's time for you to get taught. old
Okay,
man.
go ahead.
Thank you so much. So once again, so you just said it is a Nazi tactic to think that we inform the law of what grape is instead of thinking that the law informs us of what grape is. I would like very well agree with that if it were the other way around. Because if you accept that it is the law that tells us what grape is and isn't, then you are implicitly accepting the position that you do not think that a single enslaved individual in American history was ever a victim of grape, since the legal definition of grape during American slavery never included unconsensual intercourse with enslaved individuals. So let me ask you one singular question. Was there a single enslaved individual that was raped in this country's history? Because if you answer yes to this question, then you are throwing your argument out of the goddamn window, because then you are endorsing my position, which is we define what grape is instead of the law when the event took place.
Were slaves considered actual human beings with rights?
No, which is a part of why.
As their Democrat
which is a part
owners,
of why
as their Democrat
the
owners.
law never included.
Oh, same
them
thing
in the
you're
definition
doing.
Of grape.
Correlation is causation. Democrats saying they can define grape. Now, Democrats say black man not equal as white, then define grape. See pattern? See pattern, Dean?
So are you just like losing cognitive function because I was able to give you a defeating argument? What's going on?
No, that was a desperate pivot, dude.
What the fuck is happening?
Where? Here, we'll do this as grown-ass adults.
What's
We'll
going
understand
on?
words.
Wait, can you respond to the counter argument? Can you respond to the counter argument? What, dude? What's going on? His brain just broke.
You need the anxiety
His
pen
brain
now.
literally just fucking broke. No, respond to the counter argument. What the hell's going on?
Look at the nervous laugh. This is not going well for you, Dean. You might need that anxiety pen.
Holy shit! I'm laughing at you alongside everybody else in this live.
Oh my gosh, a political party full of fucking mental illness delusion and can't define a woman is laughing on their own while
Okay.
everybody else is laughing at
Best
them.
counter argument I've ever heard. Yes, for everybody, if you're losing a debate, if you're given a position you can't respond to, just call your opponent mentally ill and you'll automatically win. You picked that one up from Trump. Absolutely, undeniably. So do you want to respond to the
No,
counter
that's
argument?
observation skills. No, there's no need for a counter argument. What was the answer to question number one
Okay.
if Eugene Carroll was
Awesome.
great?
Well, I appreciate you for conceding. Dog walked. Can we get some W dog walks in that comment section? I mean, you just said, no, Dean, I'm not going to respond to the counter argument. Yeah, get fucking pushed. All right. Go ahead and unmute. Welcome in, Drake. How old are you?
19.
19. What year were you born in?
2006.
Perfect. Yo, can we get a W dog walk from you, Drake?
W dog walk.
Dude, even the Trump supporters know it. Even the Trump supporters know it. Insane. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So, okay. Well, actually, can I start off with a question? Kind of.
Yeah, no, bro. Feel free.
Is it true that that Democrats inject babies with LGBTQ DNA at birth?
I can't tell if you're a troll or you're genuinely asking.
No, I'm being for real.
No.
Because I think my boyfriend told me that.
So do you think that like you were injected with LGBTQ plus DNA
Well,
at birth by a
see,
Democrat?
that's my theory.
You're trolling, right?
No, I'm not trolling at all, I promise.
So who's the Democrat?
Well, I don't know, you know.
And why is this the leading theory?
Because I don't know what else it could have been, man.
Oh yes, obviously. You know, you just like the
I appreciate
the
you
evolutionary
laughing,
factors.
I appreciate you laughing at me coming out of the closet in front of 13,000 people.
I'm not laughing at the fact that you're sharing the fact that you're gay. I'm laughing at the fact that you think you're gay because you were injected with LGBTQ plus DNA. Listen, man. What I'd point you to is anywhere but whatever Facebook page you found that on. There's some great peer-reviewed studies out there that look at like the neuroanatomy of gay men compared to straight men. That look at the biological differences, association on the genome. Twin studies, great. Take a look. 10 out of 10. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Wait, I'm getting my data.
I'm sorry. I automatically kicked you because I heard the voice of a 12-year-old. It was subconscious and automatic. We're going to move on to the next. Let's go ahead and hop in that queue of and only if you're MAGA. And if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in that pinned message over on that YouTube stream. But at this point in time, quite frankly, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Hey, Storm, thank you for the 5 over on Super Chat. Appreciate you so much, Storm. You are awesome, quite frankly, as well as Noel. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Noel, over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Show some love to Noel. Then Madison, thank you for the 5. And Charlotte with a $10 on Venmo who says, I don't know how you do it. Me neither at this point. I'm getting pretty tired today. Thank you so much, Charlotte. And then Kelly, thank you for the 25 over on Venmo. Kelly with the 25 bucks says, I'm actually going to read your message out here in a second. Hey, how old are you?
19.
Don't believe you. I just, usually when somebody's like running with their phone super quickly, they're underage. Correlation, I don't know. Causation, who knows? But it is a trend that we see. So I just had to check there. Now, I'd like to read Kelly's message. Kelly with a $25 says, oh, here's 25 bucks to get your girlfriend some flowers. You know what? Kelly, that is exactly what I'm going to spend them on. She was a little bit distraught before I started the live today, you know, just because of various facts of life that can cause us to be distraught in particular moments that I'm not going to share on live. So I'm absolutely going to be using that to get her some flowers. That is very kind. What a kind thought. Thank you, Kelly. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Yo, Dean, I slapped the shit out you, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
All right. So I'm going to ignore that. Do you support Trump?
Charlie Kirk, your ass, boy.
Okay. Very interesting. Do you support Trump?
Where you at? You know how to fight?
Well, I mean, kind of, but definitely
You know how to
irrelevant.
fight, bro?
I mean, yeah, I do, but
You know how to fight or not, bro?
So, I mean, I answered you the first 2 times. I said yes, but completely irrelevant to a political debate.
Bro, I don't believe you box me.
Yeah, why would I?
Because, bro, you can't fight.
Yeah, get in line, buddy.
You sitting on here acting tough.
Get in
I
line,
really
kid.
beat your ass.
Yeah, get in line. Get in line, okay? So do you want to tell us if you
I
support
beat
Trump?
your ass, bro.
Okay, yeah, I heard you the first time. Nobody gives a single fuck nor shit. Do you support
You're
Trump?
over here talking about Trump, but what them hands do, though?
Oh, God, dude. Okay, wow, what a turn asking me what my hands do. So do you
What
support
those
Trump?
hands do, little bro?
All right, now you're calling me little bro.
You
Very
weigh
nice.
like 90 pounds.
Yeah, 91.
Throw your ass across the room, boy.
Okay, well, that's definitely 50 shades of
Know what
gray.
I'm
Just
talking
not, just
about?
not my style. So do you support Trump
Why
or
you
not?
stuttering? Why you nervous?
Dude, with all due respect, I'd like to clarify. I'm not nervous.
Bro,
I'm just a
why are
little bit
you
fed up.
nervous, bro?
Oh my God. Okay, yes. Mr. Mind Reader down here knows exactly what my
Bro,
mental
why you
states are.
talking like a girl, bro? Put some bass in your voice. That's why I want to slap you, bro. You too feminine, bro. Like,
So you like
is
to
you
slap?
cool?
So you like to slap people that are feminine?
I like to
Wow.
slap feminine boys.
And how
Yo,
many? Yeah, you like to slap people that are feminine. And how many open with like restraining orders do you have against you?
hey,
Yeah. You like to slap people that are feminine. Like, dude, holy shit! Like that DV charge. Did you get it off your record?
hey.
Like you like to slap people that are feminine. No fucking wonder you support Trump as president. You guys have a lot of similarities. You know what I like to do to people like you? I like to remove them from my stream, never think about them again, because holy fucking shit. We're goddamn weirdo. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, hey, Dean.
Hey,
I
what's
just
up, Kyle?
want.
Do you support
Hey,
Trump?
can I tell you one thing?
Are you MAGA?
No, I'm not Mega. But I met my girlfriend on this live. She's from Venezuela. I need to tell you that, man.
Really?
You do great work here. Yes, and we've been together for a year. Of course, everybody's doing these dating websites, and I met her on here. I'm not joking, not capping anything, man. And props to you. You're doing amazing things in this world.
Dude.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good for you. Good for you. That makes me happy. That's cool. That's awesome. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. Shout out to you. Shout out to your girlfriend. You know, I think the last two conversations really really show the roller coaster that is the Dean Withers live streams. God, you know, I gotta say, it has been very difficult for me to like go from like one conversation to the next when they're so different. You know, like in the last 10 minutes, we had like some annoying old dude, right? Just being like super dense, right? Getting on my nerves because he was pissing me off because of how like dishonest he was being. Then we had some guy say that he like wanted to like unalive me. And then we had some guy saying that he met his girlfriend on the street. You know, just, you know, we have a lot going on here. Only 2 of the 3 of them were weirdos. That last guy was cool as fuck. What's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Hey, how old are you?
She's my
Me?
mom.
Oh, I don't know. I'm 50.
Oh, cool.
Hello.
So, hi.
Yeah,
Hi.
yeah, my daughter wanted me to call. How are you?
I'm doing great. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am a Trump supporter.
Awesome. Well, listen, let's have a conversation about it if you're down. That's what we do here. We just do debates. But quickly before we hop in the dialogue, if you is it okay if I just real quick thank a handful of people that have donated to me in about the last 10 minutes? I don't want to waste your time or anything. Is that okay?
Of course. Yeah, it's fine.
Cool. Jin, thank you so much for the 50 big ones over on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the $50, Jin. I want to see 500 Jin W's down below, Jin. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Just saying to drag that last guy through the mud. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you. And apparently Jen is also telling us here that the last guy was a dad of an 11-year-old daughter that he had on his TikTok. Insane. Thank you so much for the $50, Jen, as well as Lexi. Thank you for the $10 who says, keep up the amazing work. You're doing so much good for our generation. Thank you so much, Jen and Lexi, as well as Shaylee with a $2 and Julia and Madison with a 1, as well as Catherine. Thank you so much for the $1 in PayPal. And Christina with a $20 saying, W Dog Walk. Thank you so much for the love, Christina. Let's get 200 Christina W's and please show some love to all of our donors. One last time here, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio and TikTok, as well as it can be found in the pinned message over in that YouTube stream. I really appreciate everyone so much for the love. You guys are awesome. Go ahead and take it away. Why do you support Trump? Let's have a convo.
Well, I mean, I think one of the biggest issues is really that the Democratic Party, I think, has lost its way. And just historically, I look at initially when I supported Trump, it was part of just being kind of a non-establishment candidate. I'd say this time he's probably more establishment than he was historically because he does have some experience now. But I look back and I think it's interesting, certainly when he ran the first time, one of the things that really kind of struck me and made me just go, wow, the Democratic Party has just completely lost its way, is the reporting of Donald Trump in the media in the first term, which has extended, obviously, continuously through the last several years. But just to give you a very specific example, I think historically both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party have said, hey, we should have borders. It's reasonable to have borders, right? And then when Donald Trump started talking about, hey, let's build a wall, let's protect our borders, immediately the media goes, geez, that's racist. It's racist to have borders, right? When you go back, Bill Clinton said there should be borders. Hillary Clinton said there should be borders. Obama said there should be borders, right? Obama had a policy to separate kids from parents to make sure they are in fact their kids. But when the media started saying that was racist, I went, you know something? I know I'm not racist. And so media, you're lying that it's racist.
Yeah.
And to me, that kind of gave a complete loop. Just let me finish where I go, you know something, what else is the media lying about? Because when you start lying about me, I know you're lying, right? And it's been a continuous stream of that for many years where the Democratic Party, as well as the media in supporting them, has continually lied about many things.
Okay, all right, 1 second. I'm dealing with some audio issues over on YouTube right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and put something up on the screen quickly. There we go. All right. So in response to literally everything that you just said. So, I mean, so you kind of went on to just straw man a bunch of different facts and kind of throw them together to attempt to create a narrative. So when I call Donald Trump's immigration policy bigoted, racist, xenophobic, so on and so forth, right? It's not because of the individual fact of wanting to build a wall, but it's more so a combination of factors like fulfilling the fourth tenet of fascism, an attempt to identify undocumented immigrants as the enemy, lying about them, saying that they've escaped mental asylums, they've escaped prisons, and they're going to come here, right? Kill your wife, kidnap your children, and eat your family pets and dogs, even though in all reality, right, they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes. So I feel like what you are doing is you're attempting to take that sentiment, right, that is onset by those social factors and more, like illegal deportations, trying to strip them of their constitutional rights, general anti-immigrant sentiment that we see on the right, so on and so forth, and you're trying to reduce it all down to one talking point that's just associated with an old fact of his immigration policy, that fact being a wall. So I bet you could find a billion journalists, a billion Democrats, a billion incredibly smart people all over the internet that will agree that he is a bigoted, racist POS for these reasons and more surrounding everything I just went over. But I will challenge you to find one reputable, large Democratic journalist institution, congressman, congresswoman, so on and so forth, that has specifically called Trump racist only because of the border wall. You won't be able to find it, and that was nothing more than a baseless talking point to try to push your agenda.
No, you know something? If you go through just history, it's so absurd when you look through history and you go before Donald Trump was running, visiting The View. Oh, we love you, Donald Trump, including Whoopi. On every single platform that he would go on, everybody loved him. Not one single person considered him racist. Okay? And so the reality is there are, in fact, and there were countries that were releasing people from prison to cross our border. That's true.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to cut you off because you opened your mouth and you were not responding to what I said, and I don't appreciate that.
Okay.
You are now pivoting,
Well, I
you are
don't even-
shifting the
yeah, what
goalpost,
did you
and you are
say?
creating a new claim because you cannot effectively respond to what I just said.
Okay, then I thought I was. So you clearly made. So I guess what you're telling me is you said I need to go out and find someone that calls him racist only because of the border wall.
Yes, that is what I
could
asked.
show you multiple. I can show you multiple videos of examples where Donald Trump is not racist. There are multiple videos out there. You have simply not gone out and looked for them. Further to that,
Give me one.
oh my gosh, there are so many.
Then it should be easy
I
to name
have
one, right?
videos. When he I want to say that he got an award from it might have been Don King or someone to that effect, or the NAACP. He got an award for them for supporting and giving to the African American community. I mean,
Okay, so he gave an
it's out there,
institution
and
money,
it's
and then the
true.
institution gave him an award. That's what institutions do to rich people that give them money.
Okay.
Right,
Well,
but the
you know,
fact of the
something
matter is,
that
there's
racist-
many really clear reasons why he's racist, right? In my mind, the most compellingly clear example of Donald Trump being so obviously racist is when he peddled the birther myth of Barack Obama for 5 years, even including 2 years after Obama
love
released
that
his birth
one.
certificate. So Obama
I
was
love that
born
one.
in Hawaii, but then Donald Trump came around, and Donald Trump hopped on this bandwagon of saying that no, Obama was born in Africa, that Obama, right, should not be able to run or serve as our president because he's not eligible, as he is not an American citizen by birth, okay? And then obviously the only reason why he peddled that lie is because Obama's a black man, said black man Africa will be able to convince the prejudiced white people not to vote for him, trying to limit the job opportunity of a black man because of their race. That's a grade A example of racism. And then on top of that, even after Obama released his birth certificate, I think this is when it even got worse for Trump because it went from like delusional, insane racist, basically assuming a black man was born in Africa only because of his race to peddle that myth to get him to position Obama so he doesn't get votes to get elected. But then after Obama released his birth certificate, then he was even more insane because now he valued his anti-intellectualism and his racism, right, in this conviction that this man is black, therefore he's from Africa, over the literal document of this man's birth certificate from Hawaii.
Do you know who started the whole birther argument to begin with? It was Hillary Clinton when she ran against.
Wrong.
Yes, it was.
No, it was
in
followers.
fact was.
It was followers
That's
of Hillary
one.
Clinton. It was followers of Hillary
Okay,
Clinton.
we can say it was followers of Hillary Clinton, but
And I
the
disagree
reality
with them
is,
too, and I'd say the same thing about them.
It was people from her campaign. It came from her, and if you think for a second she didn't know what was going on, I think that you are living in a fantasy world. That's number one. Number two, do you know?
Number one, if everything that you just said it was right, which is it is. One moment.
Listen,
Point number one.
It is right.
Point number one.
It came from her campaign.
Listen. No, that's not true.
Came from her campaign.
Point number one, you wouldn't be able to give me any evidence to suggest that that's true. Point number two, even if that was true, this wouldn't mean that Donald Trump's not racist. This would just mean that Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are racist. Hillary Clinton is on my side of the aisle. I'd be able to make that recognition if what you're saying is true. Donald Trump is on your side of the aisle. Can you make that same recognition of him, given that it is true? And we know that he peddled the birther myth because he only posted about it on Twitter for 4.5 years straight.
I want to say one more thing with regard to that.
Response.
Do you know where? No. Do you know where it originated? The birther claim. Why someone decided that Barack Obama was not born in the U.S.
Yeah, because he's black.
No, that's actually not. Barack Obama worked for a publishing company, and he was writing a book, and the publisher from that company released a bio on Barack Obama, and within it said he was born in Kenya. That's true.
Okay.
No, that's actually true. If you look that up online, you will see that.
Okay, so somebody that employed Obama said that Obama wasn't born in America.
No, somebody that released a publication about the book that Barack Obama was writing stated that he was born in Kenya. This is actually true. And if you went out and looked at it,
somebody
you'd see
that
it.
worked at the publishment company of a book that Obama wrote said he was born in Kenya.
The publisher.
Okay, well,
yes,
it's
it
not
said that
like
in a
one
bio
singular
of
publisher.
Obama.
It's a company.
Can I say something?
Just a second. Yeah, my daughter wants to say something. But if you look it up, you'll see that. The reality is you will see that. Okay, so it didn't come out of thin air. It had nothing to do with him solely being black. There was actually a reason and a basis for
You
the
just said
argument.
solely being black. Therefore, you just implicitly agreed that it had something to do with him being black, even if that wasn't the
No,
whole
I'm
thing.
talking about I am talking about your point where you're saying it's solely because he's black. I'm saying no, there was actually something released from his publisher about a book.
Well,
I just urge you to look that up.
Arguably, what I would say
urge you to
is
look
that
it up.
somebody working at that publisher that's on the right that wanted to peddle this myth to hurt Obama thought in his head, Obama.
This was
He got in his
before
head,
he was anybody.
Obama is black. When he was a senator?
It was before he was anybody.
When he was a senator? Is that when?
Okay, Dean.
Wait, if he wasn't anybody, then why would he be releasing a
gosh.
biography? Sorry, go ahead.
First of all, I think you should do some real research, but also, do you think men should be in women's restrooms?
Age, please.
19.
What year were you born in?
July 14th, 2006.
To the mother, is she telling the truth?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So no, like I don't think that men should be going into women's spaces.
Well, yeah, but
you know,
what
can I tell you who
like,
does? Can I tell you who does? Trump.
Trump doesn't know. Do you know like what like the allegations against Biden? Like,
Oh, but Biden. Very interesting. Very original.
Come on, you need to
So
say it.
quickly, before we talk about Biden, and I will give you your time to tell me everything ever about Biden, and I'll listen here with full attention. But I want to bring up that thing that you just touched on. Men and women's spaces. I want to ask you both a question. We got an older mother and a younger daughter. Let's see where you guys fall in a line with the value of protecting women and girls. First, on the surface level, do you think that women and girls should be protected? Do you think that women and girls should be protected against terrible men doing terrible things to them, including but not limited to things such as rape or sexual assault, sexual exploitation, so on and so forth?
I think there should be laws that outlaw all of that. Yes, for sure.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the answer to my question. Now, do you think the men that do those things are absolutely terrible, terrible, terrible men? Like, for instance, if there's a man that sexually exploited naked girls and or naked women by looking at them while they were naked unconsensually in a woman's only space, would you say that is a terrible man 100% with full conviction? I would.
I was just going to say, hey, if a man is in a restroom and he's looking at naked women and he's allowed in that restroom, I don't think he's terrible for looking at them. I think that's natural.
God damn, you're saying that in front of bro. Imagine. Oh my God. Dude, wait.
Honestly,
1 second.
if you go into a bathroom,
what the
fuck?
Whoa, I'm so sorry. What the fuck? Did you just say that sexual exploitation of naked girls is natural?
I said if a man is in a room with a naked woman, he's going to look at her. That's what I said.
Oh yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Listen to yourself. Speak, lady. I'm so sorry. This is
that's
insanity.
biology, friend. That's just biology. Like, for you to not recognize that is biology.
So let me get this straight.
Let me get this straight.
Let me get this straight. Your daughter, okay? Imagine that you guys are like at Kohl's, for instance, and she's trying on a dress for something. And then the floor manager, that's an older man, 60 years old, right, knows that your daughter's in the dressing room at Kohl's naked because she's about to put this dress on, brushes past you, takes his managerial key, opens up her dressing room, looks inside while your daughter's naked. Can we agree that that man is a sexual exploiter, total fucking POS? He needs to be locked up and thrown in jail for the rest of his life.
Of course.
Okay, awesome.
That doesn't make it not biology, though.
Well, him opening the door is not biology. Him opening the door is a sicko, right? So but I was talking about a different situation before. I was talking about you just put a man in a room of naked women, he's going to look at him. A man walking in and opening a door when a woman is in there privately, yes, that's a sicko.
What the dude? Dude,
You're just not listening if you don't get what I'm saying, but that's okay. Just move on to your next point.
Okay, so we're going to get back around to that. But one thing that I want to make incredibly clear is it is not natural for a man to perv on naked women unconsensually. It is not natural for a man to exploit women or girls. And saying anything
but I'm not talking about exploiting.
It's just like incredibly.
If you are in,
listen. Well, my question, to be clear, my question was about sexual exploitation. So if you answer to that question, not talking about sexual exploitation, then you were not addressing the question.
But you posed to me a scenario that wasn't sexual exploitation.
Yes, I did.
Until you came in and said,
I said a man going into a woman's
someone's dressing.
I said a man going into a woman's private space, a woman's dressing room, and looking at them while they were naked and undressed. Little girls and women naked and undressed. If a man went in there, listen to what I'm saying. Not the Democratic Party. Just listen to me. Let me finish my argument here. So where we were at is I don't even know where we're at. So you agreed that if a man goes in to a woman's only space where there's naked women and naked girls with no clothes on, right, and unconsensually looks at them, right, to like be pervy, to look at them. This is a woman's only space with no men around where he's not supposed to be. Can we agree that that is sexual exploitation? That guy that is sexually exploiting those women and or girls is a terrible person that should be locked up for the rest of their life.
Okay, my question to you
I was asking you a question. Just a yes or no.
No, but I want to clarify because I want to clarify. So is he in there legally or is he in there illegally?
I don't think that legality matters here.
Okay, to me it does. What I'm saying
Wait,
is
so
if
it's like child marriage like worse in a state where it's illegal compared to a state where it's legal? No, exactly. Legality doesn't matter, right? So there's a women's only space. It is a woman's dressing room. We know that.
So when you say it's a women's only space, you're talking about it's a biologically women's only space. No men are allowed in there at all.
I don't know where the word biologically came from, but listen, at the end of the day, it's a woman's
You
dressing
know
room.
exactly where it came from. You know exactly where it came from.
We're talking about a woman's dressing room. A man. Listen to what I'm saying. Some man, a 65-year-old white man, for instance, goes in to this woman's only space, their dressing room, their literal dressing room, like I don't know, like a Kohl's, a pageant, maybe, who knows, right? And inside of that dressing room, there are women and girls doing what they do in a dressing room, which is getting naked, taking their clothes off to then put other clothes on. If a man goes in there knowing that just to look at them while they're naked, right, is unconsensually, that is sexual exploitation, yes, correct?
Yeah, that'd be super weird if that guy did that, and I would support him being arrested.
Okay, if you'd support a man that did that being arrested, if a man did that then ran for president, would you ever support him as president a day in your life?
You supported Biden.
Biden's not relevant to this question.
So first off, I'm going to say I do not believe Jean Carroll, whatever her name is.
We're not talking about Jean Carroll, dude. We're not. Okay. Well, yeah.
I think she's a crazy lady.
So in response to the question that I asked you, you start talking about a victim of rape that is not relevant to the question that I asked you, and you're calling her crazy. We're not talking about Jean Carroll. Once again, I'll repeat the question. So you agreed if like an older man walked into a woman-only space, a woman's dressing room where there's naked women and or girls, looked at them while they're naked, that's sexual exploitation, that's unconsensual, and you think he should be arrested. My question to you was, well, if a man did do this, right, this man that is now sexually exploited women and or girls, that you've agreed to that, and you agree that they should be arrested. If a man did this and then ran for president and then became president, would you ever support them as president?
I could potentially support him as president, yes.
Do you understand what you just said?
I absolutely understand what I just said, yes.
So if you think that sexual exploiters deserve to be thrown in jail for the rest of their life, then how could you potentially support somebody that's done this as president?
Because I know where you're going with this, and where you're going with this is not going to be a useful conversation by any means.
Oh.
Would you support for president? Would you support for president?
So in other words, in other words, basically what you're saying, the only reason why you would support somebody that has sexually exploited naked little girls is because you know it's something Trump has done.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is you're going to come in with a scenario that is factually not accurate.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm asking you,
I'm assuming you're talking about the Miss America pageants or whatever is Miss USA pageants or something to that effect.
Just listen to me, okay? I understand that Trump hasn't done this, all right? That's liberal propaganda, 110%. But hypothetically, if he had done this, would you still support him?
It depends on what the scenario is.
I'll give you the scenario, like this hypothetical scenario of like Donald Trump, right? Like being at a Miss Teen USA or Miss USA pageant that he owns, and because he's the owner, he like allows himself to go into like the women and girls dressing room before the show, right, where there's like naked women and naked girls, right, underage too, right, and he's like looking at them while they have no clothes on, looking at them while they're naked, and like boasting and gloating about how good they look at with no clothes on, and like these interactions are unconsensual and amount to sexual exploitation, as we just agreed on, right? Like, would you still support Trump if he hypothetically had done this and you knew he had done this with certain knowledge?
I would. He's kind of an asshole sometimes. I totally agree. Like, what you're not going to get me to do is you're not going to get me to go, hey, Trump is great and he doesn't do shitty stuff, right? I think Trump does a lot of shitty stuff. But what I can also come in and say...
So now you're equating sexual exploitation of little girls to just being an asshole. You know what? Fuck you. You heard me. Fuck you. That is F-U-C-K.
Okay. Why do you keep talking over her? Let her finish, though.
So let me get this straight. You're gonna get mad at me because I'm talking over your mom, but you're not gonna get at mom for your. But then you're not gonna get mad at your mom for saying that she's okay with the sexual exploitation of little girls, and it just simply amounts to being an asshole. And fuck if a man's done it, make him president. Sick. Fuck you both.
You know something? Okay, the number one, just kind of coming back. Biden has been accused of raping Tara Reid.
Oh God, yeah, and guess what? You don't have a right to give a shit or care at all. What I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna actively endorse some goddamn virtue signaler coming up onto my live with a fucking spine, the spinelessness to say that you wouldn't care if Donald Trump's a rapist, you wouldn't care if Donald Trump has sexually exploited little girls, you wouldn't care if he's done any and all of this. It just amounts to him being an asshole, and you're fine with it. Oh, but God, if Biden on the other hand, then it's World War III. then you care. No, it's a goddamn virtue signal. It's a goddamn grift. You do not give a shit about harm towards women. You do not give a shit about harm towards girls. So God, put some respect on Tara Reid by keeping her accusation out of your goddamn mouth. But if you want to know about Tara Reid, yeah, she defamed herself 3 times in court. Her story was so inconsistent that she dropped her allegation against Biden. She dropped the suit against Biden, and then she fled to Russia, where she joined a misinformation campaign on the right. So fact of the matter is, it is absolutely so hypocritical and insanely idiotic of you to sit here and say, I wouldn't care if Trump's a rapist. I wouldn't care if Donald Trump has sexually exploited little girls. But God, if Biden, on the other hand, then I'm going to pretend to be an advocate for women and girls. Then I'm going to pretend to care about harm. It's just idiotic. God, you should be ashamed of yourself.
That's not even what I'm saying. That's not even what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like all of these things that we bring up consistently with regard to politicians in line with this, most politicians, many politicians are kind of pieces of shit. You have to be a certain type of person to be a politician. And so when we start going down these roads and we go, for everything you say, well, Trump did this, Trump did that, being an asshole, so too did Biden. So too did Bill Clinton, right? It's just a thing that they do that I do not support. But in an election, when I am given the option between voting for someone who I think, generally speaking, represents America first, I'm just going to say America first, versus Kamala, who I don't really think
America
has,
first?
I don't think had a position.
How could he put America first if he can't even put women and girls' consent first?
He can, yeah. I mean, he can absolutely put
maybe
America
before
first.
you try to argue, before you try to argue that he could care about 330 million Americans, right? It should be evidently clear to you that if he doesn't care about like one woman, E. Jean Carroll, the other 26 who accused him of rape, and the hundreds of women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, that it's astoundingly insane to assume that he would care about you, me, or any other American as well.
How would we expect someone like Biden, like if we're going to go down the accusation rise? No, you're the one. You're the one that is bringing
Ma'am,
up
with all due respect, these aren't allegations. These aren't accusations. Donald Trump is admitting to sexually exploiting little girls. No, listen to yourself. Listen to. I'm going to speak, and you're going to listen to me because, matter of fact, I'm going to
interrupting her, Dean.
Silence. Now, to finish my point, thank you so much. I want to make this so incredibly clear, okay? Because once again, right? Oh my God. The thing that I want to make clear, the thing that I want to point out here, the thing that I need to get through both of y'all's like idiotic fucking small brains, Jesus Christ, terrible for the world, terrible for society, can't believe people think like this, is just how much of like how important it is for me to like get this point clear to you. And that point is, once again, you said that you support Trump because he puts America first. How could you possibly think that he was willing or would or does put America first if he can't even put the consent of women and girls first? And second point, right, you are now beginning to talk about allegations and things to do with Biden when you don't. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so pissed. I'm like failing to like properly like word myself, which is not something that happens to me often because I truly do not get upset this often. So let me take a breath there. Let me try again. Okay, once again, from the top, I'm so mad, could barely get my sentences right. Once again, so you agreed that Donald Trump has sexually exploited little girls. You agreed that Donald Trump has sexually exploited naked adult women, and you said that you didn't care. You said that you still support him as president, and you wrote it off as him being a hassle. Okay, you have absolutely no right to then turn around and criticize Biden for that, because the only reason you'd be criticizing Biden, even if he had done those things, is not because he actually did anything bad towards women, but rather because he's a Democrat. You made it clear that you did not care. Listen, you made it clear that you didn't
because he's a Democrat.
You made it clear that you did not care about women, girls, harm towards women and girls, when you told me verbatim explicitly that you think it is natural to look at the naked bodies of kids, and that when Trump did that, you didn't care. And
I did never said it was natural to look at the naked bodies of kids. That's an absurd statement.
It is an absurd statement, one that came out of your mouth.
It is an absurd statement because
maybe
I never,
you didn't say it was natural to look at the naked
bodies
bodies of kids. It was natural to unconsensually look at the naked bodies of adults.
But you know who does actually think that? Biden's own daughter wrote something in her diary about that. So like, let's talk about real topics as opposed to like all of this. Like, I don't even consider these real topics of conversation or policy
Yes, exactly.
issues.
Harm towards women and girls is not a real topic of concern in America. You just outed yourself.
Ask Biden about what his daughter said in her diary. Okay. Why don't you ask him about that?
So do you believe that story, that all that's true? He did that to Ashley. Do you believe that?
I do believe it's her diary. Yes.
Okay. So do you believe like what happened to E. Jean Carroll?
I don't believe what happened to E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, so here's a difference between Ashley Biden's diary and E. Jean Carroll's claim about Trump that proves you to be a raging hypocrite, not caring about harm towards women or girls, but only caring about party affiliation. As it relates to Ashley Biden's diary, dude, stop fucking laughing. It's embarrassing. Go, you're fucking embarrassing. Anyways, to get back to what I was saying, right? Oh my God, yeah, say it louder. I don't give a shit.
You're embarrassing yourself by like crashing
You actually
out.
are. The thing is, like, we actually like got under your skin, and it's hilarious.
Yes, you did. Oh yes. Okay.
But it's hilarious.
Let's go on. Oh my God. Yes, let's go on a live stream. Let's go. One moment. One moment.
You realize
let's
how
go on a live stream.
hypocritical
One moment.
you
I'm
are
still
in
speaking.
fact
I'm still
being.
speaking. Thank you so
I
much.
want to talk about policy,
Okay. I'm
and
still
you bring
speaking.
all of these things up.
I need to stay.
And the
Take a
thing
breath.
is that you're the one that is kind of bringing up things that are irrelevant when I really wanted to have a good conversation about how I thought the Democratic Party has lost its way. I frankly think both parties are full of crap right now. And I'd like to instead find
listen.
I'd like to find common ground is what I'd like to find.
I have no common ground with you. Now you are interrupting me. I would appreciate if you could allow me to finish.
I have common ground with you. I'm sure we do.
Listen.
Because I come from a party
Can you stop
that is
interrupting
actually
me?
much
Can
more
you stop
accepting
interrupting
than
me?
the Democratic Party
You
right now.
interrupted her like this whole entire time, pretty much. So like she finally got to talk.
Yeah.
You keep interrupting her. Now you can talk.
Hey, real quick, how many continents are there?
7.
Yeah, go fucking read a book instead of like trying to
I
debate
just
with your mom. Get
answered it.
educated. I thought I heard you
I
say
literally
6. Who knows?
I answered.
No,
Anyways.
she said 7. We both said 7.
Okay. So the daughter, do you think you can name them?
Um,
Yeah, go read that book.
Africa, Antarctica, North America, South America, Europe, Asia, and
Yeah, go read that book. Let me debate with your mother.
And-
Now back to the mom. Okay, we're just gonna get back on track with the argument. You know, somebody in my YouTube chat just said Dean's an asshole. Oh, I will absolutely be an asshole. Oh, I will absolutely be so mean, so rude, and so unaccepting of people that, like, as I already said, have quote unquote said that like harm towards women and girls, rape, is not a real issue in America. It's not a policy related issue. It's quote unquote irrelevant, saying it's quote unquote natural for a man to like unconsensually look at the naked bodies of women, saying that like, oh, they would still support Donald Trump as president, even if they knew that he had sexually exploited and raped
Did you
little
not
girls.
vote
Like, yeah,
for Biden?
of course. Now,
Did you not vote for Biden?
Ma'am, if you interrupt
How
me
about
again,
the fact
if
that-
you interrupt me, you have to be able to control yourself to stay on this live. I will not accept your
You're
interruptions.
not
Allow me to finish
controlling
speaking.
Yeah.
So I'm
lost it,
I'm now going to finish speaking at this point in time. So once again,
Okay.
we are going to go back to the point where you said that you believe Ashley Biden's diary, but you do not believe E. Jean Carroll. Let's talk about that because I find that to be incredibly hypocritical. And once again, I believe that this proves that you don't care about harm towards victims, but you only care about party affiliation. So as it relates to Ashley Biden's diary, Ashley Biden had her diary stolen from her, and then that diary was sold to Project Veritas, who is known to get documents on political opponents, and then to manipulate and change them. And then once Ashley Biden was deposed by a court about this diary and its contents, she said that there's been false allegations lobbed at her, as well as the people that she cares about, such as her father, and the handwriting has not been verified. So I would say the claim about Ashley Biden is just simply unverified. So that's the level of evidence that you're operating off of when you draw your conclusion that Biden is guilty of showering with his daughter. Now, let's compare and contrast that to the level of evidence suggested about Donald Trump raping E. Jean Carroll. Okay? Unlike Ashley Biden, right? E. Jean Carroll, right? Sorry, not unlike Ashley Biden. Unlike Ashley Biden's diary that was stolen from her, sold to Project Veritas, potentially manipulated, then she said there's false allegations lobbed at her and her family. E. Jean Carroll was able to keep a consistent testimony and narrative from the 90s until now, and then she took Donald Trump to court and proved in front of a unanimous jury of 9 that he was guilty of raping her, alongside the inconsistencies and lies within his own testimony, such as lying about never meeting her and lying about saying that she wasn't his type and confusing the picture of his ex-wife as her. So when we evaluate these two things, there's very obviously a difference in the evidence of the two claims. All right. As it relates to E. Jean Carroll, there's substantially more evidence because a court accepted this. It was proved to 9 jurors. As it relates to Ashley Biden's diary, okay, even Ashley Biden, right, never personally affirmed that that was true, said there was false allegations lobbed at her as well as the people that she cared about. And before it met the public eye, it was stolen and sold to a far-right think tank that, as I already told you, has manipulated documents gotten on opponents in the past. So my question for you is, why are you willing to accept such a low standard of evidence as it would relate to Ashley Biden's diary, but then you aren't even willing to accept the high standard of evidence as it relates to E. Jean Carroll, which is the outcome of a court?
E. Jean Carroll's entire lawsuit and everything she's done, she was actually funded by essentially Democratic operatives. And I just think that by going down these roads right here, you're going to have people on the right saying Ashley Biden's diary, blah, blah, blah. You're going to have people on the left saying E. Jean Carroll, blah, blah, blah. I think that these types of arguments just aren't even useful when the reality is there's actually common ground that we can come to where we go, hey, it seems like kind of both the Republicans and the Democrats are full of shit. And why don't we come together and kind of figure out where we do in fact agree? Trump is such like
So just to make it clear, you actually don't have a cogent rebuttal to my argument demonstrating that you're willing to accept Biden showered with his daughter with very little evidence, but then you're unwilling to accept that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll with enough evidence to convince a court. I just want to be clear. You have no cogent rebuttal to me pointing out that hypocrisy within you.
I will say that put any court case in the right jurisdiction and you're going to get the results you want, okay? The reality is Trump is a very controversial figure, and you go and get the right jury, you can convict him of anything. And I think right now it's no longer useful to focus on things like this when the reality is we can come together on issues. And it's like you talk about like
you know what? Check this out. Check this out. I'm gonna do something very special with you that I don't do with much guests. I think that it's obvious you're bowing out. You don't have a counter argument because you don't believe in things predicated on fact, reason, and logic. You believe in things predicated on emotion. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna listen. Listen. Just listen to this next part of my statement. I'm gonna allow you to pivot to whatever the hell you want in attempting to argue that Donald Trump is a good president, because I honestly despise you. I despise your daughter too. I think the way that you guys think is incredibly well, I mean, you could laugh at that, but it is incredibly concerning, and I think realistically should be despised to sit here and argue that it's natural to perv on girls and that it's okay to sexually exploit them too. But what I want to do, because of that, because of how despising I find you and your daughter to be, I actually want to allow you the opportunity. You're not listening to me if you're speaking at the same time. Control yourself, please. Thank you so much. I want to allow you the opportunity to go ahead and pivot and move on to literally any argument, any point that you have insofar as why you support Trump as president, just so I could shit on it too. So go ahead and 5 sentences or less, give me one strong, compelling reason insofar as why you believe that Donald Trump is a good president. Let's hear it.
Okay. I actually think that he's put a really good cabinet around him. I think that Tulsi Gabbard is great, a former Democrat who can bring a unique perspective. I think that focusing on trying to bring commerce back to the United States from the manufacturing bases and things like that, I think it's really important.
Yeah.
I think putting Bobby Kennedy in charge of health is really important because it's a renewed focus on health. The reality is, I went through and my daughter grew up, and I've been feeding her crap, and I didn't know it because the food companies have gone through and they have a list of ingredients that aren't even real. So focusing on these things are really important. And those are all things that the Democratic Party completely rejected.
Okay, listen,
I think that they're
right now.
important.
You're rambling now because remember, I'm asking you why you think
No,
Trump is
I
a good
said three
president.
things.
You brought up
I told
cabinet,
you three
Tulsi Gabbard,
things.
Bobby Kennedy, and bringing manufacturing back.
Yeah, those are three great things that I find to be very, very important.
Okay, so first and foremost, you're saying that you like his cabinet. Well, his cabinet's absolutely atrocious. Like, for instance, his first pick for AG raped a 17-year-old. But hey, maybe that's one of the reasons why you do like him per your other statements. And then going on to the specific names that you gave, like Bobby Kennedy, sure, I wouldn't put it past you to like the guy with fucking brainworms that left the body of a decapitated bear in Central Park that not even a month ago went on air and said that there's a link between having your child circumcised and then being autistic. Like, dude, like what the fuck? That's absolutely delusional. And Tulsi Gabbard, even Trump doesn't like Tulsi Gabbard. When he was dropping the bombs on Iran, Tulsi Gabbard came out and said that we actually don't have any intelligence to indicate that they could have nukes soon, and there may be a couple years down the road. And then Donald Trump came out, said that she was wrong, contradicted her testimony, and then went on to drop the bomb. So even he doesn't like her. And then his other cabinet picks, like DUI hire Pete Hegseth, according to the Washington Examiner today, which is by the way a far right news publication, is saying that the Pentagon and its employees are absolutely fed up with him and that he's been walking around the Pentagon COKED'd up and just getting irrational and having these crazy emotional outbursts on all of them, not to mention the two Signal group chat leaks. So, I mean, there's me refuting you saying that you like his cabinet. It's absolute shit. Even the two names of the individuals that you brought up have either gone on stage and said deranged shit or have been publicly contradicted by Trump. And then to move on to your fourth and final point, bringing manufacturing back. Well, I mean, if we look at the stats from the FRED, which is the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, for the last 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration, since you love to talk about them so much, investment in American business was booming. It was going up every single quarter. You know what happened the first quarter Donald Trump walks into office? It starts going down, 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 and we've seen that trend continue. Alongside GDP growth, in the first quarter it was negative. Second quarter it was below expectations, and now for the first time since 2017, excluding the pandemic, we have the highest level of long-term job loss and more unemployed Americans than job openings. And even Donald Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics has admitted that the job expectations and reports are subpar, not to mention his contradictory tariff policy. One day we're tariffing every other country in the world. The other day we're only tariffing India and China. Another day we're imposing 300% tariffs on China. And then the next day we're imposing 50% tariffs on Argentina. Then we're taking them back, then giving their economy $20 billion. And then we're reimposing the tariffs, trying again, taking it back, giving their economy another $20 billion. And then after that, now we're saying that we're actually going to reduce other barriers to trade with Argentina and give them more money just so they could sell us beef so we could get it for the lowest prices, leading to pissed off pro-Trump MAGA farmers in America today. I mean, every single thing that Donald Trump has done to the economy in the last 8 months has either been contradicted by some other action of his or just blatantly terrible, such as the Big Beautiful Bill, which is single-handedly the most expensive piece of policy ever signed into law that took 10 million people off of healthcare, 3 million people off of food stamps, and is reducing the purchasing power of over half of Americans per the Center on Budget and Policy priorities. So go ahead and tell me how you think his cabinet is still good, surrounding all of my criticisms of Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy, DUI hire Pete Hegseth, and tell me how you still think he is good for manufacturing in consideration of all the economic facts that I just gave you.
Yeah, so with regard to Tulsi Gabbard, she ultimately was proven right.
So then Trump was proven wrong.
Yeah, he was. And I have no problem saying that. I will also say I think the Big Beautiful Bill was horrible. Like, I actually hate the Big Beautiful Bill.
Wait, but that was his economic bill. So then he's bad for the economy, which would include manufacturing.
It's not. The Big Beautiful Bill was not an economic bill.
It was
a budget bill. It was a budget bill overall, and I think we spent way too much money. Absolutely, it was a budget bill that had some tax cuts in it, and I think it was horrible. I do not like what we're talking about with beef. I do think that, in fact, some U.S. farmers. I'd like to support U.S. farmers over Argentina farmers.
Well, Trump isn't. He's doing the opposite.
I know. I disagree with that.
Oh, so then you disagree with his handling of the economy, and you're disagreeing with his handling of manufacturing.
No, I disagree with his handling of the budget. I think it was too big, and I disagree with the handling of beef. And that's what you fail to understand when I talk about. I do agree with him on the tariffs and trying to even out the cost of production overseas versus the U.S. And absolutely, in the short term, it will cause some bumps.
So what specific tariffs do you support?
I support tariffs on many things. I support tariffs on goods coming from the EU. I support tariffs on goods coming from China. The reality is the US can no longer compete. And we've had this thing for a long time. And my position on this has really changed over the years. Back in college, economics classes, we talk about, hey, free trade is great for the world. It opens up societies. The reality is, from a long-term perspective, in the US, free trade benefited China substantially more than it benefited the U.S. in the long term.
Wait. I have a question.
No,
100 years
you will
ago,
let me finish my point.
100 years ago, long term, 100 years ago, was the Chinese economy better than the American economy, or was the American economy better than the Chinese economy?
100 years ago, I have no idea.
100 years ago, 150 years ago, 200 years ago, the Chinese economy was better. Right now, 100 years later, is the American economy better than the Chinese economy, or is the Chinese economy better than the American economy?
I think it depends on what factors you're looking at. So, my point is here, listen to me.
Overall, the American economy is significantly better, which proves that free trade in the long term is good.
What my point is, where it starts to go bad is when you get to a point where the jobs in the U.S. and manufacturing in the U.S. can no longer compete with overseas companies. Because not everybody, we talk about the U.S. becoming a service economy, which was a long-term policy, frankly, of Republicans. I'm talking about disagreeing with Republicans in this regard. But the reality is, not everybody can participate in a high-tech service economy. There are people that are really good at building things. There are people that are really good at manufacturing. There are people that are really good at doing these things. And I think pulling some of that work, especially those items that are necessary to kind of stay safe and secure in the U.S. For example, we had to get masks from China during the pandemic. I think there are certain things that we absolutely should be manufacturing.
I'm so sorry.
Here.
You were giving me a 5-minute answer to a very simple question, and you actually still haven't answered it. I asked you specifically, like, what tariffs has Donald Trump implemented that you support, and you still, like, with a long run answer, still haven't gotten around to that. Like, what specific tariffs has he imposed that you support?
I support the tariffs on China that marks certain items up by 100%. I support tariffs on the EU. I support tariffs on Canada. I support tariffs throughout the world.
Okay. So
right? If that helps to bring manufacturing back to the U.S.
Okay, matter of fact, so tariffs will not help to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. The reason that is because those tariffs actually create more inefficiencies in the American market, okay? Because it forces us to produce things that we are not good at producing, which makes the economy as a whole less efficient, which limits GDP growth now and in the long term, okay? But even if you were right and the tariffs had some marginally beneficial impact on the American manufacturing in the long term, which we don't see now and we won't see in the future, the only thing we'll see is higher consumer prices, by the way, that benefit is significantly offset via the detriment that Donald Trump is serving to American manufacturing through his mass deportation. Okay? According to the American Immigration Council, 1.1 through $1.7 trillion of the American GDP is generated by undocumented immigrants every single year. Not to mention the over $100 billion per year that they pay in taxes, and the 8.3 million of them that work, and the 11 million of them that consume. Now, if Donald Trump gets his way with mass deportation, and we remove every single undocumented immigrant, our economy as a whole is completely fucked, downsizes annually by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion, as I already pointed out on the GDP. Keep in mind that's a huge drop, proportionately speaking. That is the same proportionate drop that our economy saw during the pits of the housing market. So that's just how bad it is. Not to mention that we'd be spending $1 trillion to get it done over the course of the next 10 years and suffering the consequences of the opportunity cost of losing the $100 billion per year that they pay in taxes. Our economy would be fucked, and our manufacturers, more specifically, would be so destabilized because we are forcefully laying off 8.3 million of their workers. So then they have less people to produce the goods they sell, and then they have less people to buy the goods they sell because we're removing 11 million of our consumers. So if you really care about American manufacturing, well, then you would never support the Trump administration in a billion years, not only because of his inconsistency surrounding the economic policy that has now caused the drops in investment, that has caused the reduction in the GDP, that has caused 23 other countries to stop all small parcel shipments into our own country, but also because of the terrible macroeconomic negative impacts of his mass deportation.
How did we manage prior to Biden's term allowing whether it's $11 million or 11 million or 20 million illegals into the country? How did we manage? Were we not able to manage?
You're asking how undocumented immigrants have impacted the economy? Well, very positively.
No, I'm
per the way
talking
that I
about.
just
Yeah,
described
I'm
you.
talking about in the last 4 years, we had a certain level of undocumented immigrants in the country prior to Biden's term. Biden opened the borders, allowed somewhere between
Biden
10
again.
and 20 million
Bro,
in.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. You literally cannot track one consistent argument. You tell me that you think Donald Trump is good for manufacturing. I ask why. You're like his tariffs. So then I give you a common sense. So then I give you a well, just listen. So then I give you a common sense reduction on why the tariffs are bad, and then I comprise that with another fact that even if the tariffs were marginally good, he'd still be detrimental to the economy because of his mass deportation. And then instead of responding to the reasons that I gave you to describe why the tariffs are bad, instead of responding to the reasons that I just gave you how the Trump administration is generally bad for manufacturing via the mass deportation and the specific macroeconomic data I gave you to prove that, instead of your first fucking words, right? Probably the first words you spoke at birth are "but Biden," all right?
No, that's not at all what I'm doing. You're saying that by deporting a bunch of people, the economy is going to fall apart. I'm saying, how did the economy operate prior to Biden letting 10 to 20 million people in? If we just go through and deport only the 10 to 20 million that Biden let in for over the last 4 years, are we okay? Or does the economy still fall apart?
Yeah, so the economy would still suffer if we remove the undocumented immigrants that came into America under the Biden-Harris administration for the reasons that I just gave. Would you like me to repeat them?
Okay. No, that's very good. I would argue that the economy was just fine prior to that, and we don't need that 10 to 20 million people here.
Okay.
That's what I would argue.
So matter of the fact, if we were to like shrink our economy to the size that it was like 8 years ago, we would experience like massive layoffs. Our manufacturing
Why are we
crumble.
shrinking
like
it
all stocks would
8
like go
years ago
significantly
instead
go
of
down,
4?
like so on and so
Why
forth.
are we
You understand
shrinking
that, right?
it by 8 years instead of 4? Why are we going 8 years instead of 4?
I just picked a number.
Okay, how about we go back to the beginning of the Biden administration and bring the illegal
I just want to clarify
immigrant population
that
down
you
to
want,
what it was.
So you
when
want our
Biden took
GDP.
office.
So I just want to clarify. You want our GDP to drop by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year?
Okay, so that's what it is if we only get rid of those.
That's if we remove
that
every
were here
single
during the
undocumented
Biden
immigrant.
administration. I'm talking Biden administration.
Well, you're not talking about what Trump is doing. Why are you like? Why are you theoretically changing Trump's policy?
No, you are in fact changing. You are in fact changing the topic right now. I am solely
you
talking
raging
about
fucking idiot. I'm talking about Donald Trump's impact on the economy.
Why are you?
And you were talking about it with regard to illegal immigrants.
Yes,
and
yes.
I'm
I'm saying
right
that Donald Trump's goal.
that,
Listen, ma'am, listen to what I'm saying here.
How did we operate when Biden took office?
I'm saying that Donald Trump's goal is to remove every single undocumented immigrant from this country.
And we all know that that's not going to happen.
Oh, so you know that Donald Trump isn't going to achieve his goal? So you know he's going to fail at achieving the policy that he set out?
Absolutely, and I have no problem with that.
Oh, so you support Trump because he's a failure?
He doesn't. No, and you know that.
So do you think it'd be better if he were to fail to achieve that goal, or it would be better if he were to excel?
You're being absurd right now. Yeah, to be honest with you, like just 100% transparent. I don't have a problem with right now. Why we are doing mass deportations is not because there were some people here illegally. We were doing mass deportations because over the last 4 years, 10 to 20 million people were imported or came into the country illegally.
What is imported? We imported undocumented immigrants? What kind of fucking QAnon
Biden
conspiracy theory is
essentially
that?
did, yes. Biden essentially
How did Biden import undocumented immigrants?
By very clearly leaving the border open, through the Darien Gap, through funding the NGOs. There's a lot of ways.
Dude, what the hell are you talking about? The Darien Gap's in goddamn Panama. What fucking jurisdiction does Biden have over the Darien Gap in Panama? What the hell are you talking about?
Well, have you actually never researched how most of the illegal immigrants were coming into the country?
Wait, I'm sorry. What is it? You said that Biden opened the Darien Gap. What the fuck does the Darien Gap have to do with Biden's? How did Biden open the Darien Gap?
The funding of what was going on in the Darien Gap. If you go into all you have to do is look it up, and you can very easily see it. There's a lot of
just look it up. How about this? I want to ask you this question. You said that Biden opened the border. How did Biden open the border?
He just left it open and let everyone in.
Yeah.
Oh, he left it open, so therefore it was open before his presidency? Who was the president before Trump?
No, on day one.
Oh, so then he opened it.
On day one of Biden's administration, he withdrew a bunch of the prior executive orders.
So which ones? So which executive orders did he cancel that opened the border?
There were multiple executive orders.
Name them.
I would have to look it up online.
Okay, so then go look it up. Substantiate your source.
Okay. Give me.
My phone died.
Oh, her phone died. But I would totally look it up. You know it's true. Let's not pretend these things aren't true.
Yeah, we're at the final stage. We're at the final stage of the cult-like behavior. When you can't prove something, just say that I also know it's true. You fucking suck, dude. Gross spine gets
You
another.
have a computer in front
And the
of you.
thing
Why don't
is,
you research it?
You are the one that's being disingenuous in this entire conversation.
Sorry, I'm not the one that said it's natural for to perv on the naked bodies of women. I'm not the one that said I don't care about rape. I'm not the one that said I'm okay with sexually exploiting naked children.
That's not what I ever said, and
you only said that you would be okay with making a child sexually exploited president. I'm sorry.
I never said that.
Yes, you. Oh, so you're not okay? Wait. If you never said that, wait. Listen. If you never said that, if you never said that you would be okay with having let me clarify here. If you never said that you would be okay with having a proven certain child exploiter, child sex exploiter as president, then let me clarify here. If Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked children and women, would you still support him as president?
No, I think he should go to jail.
Okay, great. So then here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
I would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
Well,
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
you're like
everything
is good. You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Wait, Dean.
Contradict
yourself.
If you can,
it's like you played a clip from the Howard Stern show.
If you can,
it's absurd.
If you can look
I have no
clip,
problem with anything you said, by the way.
Mom. If you can look up a clip, can you look up the executive orders that Biden got rid of?
Yeah, sure. After this conversation. Okay. So just to clarify, your mother, I don't know your name, you said that you would not support Donald Trump, right, as president, if you knew that he had sexually exploited naked girls and naked women unconsensually. You just listened to Donald Trump admit to exactly that. So obviously, because you are a rational, level-headed, right, interlocutor here, you no longer support Trump as president, right?
No, because I am a rational person. I know that's a Howard Stern show clip that is a lot of fun, joking around. I used to listen to Howard Stern back in the day. Let's not be absurd. Let's not be disingenuous. Let's understand things for what they are. I'm not joking. You are, in fact, being disingenuous, like I said, and multiple times. No, I'm talking about your comments from earlier.
Oh, so then stop pivoting. Wait, stop pivoting. You're pivoting. Stop it. Bad. So just to clarify, right, where we're at, you said that you wouldn't support Trump as president if you knew, sexually.
I'm fine with the Howard Stern show clip. Clip.
Oh, but he admitted to sexual exploitation.
You and I interpret it differently. No, you and I interpret the Howard Stern show clip differently.
Go ahead and I'm just gonna play. I'm gonna play right the 20 seconds of this. I'm gonna play
this is going
and then I want
nowhere.
You. Oh, it is. I'm just gonna play this, and then I want you to interpret it for us.
Yeah. Okay.
You could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Go ahead and interpret that for us.
That is Donald Trump on the Howard Stern show. They're joking around. They're having fun. He's responding just like people do on the Howard Stern show. You can go through, and if you listen to multiple episodes of the Howard Stern show with many different guests, you'll find experiences very similar. That's just joking around on the Howard Stern show.
Okay.
I listened to it many years ago.
Question.
This is just completely silly to even have a conversation about Donald Trump on the Howard Stern show.
Okay.
It's silly.
First question. How do you know it's a joke?
He may well have gone backstage. I have no idea. He probably did go backstage, but nonetheless, he does. He owns. The whole thing is absurd.
Okay, re-say that because I think did the mic go off, Dean?
Yeah, I did. So you just listened to that. You said he was just joking around.
No.
I asked the question.
How
do you know it's a
bother
joke?
me. None of that bothers
No, listen.
None of it's the Howard Stern show.
How do you know it was a joke?
How he's presenting it is a joke. He may well have gone backstage, but how he's presenting it is a joke. It's the Howard Stern show, and the fact that you don't recognize that
what about his
is an issue.
What about his presentation there makes it clear he was joking?
Because it's the Howard Stern show. Did you never watch it back in the day? You're very young. You never watched it. Watch the Howard Stern show. That's what it used to be before Howard Stern became a complete pussy.
So because he told this, right, to Howard Stern, therefore he was joking. See, when I listened to this clip, you completely deranged, sick person. Fuck you. I'm gonna say that again just one last time. It makes me happy to say it to you.
That's fine.
No, it's great. Fuck you. No, seriously, not even joking. I'm saying it with a smile on my face. So you're telling us that you know he was joking because he said it to Howard Stern. Just to be clear.
In that context, have you never heard of people who have met Trump? How Trump just kind of jokes around. He always has a funny take on things.
Have you ever?
It's the Howard Stern show, and again, you're
it sounded like in that clip. Shut up, muted. Be pissed. So in this clip, it doesn't really sound like he's joking. Oh yeah, I get more mad at the interruption than the child sex exploitation. No, get it. Yeah, come on, it's cute. I swear. No, it's not. Fuck you too. Shut up. Now back to the clip.
As the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
Okay. So the funniest is that I'll go backstage before the show. So it sounds like, right, you're right in this sense, that he thinks that in saying this, it's going to be funny. Okay? But you're wrong in the sense that what he's saying is a joke in the sense that it didn't happen. Okay? Because he says, I'll go backstage before a show.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the.
Oh, wait, actually.
I'm not saying he didn't do it, and I told you earlier.
Oh, fuck! So then you agreed that he actually has walked back into a woman's dressing room and looked at naked women unconsensually.
I said it so many times.
Right? So can we agree?
I said it so many times.
So I just want to be clear.
So many times.
So you don't have a problem with an older man.
Completely disingenuous. You are completely disingenuous.
Someone's getting mad. Go wipe your tears. Go wipe your tears. Go wipe your tears. Hey, my friend, can you spell disingenuous?
Silly at this point.
Can you spell disingenuous?
I'm sure I could.
Do it. Spell disingenuous.
I don't know. I would say
spell
I would
disingenuous.
Probably go DISENGINIOUS or something to that effect.
You're already wrong. It's DISINGENOUS. Funny.
Oh, it starts. It goes I.
So now just to get back to what I was saying. So you're actually now accepting that Donald Trump did what he said he did in that clip.
He did earlier.
This is.
What are we doing?
I don't even know where we're going.
Well, you'll know where we're going if you stop interrupting me and have some self-control.
You interrupted her 100 times, Dean. Don't even say that. You muted her mic multiple times.
Honestly, I'm going to say this for the first time ever. She's interrupted me 400 times. Seems like there's a little bit of an imbalance here. We need some DEI. I need to start interrupting more. But listen, just to get back to the point, really quickly, it'd be awesome if I could. So you just told us all that you actually accept that what Donald Trump said he did in that clip is a proper and accurate recount
Yeah.
of the
I don't have a
things-
problem with what he said. I don't have a problem with what he
So
said. in that
why
clip.
don't you have a
Be clear,
problem?
Yes.
So just to be
I
clear,
just don't have a problem at
you're
all with what he
interrupting
said
me
in that clip.
again. Again, you're interrupting
Okay.
me. This has to stop. So why don't you have a problem with a 60-year-old man going into a woman-only space, a woman's-only space, woman and girls-only space, a dressing room, right? Taking advantage of the women and girls in that space that are, in this position of vulnerability. They feel comfortable enough to take all their clothes off, be naked, right? To then look at them unconsensually, right? While they're naked. Why don't you have a problem with that? Because the funny part is, around 30 minutes ago, when we were originally talking about this, you agreed it would be sexual exploitation. Remember when you agreed that if somebody brushed past you when your daughter was changing in a dressing room, opened up the door and looked at her naked unconsensually, that would be sexual exploitation? Well, that's exactly what Donald Trump admitted to in that clip, and now you're saying that you don't have a problem with it. So my question to you is, why do you not have a problem with something you defined 30 minutes ago as sexual exploitation?
I don't see that as the same. There are many men in the area where they get ready for pageants. Like, that's completely different than my daughter being in her own dressing room. There are many men in there. There are women in there.
Said there wasn't. He said there wasn't.
Pageant. There are women in there whose
And
pageant
no men are anywhere
person
stage before
is
a
a
show.
man.
Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And no men are anywhere before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And no men are anywhere stage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And no men are anywhere.
So you just said that there's men around? No, there wasn't.
There are.
Dude, listen to Trump.
Before a show.
It's before
And
a
everyone's getting
pageant.
dressed and ready and everything else. And no men are anywhere.
He just said that no men are anywhere.
They are.
Dude, listen to Trump! You're insane! He just said there wasn't!
For show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed
you
and
don't-
ready and everything
so
else.
you
And,
don't
no men are
understand the
anywhere
difference
before a
between
show.
somebody
Yes. And everyone's getting
kind of
dressed and ready and
posting or
everything
saying
else. And
something
no men
stupid
are
on the
anywhere
Howard
stage before a
Stern
show.
show
Yes. And everyone's
versus
getting
reality.
dressed and ready and
I'm
everything
sorry
else.
you
And
don't
no men are
understand that.
anywhere.
This, to me, this like
Yeah, shut the fuck up. So just to get this clear, you're saying that you didn't have a problem with it because you don't think that it was a woman's only space because you think that there's men in there. But in this clip, Donald Trump said that they were in there dressing, they were naked. Donald Trump said there wasn't men in there. Donald Trump said that there wasn't men in there.
I've been around.
Dude,
and
okay.
seen plenty
So then
of
why did
pageants. There
Why
are
did
men
Donald
in there.
Trump say that there was no men in
He
there?
was on the Howard Stern show.
You know what?
He was
Fuck you. I'm kicking your sick ass. Fuck you. Fuck your daughter. You're both sick pieces of shit. Like, God damn it. You and people like you are truly, right, like the Americans that hold this country back. No, I'm going to go on a live stream in front of close to 20,000 people, and I'm going to say that I have no problem with sexual exploitation because, oh, I just love Trump so much. It doesn't matter if it was my daughter. It doesn't matter at all. I'm completely fine with it because it's something Trump's done. And, oh, I'm going to make sure I tell that to you straight to your face. Oh, and by the way, Dean, I'm going to tell you that what Donald Trump admitted to in this clip was legitimately something that he's done. I'm going to tell you that what Donald Trump said there is an accurate picture of like what he did, right? But then in the same breath, I'm going to posit that there was men in there. And then when you replay me a clip of him saying that there wasn't men in there, I'm not going to believe him and then go back to the original line of thought where I said it was just a joke. And then I'm going to completely ignore it when I said that I accept everything that he said he did in that clip is an accurate recount of his actions. You are sick. You are so fucking sick. It is unfucking believable. And I will say that with my chest. It is embarrassing. Oh my God. I hope that you feel in like 20, 30 years that you are a failure of a mother to your child, because that is exactly what you are. I said fuck your daughter because she's 19. She's over the age of accountability. Any 19-year-old should know better. But simultaneously, right, I think that it's not just a correlation when we see a mother that's like, oh, I don't care about sexual exploitation, and a daughter that said earlier in the conversation, it's natural if a man wants to sexually exploit me. No, that is absolutely 110% the result of the social conditioning that you have been pushing pushing on her since day one. You are a failure of a parent. And let me tell you this, eventually, I'd say there's a high chance that your daughter explores adult life, goes and walks the world, goes to college, grows up a little bit more. Instead of being 19, she's 25, she's 32, and you are 72, 80 years old. You're getting ready to go to the goddamn, retirement home, and then you're going to be dying in this retirement home, and then your daughter's not going to be visiting you. She's going to be nowhere to be seen, and then you're going to text her, you're going to call her, she's not going to pick up the phone. And when that happens, I want you to reflect on that conversation that we just had where you said it's natural for men to want to unconsensually look at the bodies of kids. I want you to reflect on this conversation where you just said, I have no problem with a 65-year-old taking advantage of little girls. I want you to reflect on that shit because that's why. That's gonna be why. Completely sick. Completely sick. Ugh. And don't act like this is somehow an improper response. Okay? Because the facts matter. The particular fact that matters here is that it is deplorable, it is sick, it is disgusting, and it is infinitely morally wrong to sexually abuse another person. If we could agree on that foundational reality, then we should agree that that mother and that daughter are so far out of reality, not just in a logical sense, but also in a moral sense of, once again, as I think I said to a guest earlier today on this live, as being a part of the mechanism that will only cause more harm. You sitting here saying that you have no problem with sexual exploitation is what allows it to continue to happen. So if you're asking me why I'm so pissed, why I'm so flustered, why I can barely fucking speak because of how mad I am, causing people in the Discord and in the chats to be like, dude, chill, take a minute. It is because it is that sick person, okay, that allows this to continue to occur. The only thing going through my mind right now is the generations of victims that will surely exist in the future and surely exist today. Today, there's like a person raped on the in the world like every minute. Every like 30 seconds, I think it is. It's a crazy fucking statistic. Okay, and in part, that woman and her rhetoric and the rhetoric of other individuals that believe in the same thing is what allows it to occur. Saying you have no problem with it whatsoever. God, that should piss you off too. Unreal. I go live and I have these debates to talk about politics. I go live and I do these debates to just say that the president's bad. And for whatever goddamn reason, I feel like it's all too frequent for me to be leaving these sit-down debates, right? Just like asking myself, like why were they saying that rape's okay? Like, why is that political? Like, this is, if not one of the most compelling reasons to not support Trump as president, okay? We could talk about his policy all day. We could talk about the big, beautiful bill. We could talk about the 10 million low-income Americans losing healthcare. We could talk about the debt and the deficit growing. You know, we could talk about him declaring war in American cities. We could talk about him infringing on the Constitution. But what we should talk about more is the social repercussions of the generational enabling of his shitty behaviors and the permissibility of sexual exploitation, rape, pedophilia, and perversion. And it's something that is otherworldly, man. Other fucking worldly. Oh, man, I'm getting worked up. Chat. That's it. This is me, but worked up. All right. I'm going to go ahead and thank a handful of people. Kiana, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat who says, how could a mother say that? Kiana, I don't know. I don't know, Kiana. It's insane. L'Oreal, thank you for the $10 as well. Dude, I'm like about to fucking cry, dude. I'm sorry. You don't see this from me often. I just, I might just need to get off. That's just, it's fucking. Terrible. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. L'Oreal, I appreciate you for the $10 who says, hello, sorry to interrupt. God, I might just send you guys over on a raid to Parker. God. I might just send you guys on a raid to Parker. All right. Here's what we're going to do. There is so many individuals that have shown love to me over on Venmo and PayPal. Real quick, okay, because I want to thank you guys individually. I'm just going to go through, the name and the amount. And once I get off, I'm going to read through the individual donations and the messages. But just real quick before I get off, I want to individually thank you guys. And I'm not going to read the messages, but just know, like literally, I don't have much to do with my night tonight. My girlfriend's at work. So I'm gonna read through the individual donations after I get off the stream. But let me thank you guys super duper quickly. Natasha, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal, as well as I'm reading your message right now. I absolutely agree. Thank you for the $5. As well as Michael, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you, Michael. Please show some love to Michael down below in that chat. Thank you so much, man. As well as Kimberly, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Who says good grief? Yeah, good fucking grief. Thank you so much. Colin, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Alexis, thank you for the $10 as well. Kim with a 5. Jasmine with a 15. Thank you so much for the love, Jasmine. Valerie with a 5. Rachel with a 5. Show some love to her donors down below in that chat. As well as Mallory, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on PayPal. You know, I'm just reading the messages, honestly, as I see them. Use this to buy your girlfriend a sweet treat after the live to make her day feel a little bit better. Maybe I'll have to go out and get us both a little sweet treat here later this evening. I appreciate you guys so much for your kindness. Oh, man, that one really got to me. You know, God, dude, that one, just to expand on, why you guys, almost saw me start crying there, is I just had, a moment of this inflection that it was growing in my mind that, things just aren't going to get better because there's no way to fix people like that. And, oh God, but what's important to remember here is that people that think that way, I'd like to think that's a very small, minority of the populace, right? They can't hold too much electoral power. And when we weed the scum of the Trump administration of the government, either through impeachment come midterms or general next time around, we'll be on a better path as a country. We won't have those attitudes actively promoted, enabled, and suggested as the default. Anastasia, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Anastasia. Anastasia says, I completely feel you, Dean. It's maddening to try to reason with the unreasonable. Here's another copay for your therapy, my man. I appreciate you for that love, Anastasia. As well as Jordan saying, honestly, bravo, dude. You expressed every inch of my anger and disgust with that collar. I felt my violent liberal side coming out. What a sad, sick life she lives. Thank you for you and everything that you do. Thank you for the love, Jordan. As well as Emily, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo, saying I love and appreciate you more than you ever know. Thank you so much for your kindness, Emily. As well as Avril, thank you for the 5. Erica, thank you for the 4. Madeline, thank you for the 1. Lance with a 5. Karis with a 5. And Jacob, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, thank you so much for absolutely demolishing these sad, lost, deplorable souls. You absolute king. I appreciate that, Jacob. Listen, folks, I'm going to be honest, moving forward, right? We get guests like this all too frequent. I'm just going to start kicking them. I'm just going to start. I'm not going to entertain conversation like that anymore. It's, I think that's that's kind of it for me. There's no conversation to be had. It just leads in me getting so worked up, and thousands of you guys watching getting worked up too. Every single time we have a line of dialogue like that on the stream, I get an encore of these messages saying I'm a victim of rape, and this is causing me to tear up. This is so triggering. I have to turn the stream off because of this, right? It's so I just think that we're not gonna have conversations like that anymore. I'm not gonna debate the merits of the wrongness of rape, right? Not even if Trump's a rapist, just the wrongness of rape. Madeline, thank you for the $10 as well. Sasha, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. Then Elizabeth, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, Dean, no amount of money would ever be enough to pay you for putting up with that disgustingly ignorant mother and daughter duo. I think they might actually hate women more than they love Trump. Thank you for your unwavering support of women. I appreciate you for the $25, Elizabeth. Thank you for the message, and I appreciate you for being here. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. As well as Dusty, thank you for the 5. Blair with a 5. Mackenzie, this was 30 minutes ago, but I want to thank you. Thank you for the $29 over on Venmo, who says, thank you for doing what you do. Thank you so much for the love, Mackenzie. Show some love to Mackenzie in that chat as well. Zoe, this was 30. I've been watching your live streams a lot lately, and I can't thank you enough for the way you stand up for women and girls. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you. You know, it's a sad reality that standing up for what's commonsensical, standing up for what's obviously right, is standing up for women and girls. That shows you one of the many systemic issues that we have where so many of these issues that are perpetuated just disparage and disenfranchise women and girls in this country to such an insane degree, right? There should be no correlation in my eudaimonic society between standing up for common sense, standing up for what's obviously right, and standing up for women and girls. There should be no correlation between those two sentiments whatsoever, because these issues shouldn't exist in the first place. Andrea, thank you for the $5. Gianna, thank you for the $5. Abigail, thank you for the $5. And Jennifer, thank you for the $5 as well. Let's see what else we got here. Amy, this came in a while ago, but like seriously, I haven't thanked donors for a while. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And Zachary, thank you for the $20, who says, you're on the front lines against the uninformed, ignorant, and bigoted. Please keep speaking up for reason, logic, and basic empathy towards one another. Thank you for your service, Zachary. Thank you for the $20, man. I mean, I don't know. I think what we do here is like beneficial. I think that what we do here changes minds, but usually the minds that are changed isn't the one of the individual in my life, but rather those watching. And I get a lot of messages expressing that sentiment, so that's what keeps me going. As well as Jessica with the $10 in Venmo, who says, if Biden did it, lock him up. That's the difference between us. Yep, abso-fucking-lutely. As well as Lauren, thank you for the 10. Thank you guys so much for the kindness. As well as, let's see if we I think a handful of new ones like have come in like literally the last 2 minutes. Jacinda, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you, Jacinda. And Lindsay, thank you for the $21, who like this just in is saying, I have 3 teenage boys and I hope that they grow up to stand for what's right and what's good as well as you do. Don't let these people get you down. You're awesome. Thank you for the love, Lindsay. As well as Haley, thank you for the $5. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, coming from a family who feels the same way as that woman does. The family, okay. That quote-unquote boys will be boys equates to men behaving as Trump does. You hit the nail on the head with everything you said. I hope she rots in hell. Thank you for standing up for women on a daily basis. Well, thank you for the love, Jennifer. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. And then I think we got like a handful of other ones. Or one more. Oh, yes, we have one more on PayPal. I want to see 500 Victoria W's for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Victoria. Victoria says, I don't typically donate, but as a victim of SA, it means the world to see someone fight for us in our voices. Keep on doing what you're doing. Victoria, I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm so sorry you had to listen to that last conversation. Thank you so much for the love. Like, fucking seriously. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Christian, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian, dude. Also, show some love to Christian. Christian says, here's some money for therapy after that last guest. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that, Christian. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Christian. That is so fucking kind of you guys. And then Angel, thank you for the 15. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. All right. I believe that we are all caught up at this point. I'm going to go ahead and end the live for the day. If you are interested in listening to some more debates, feel free to head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end there. Love you guys. Peace and love. See you tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow isn't as insane as it was today. Bye, guys.